Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry betrayed Bellatrix and Narcissa and became the Dark Lord. Here is short summary. Betrayed by those he trusted and corrupted by power, Harry turns on Bellatrix and Narcissa, claiming the Dark Lord's mantle for himself. The savior is no more, only a new ruler rising from the ashes of war. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Quiet down everyone. Take your seats please. Albus waited a moment before starting once again. Yes, this week will be filled with celebration. We are all overjoyed to see the end of these troubling times. I know we would all like to thank our resident hero, however I kindly ask everyone to refrain from pestering Mr. Potter. No autographs or pictures are to be asked for. We must let Harry feel as if this school is his sanctuary away from prying eyes and bothersome people, Dumbledore admonished as he looked about the room. Harry felt his face heat up with embarrassment as he studied the eggs on his plate. He couldn't bear this whole experience any longer. Damn his officious father for putting him through this. Dumbledore went on to inform them that all owls coming and going would need to be searched in order to keep Harry safe. He also warned everyone to stay out of the forest and away from the Black Lake. Harry shot Hermione an inquisitive look, silently asking her if she knew anything about those warnings. Hermione just shook her head. When Dumbledore finally finished, everyone hurried to finish their breakfast. Harry had his eyes pointed down at his eggs when he felt a hesitant hand on his shoulder. Ron quickly slid over and allowed Ginny to sit next to Harry. "Hi Ginny, I was hoping to see you before classes," Harry said and looked into her worried blue eyes. "I'm sorry I haven't visited you in the infirmary again. I just wasn't sure how you were feeling about us," Ginny said with apprehension. "Gin," Harry started, then noticed all the stares coming his way and dropped his voice. "Gin, I'm going through a whole lot of stuff right now." He thought of that cursed leg and all the dark magic coursing through him. "Maybe we should just be friends for a while, until I can get my head cleared." Ginny had tears pooling in her eyes but nodded her head in agreement before abruptly getting up and racing out the door. Ron shot Harry a glare but slid back to sit next to him once again. "Sorry," Harry said to Ron, "I think I just need a little time to clear my head." "I don't blame you, but it's just that Ginny's been having a hard time with everyone else. The Slytherins are teasing her mercilessly about marrying Voldemort and almost killing you." Ron watched as Harry's mouth fell open overhearing that. Harry looked back at the Slytherin table and noticed almost half the people were missing. "You've got to be kidding me. I'll tell my dad about the Slytherins and he'll set them straight." "It's not just the Slytherins. People from other houses are treating her poorly too because she almost killed you," Ron said with a pained expression. "But that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Ginny didn't try to kill me, Voldemort did," Harry yelled out and caught the attention of most of the students sitting close by. "We know that, but not everyone understands the Imperious Curse," Ron explained in hushed tones. Harry thought about it a moment. "I'll talk to Lupin and see if he can't explain it in more detail during Dada this week. I don't want Ginny suffering for something that wasn't her fault." "Well, it might have helped if you hadn't have just broken up with her. I mean, everyone's going to assume you broke up with her because she tried to kill you." "Oh yeah, he hadn't thought of that. I'll think of something," Harry promised and watched as most the students started to leave for classes. He stayed seated waiting for most everyone to leave. Some of his closer friends gave him a pat on the back or welcomed him back. Everyone else left him alone, although he could still feel the stares directed at him. When almost everyone was gone, he awkwardly stood up and reached for his cane. Hermione helped him put his sore leg over the bench, but the pain shot through him like a bolt of lightning. He took in a deep breath and bit his lip. Within seconds a firm hand reached down and took hold of his arm. "I will escort Mr. Potter to class," Severus firmly stated. Hermione, Ron and Neville reluctantly went ahead to class. Harry didn't look up at his dad or say anything to him. He couldn't believe how awful this whole experience had been so far. Severus walked beside the irritable adolescent, knowing full well how angry the boy was. They were halfway down to the potion class before Severus finally spoke up. That was the worst of it. There should not be any more announcements made regarding you. You told Dumbledore to do that. Harry bit out. Albus and I discussed the matter. Well, don't do me any more favors, Harry said and yanked his arm away from his father. Harry, you may not appreciate my interference, however I am doing what I think is best for you. Harry didn't say anything to that. They reached the potion classroom door and Severus held it open as Harry walked in. All eyes looked up at him and Harry practically scowled back as he took his seat by Hermione. He looked down at his book bag, ignoring the stares he felt on him. Severus immediately started his potions lecture, hoping to obtain the attention of the students. Most of the students turned their attention to the front of the class. The poor boy virtually cringed under the intense scrutiny his schoolmates had given him. When two girls from Hufflepuff refused to tear their eyes away from Harry, Severus finally had to threaten them with detention if they didn't keep their eyes forward at all times. That at least earned him a half smile from his son. The rest of the day was filled with intense staring and the younger students giving Harry a wide berth in the hallways. He was beginning to think about using his invisibility cloak to get from class to class just to avoid the attention he caused. The teachers were almost as bad as the students. He caught them all looking at him at one time or another during class. He wondered if they were spying for his father. By the end of the day he was so fed up with all the attention that he decided to skip dinner and head down to the dungeon, against the protest of his two best friends. He walked into Severus' apartments hoping to catch a little peace and quiet, only to find a meeting going on with members from the Order. He distinctly heard Sirius' name mentioned before the Order members noticed him. Shacklebolt, Tupin, Tonks, Lupin, McGonagall, Dumbledore and Severus were sitting in the living room arguing. Upon seeing Harry they all stopped talking. "What were you saying about Sirius?" Harry asked as his father walked over to him and silently assessed his condition. Severus could tell that the boy was in pain and quite exhausted. "That is none of your business. You were missing supper. It is too my business. I'm his sole heir, so I should know anything that pertains to him." "Harry's right, Severus," Remus said and stood up. "We can't keep this from him forever." "Shut up, Lupin. I will decide what is best for my son to hear and when it is best for him to hear it." "Come now, gentlemen, we will come to a mutual understanding," Dumbledore gently admonished. "No, I will decide," Severus firmly stated. Harry couldn't believe they were once again deciding something important without including him on the decision. "Wait a minute, haven't I already earned the right to be included in the Order? What the hell else do I have to do to earn the right to be in your little club?" Harry yelled out, ignoring Severus' painful grip on his shoulder. "Your insolence will not be tolerated, Mr. Potter. Go to your room and I will have supper sent in." "You're sending me to my room?" Harry asked in disbelief. "No, I'm staying right here until you tell me what you guys were talking about." "I'm not a little kid, Severus." Severus pinched the bridge of his nose as he felt a headache behind his eyes coming on. He struggled with either forcing the boy into the bedroom or just giving in and telling him. Harry would find out soon enough anyway. "Harry, come over here and take a seat." Lupin came to Harry's other side and helped him to the sofa. He gave the boy a tight one-armed squeeze and whispered, "Everything will be fine." Harry's heart raced a little faster now, getting a little scared over what was going to be said. He looked towards his father. "Okay, what is it?" Severus took in a deep breath before answering. "Harry, you must promise me that you will act like an adult and not try to leave the school." Harry was beginning to get downright panicked. This must be really bad, he thought. "Okay." Severus cleared his throat and slowly began. "When Voldemort departed this world, there was an incident at the Ministry. It seems that with his passing a door to the unknown was temporarily opened. The door I am referring to is also called the Veil." You mean," Harry started before Severus cut him off. Harry's heart was racing now. Was it really true? Yes, the Veil has allowed a handful of people to come back through. The predicament is that those people are not quite normal. They seem to be rather affected by the whole experience of having gone through the Veil. They are not stable and are under the care of a healer of the mind. There were only 3 people who made it back through the Veil before it closed once again. One of those people is none other than Black, Severus flatly declared. Lupin squeezed Harry's shoulder. Harry, it's true, Sirius is back. Lupin squeezed Harry's shoulder. Harry, it's true, Sirius is back. Harry was in shock. So many thoughts went through his head at the same time, but the most powerful emotion was one of relief. Of all the deaths he felt he had caused, the one he felt most responsible for was Sirius' death. His godfather's death had eaten away at his very soul because he felt so terribly responsible for it. Now, if Sirius was really alive, he could be free of that guilt. "Where is he?" Harry asked Remus. Remus looked down, staring at the floor before answering. "It's like Severus said, Sirius is in need of a mind healer. He's been at St. Mungo's for the past 3 days, since he first showed up at the ministry." "Have you seen him?" "Yes, every day," Remus answered, not giving out more details than necessary. Harry could tell that something was wrong by the feel of the room. Everyone was tense, on edge. He turned to face his father once more. "Dad, what is it?" Minerva beeped in her breath, and Tonks placed a hand on her heart, overhearing Harry call Severus, "Dad." Harry saw how anxious everyone was, and his mind started reeling with the possibilities. After the harrowing experiences he had just lived through, he thought nothing would surprise him now. Severus stood up and walked to his son. He sat down on the coffee table directly in front of Harry and took the boy's hands in his. Black does not remember what happened to him while he was away. However, he does have his memory intact of what his life was like before he fell through the veil. He remembers you quite clearly, son. Harry nodded and smiled. "So, what's the problem?" Severus wasn't quite sure how to tell him. "He is not the same Harry. I saw him twice and he attacked me both times." "What did you say to him?" Harry snapped out in anger and ripped his hands away from his father. Severus felt a sharp pain over Harry's loyalty to Black. Remus quickly stepped in. "Harry, it's not just Severus who he attacked. He attacked me as well, and Albus too." Harry looked towards the headmaster and saw deep bruising on his neck. He had only one question: why? When no one answered, he placed a hand on Severus' arm. "Dad, why did he attack everyone?" Severus looked deep into Harry's eyes and slowly said, "Because Harry, you are now my son." Harry felt like a heavy boulder had just landed on his shoulders. He hadn't even thought of how Sirius would take that news. Of course Sirius would be overprotective of him and question the adoption, but to actually attack everyone was beyond his comprehension. Maybe I could talk to him. Tell him everything's okay. He probably thinks I was forced into it or something." "But there is more, Harry," Albus said. "Is the ministry going to put him back in Azkaban?" "No. Fortunately Wormtail's body was found, proving that Sirius did not kill him. The minister has agreed to a full pardon in exchange for us to keep quiet about the false imprisonment," Remus offered up. "However, Mr. Black still requires care. Sirius is quite convinced that you need rescuing," Dumbledore explained. "Yes, sir. I understand that, but maybe after I put his mind at ease," Harry started before Severus cut him off. "No, I will not allow you to see him yet. He is not safe to be around," Severus stated. "I have to see him," Harry yelled out, losing his control as was normal these days. He stood up and grabbed his cane, pushing Severus' hands away. "Remus, take me to him." "Harry, sit down and stop acting like a belligerent child," Severus said in a firm voice. Harry begrudgingly sat back down and grabbed Remus' arm. "Please Remus, please take me to him." Remus looked helplessly towards Severus. The potion master shook his head, knowing that Harry would be at odds with his decision. He wasn't wrong. "Severus, please," Harry put a hand on his father's arm. "Please understand how much I need to see him. Please Dad, please." He didn't care how pathetic he looked begging or what anyone thought of him. He had to see Sirius himself, with his own 2 eyes. "Harry, you must understand I am doing this for your own good," Severus began. "Black needs time to recover." "Okay, fine. Then I'll go on my own," Harry growled out, standing once more with the help of the cane. "You can't watch me every minute of the day." Severus stood too. They were standing toe to toe in the space between the sofa and the coffee table. Severus knew his son would find a way to escape the school grounds and land himself in another sticky situation. He had absolutely no doubt the boy would go on his own at the first given opportunity. He did the only thing left to do. He relented, much to the surprise of all the adults in the room. Fine, I will take you. Do not think I am taking you due to your appalling outburst either. Severus truly hoped this experience wouldn't damage the boy's state of mind any further than it already was. The anxious teen had so much to recover from as of yet. Harry thanked his dad, then ducked his head in embarrassment when he looked towards Tonks. He had forgotten she was here to witness his latest display of humiliation. I warn you, son, Black is not the same, Severus stated. I am working on a potion to help Black recover fully. I was intending to deliver it this evening. I suppose you may come along. Brilliant, the excited teen exclaimed. The potion master excused himself to gather the potions to take with them to the hospital. The rest of the order members wished Harry luck and filed out the door. Remus stayed behind. Remember, Sirius is still recovering. He only found out about the adoption 2 days ago through the newspaper. He hasn't had time to see the changes in your father yet. I know, but Sirius will see how good this is for me, Harry exclaimed, and felt so overjoyed at the thought of seeing Sirius again that he couldn't wipe the smile off his face. Yes, in time he might. However, that may never happen, Remus warned. Good luck, Harry. An hour later Harry found himself in the lobby of St. Mungo's. He hadn't been prepared for the celebrity he had become. But even more shocking was the notoriety and fame his father attracted. Severus had just as many admirers as he had. Apparently the potion master was famous for saving him on numerous occasions. He could hear his name, along with that of his father's, being spoken in hushed whispers throughout the waiting room. Even the healers and medi-witches had stopped to stare at them. A boy came up to Severus with a newspaper article of the day of Voldemort's demise. The giant moving picture on the cover showed Severus holding Harry as they walked up to the school. The cloak had slipped down a little and Harry's face was twisted in pain. The boy passed up Harry and handed the article to Severus for an autograph. Severus waved his hand and dismissed the child as he continued walking towards the staircase. Harry saw the disappointment on the child's face. Wow, Dad, you're even more famous than Gilderoy Lockhart, Harry teased. Shut up, Harry, Severus said with a glare. Harry ignored the glare and laughed. Severus cracked a small smile and put an arm over his son's shoulder. Perhaps I shall write a book of my own adventures, quipped the professor, making fun of Lockhart's books. Yeah, you could call it, Saving the Boy Who Lived, Harry said in a fit of laughter. I think a more appropriate title may be, The Boy Who Lived to Irritate Me, Severus said with a dry wit as he opened the office door of Healer Fairchild. Harry looked up at him and smiled. It was the first genuine smile the professor had seen in a very long time. Severus didn't know what came over him, but he pulled Harry closer and keyed the top of his head. It shocked both of them to the point of silence. Just then Ms. Fairchild stepped into the room and cleared her throat. Hello, Severus. Harry, it is good to see you again. I believe congratulations are in order. Harry quickly recovered from the out-of-character show of affection his father had just displayed. He stuck his hand out and shook the healer's hand. Thank you, Ms. Fairchild. Severus just nodded and handed over the potions he had been carrying. I believe I have found something a bit stronger to help heal the mind. However, it will not cure your patients completely. At this point anything will be an improvement, Ms. Fairchild said with exasperation. Has Mr. Black been difficult today? Severus asked. His concerns only lie in the reception his son would get from Black. You may speak freely in front of my son. I have told him how altered Black is now. It has been a rather trying day. I am glad you are here, Harry. Mr. Black will be quite happy to see you. Harry's face lit up upon hearing that. Yeah, I can't wait to see him. Shall I escort you? Fairchild asked and looked towards Severus as well. I believe you should let Harry see him alone, Severus. After all, Mr. Black is under the impression you have brainwashed his godson. Severus had no intention of letting Harry be alone with the mutt. But before he could protest, Healer Fairchild spoke up. Severus, it would only make this first meeting worse if you were to attend. The message was blunt and rather disturbing to the professor, but he wanted this first meeting to go as smoothly as possible. Very well, as long as the meeting is monitored at all times. Healer Fairchild opened the door for Harry. Harry started walking out but turned back and walked over to his father. He gave him a quick one-armed hug. "Everything will be okay, Dad." Severus gave a curt nod, hoping that would be true. "I know. Go see your godfather, son." Healer Fairchild gave Harry another warning about the change in Black. As they entered the locked ward, Harry's heart began to beat faster with anxiety. Part of him was so happy to see Sirius again and part of him was extremely worried. They finally arrived at another locked door that was opened by a flick of Fairchild's wand. She pushed open the door and stepped to the side to allow Harry to enter. Harry leaned heavily on his cane as he entered the white hospital room. There was a bed in the center with a nightstand next to it. A picture of the 4 marauders was displayed on the nightstand. Harry took comfort in seeing his father waving at him from behind the frame. In the far corner was a man sitting in a chair turned to face the wall. On the wall a magical window was hung, displaying a moving scene of children playing in a park. Healer Fairchild broke the silence by softly saying, "Mr. Black, you have a visitor." The entire chair swiveled around to reveal a very haggard, sick-looking older man. It took Harry a moment to catch his breath and realize that it was indeed his godfather staring back at him. "Sirius?" Harry asked in a near whisper. He stepped closer until he was directly in front of the man. He awkwardly knelt down with his bad leg barely able to bend that much. He ignored the pain it caused to kneel and focused on the man before him. Sirius had been in a haze of memories before he was so rudely disturbed. He almost lashed out at the doctor for troubling him when he spotted the raven-haired teen in the room. The boy said his name and he immediately knew it was his godson. He froze in disbelief, praying he was not hallucinating again. When the boy knelt down in front of him and took his hand in his own, he snapped out of his confusion. "Harry." "Yes," the teen said in a strangled sob. He tried to hold back the tears but they betrayed him and fell down his face. "Harry, my boy is back," Sirius cried. He grabbed Harry's head and keyed it. Harry laid his head on Sirius' lap and cried as Sirius held onto him. Sirius couldn't believe this was actually his godson. The boy was so big and handsome. Gone was the scrawny boy of a year ago. James would have been so proud. After a good few minutes of hugging and crying, Harry looked up at his godfather. "I'm so sorry, Sirius. I didn't know Voldemort was tricking me. Please forgive me. I was so stupid to fall for his tricks." "Shush, Harry. We're done with all that. It's over now," Sirius said as he placed a shaky hand on Harry's face. "I missed you so much," Harry said emotionally. Sirius nodded and looked towards Fairchild standing in the corner now. "May I have a few moments alone with my godson?" "I am afraid not, Mr. Black," Ella said reluctantly. She had not seen this side of her patient before and did not want to unbalance him so soon into the meeting. Sirius nodded but asked once more, "Just one moment alone, please." Harry heard the pleading tone and added, "Please, Ms. Fairchild." Ella reluctantly agreed to give them 5 minutes alone but under the condition that Sirius not upset himself. After the haggard man agreed, she walked out the door to wait in the nurse's station. Sirius helped Harry to stand and then stood himself. They leaned on each other and walked over to the bed. They sat down facing each other with tears still fresh on their faces. "Harry, I've been so worried about you. How did that greasy bastard get you to agree to the adoption?" Harry sat up straighter, feeling hurt on his father's behalf. "Sirius, he's changed. Severus is not the same person he used to be." "Are you under the Confundus or Imperio?" Sirius asked intently. "No, just believe me when I say I'm okay. I don't know what I would have done without Severus this past year." Upon seeing the hurt look on his godfather's face, he quickly added, "I couldn't recover from losing you. I was so broken. He was the one who forced you into fighting Voldemort, wasn't he? That sneaky bastard probably had it planned all along." Sirius didn't seem to take in the fact that Harry sat before him with a look of shock on his face. The teen was so upset over the words his godfather was speaking that he couldn't speak himself. The marauder continued on as if nothing was wrong. "Did Voldemort hurt your leg or did that slimy bastard hex you?" Harry couldn't let Sirius get away with talking badly about the only person to ever treat him like a true son. He angrily yelled out, "Stop it. Just stop, Sirius. Severus was there for me. I needed him. Sirius could clearly hear the pain in Harry's voice, but his own anger got the better of him. So you turned towards that greasy bat. What were you thinking? I needed him, Sirius. Please understand, I needed him. Harry now had tears rolling down his face, but he refused to look away. Why not go to Remus then? Or Albus? Or even Weasley? You had to let Snape be a father to you. I can just see the disappointment in your father's face. He's probably rolling over in his grave as we speak. Sirius spat out in anger. He didn't care that his godson was looking at him in anxiety, nor did he care that he was causing the boy so much pain. But he was there for me, Sirius. He saved me more times than I can count. I needed him, I still need him, Harry started to say before he was abruptly silenced by a harsh slap across the face. He froze and looked at his godfather in shock. Sirius covered his mouth with one hand and placed a hand to Harry's red cheek with the other. Oh Merlin, what have I done? I'm so sorry, Harry. Please forgive me, I'm so sorry. Harry quickly recovered from his own shock and saw the devastation in his godfather's eyes. It's okay, Sirius. It's okay. Unfortunately, he was quite used to being treated that way. Sirius grabbed Harry into a fierce hug. I'm so sorry I ever left you. I should have never left you. Please forgive me. Harry held onto his godfather, feeling partly responsible for the slap he had caused the man to give him. He shouldn't have gone on so much about Severus. Of course Sirius would not take that very well, he should have known better. I'll get out of here soon, Harry. Maybe even by Christmas, Sirius said with determination. Won't that be nice to spend Christmas together again, like we did last year? Yeah, Sirius, I'd like that, Harry said in a near whisper. Sirius hung on to Harry as if he were a lifeline on a sinking ship. I'll get better real soon, James, real soon. It'll be just like old times, we'll have so much fun. Harry heard the slip Sirius made by calling him James. He wasn't quite sure if it was a mistake or if Sirius really thought he was James. He didn't know what to say, so he just let Sirius cling to him. Just then the door opened and Healer Fairchild walked in. Visiting hours are over, Harry. Why don't you say goodbye? Harry nodded and untangled himself from the weeping man before reaching for his cane. I'll come back soon, Sirius. Sirius nodded his head and grabbed hold of Harry one last time. I'll get better real soon. Harry kept his head down as he walked back to the office his father was waiting in. He was grateful his father didn't force him into a conversation since he felt so worn down and confused. The meeting had not been anything like he thought it would be like. Sirius was certainly altered in both mind and demeanor. He had to push aside the disheartening thought that Sirius would recover and want him to live with him. Maybe even try to get him unadopted from Severus. But no, he wouldn't ever let that happen, ever. Harry hardly said a word as he and Severus walked home from the gates of Hogwarts. Severus didn't want to push the boy into telling him what happened. They were almost to the front doors of the school when Harry finally spoke up. Severus, can I sleep in the dungeon tonight? Yes. Are you all right? Harry heard the caring and worry in his father's voice and it almost broke him. I'm fine. Thanks for taking me, Dad. Sirius. Words of anger and hate towards the man hurt more than ever at that moment. I am here if you wish to talk. Yeah, I know, Harry said, feeling comforted by the words his father spoke. The next day during breakfast the owls came in to deliver the thoroughly searched mail. As soon as Hermione opened the newspaper she gasped out loud, "Oh Merlin. Harry, look. The minister said some people came back out from the Vale after Voldemort died. Maybe Sirius was one of them." "Yeah, he was. I saw him last night," Harry said and tried to push excitement into his disheartened voice. "You saw him?" Hermione and Ron yelled out. "For Merlin's sake, Harry, why didn't you tell us?" Hermione asked. Harry shrugged. "I was planning on it." "So, tell us, you prat," Ron said. "Well, he was kinda weird. I mean, he recognized me and that part was great, but, you know." "No, Harry, we don't know," Hermione said. Harry suddenly felt really uncomfortable telling them about getting slapped. He decided to leave that part out. He was a little upset over Severus being my father. He just wasn't the same. Well, of course he's not going to be the same after what he's been through. Did he say anything about his time spent behind the veil? Ron asked. No, he doesn't remember anything. My dad's trying to find a potion to help get his mind on track again. Harry, I'm so happy for you. You must be so happy to have your godfather back, Hermione said and gave his shoulder a little squeeze. Harry nodded, forcing a smile and pushed all thoughts of serious anger away. Yeah, it was good to have him back again. Just then Harry felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up to see his father. Severus looked at Harry and then around at the friends closest to his son. Harry, you must use your wand today in class. Harry furrowed his brow. I'm not ready yet. No excuses, Harry, Severus said in a stern voice before leaving the Gryffindor table. Harry watched his father walk out of the great hall before turning back to see the inquisitive stares of his two best friends. He shook his head. Don't ask. That morning during Transfiguration, Harry was called upon to transform a rock into a pillow. That would have normally been a breeze for him, but his leg had been throbbing all morning. He felt more apprehensive than ever to use his magic. He held his wand out, pointing it at the rock, but just couldn't get the words out of his mouth to make the spell happen. Professor McGonagall was very patient with him and didn't push him, but he still felt like an idiot. He walked back to his seat and slumped into the chair. He had no doubts his father would hear of this before the day ended. The morning dragged on as everywhere he went he heard his name being whispered. He hated the way girls giggled when he walked by or the way first years looked frightened of him. He was grateful that no one had stopped him for autographs, but he felt certain people were taking pictures of him when he wasn't looking. He distinctly heard clicking sounds as he walked down the hallways. That dark foreboding just wouldn't leave him. He snapped at Colin Creevey for offering to carry his books, then yelled at Ron for holding the door open for him. Any sort of special attention was irritating to him. He almost always looked down when he walked through the hallways to avoid those gawking stares people gave him. By the time he made it to potions class, he had enough and just wanted the day to end. He walked into the classroom and could feel his father's eyes on him. He looked up and gave his dad an irritated look, scowling at the class in general. His father pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head as if a headache was coming on. It served the man right for forcing him into attending the last 3 days of school. Harry still couldn't figure out why his father had been so adamant about him attending school. Severus wasn't the one who had to endure those stupid first years following him around or teachers giving him that patronizing smile. Harry threw his book bag on his desk and dropped into his chair. He hoped Hermione would take notes for him so he wouldn't have to listen to Severus drone on about boring potions. He was pretty sure she would do anything he asked of her right now. Hermione sat down and immediately pulled out her quill and parchment. She wrote the date on the top before the professor cleared his throat and begun the lecture. After 10 minutes of frantically writing, she leaned towards Harry and whispered, "Why aren't you taking notes? Don't feel like it. Can't I just borrow yours?" Hermione bent her head down when Professor Snape glared in her general direction. She whispered out, "No. You have to do your own work." Harry looked at her with his mouth open. "Geez, my own, can't you cut me any slack? I've had a busy week," he added sarcastically, ignoring the frown his father shot him. "No, start writing. Just help me out this once," Harry said with more anger than he intended. He felt that darkness creeping up on him and couldn't shake it. "Bloody hell, Hermione, you're such a prat." Just then his father stopped lecturing and looked their way. "Do you have a problem, Mr. Potter?" came the stern voice of the professor. "No, no what?" Severus snapped at his belligerent son. Harry rolled his eyes before saying, "No sir." Severus had to remind himself of the ordeal his son had just been through and turned his attention back to the lecture. Once the lecture ended, Harry took his cauldron out and asked Hermione to heat it up for him. Hermione ignored him and continued working on her potion. "Come on, Hermione," Harry begged. "No, your dad wants you to use your wand today. He made that perfectly clear this morning." Harry begrudgingly took out his wand and pointed it at his cauldron. He could do this. He'd warmed up his cauldron hundreds of times before. His hand shook, but he couldn't get the words out. What if that darkness came out through his wand and hurt everyone in the room? Feeling totally frustrated with himself, he threw his wand down on his desk and swore. Severus had been watching his son out of the corner of his eye. He walked over to stand in front of Harry's desk and picked up the boy's wand. He handed it back to the scowling teen. "Try again." "No," Harry said, then seeing his father raise an eyebrow he quickly added, "Sir, may I ask how you intend to brew a potion without heating up the cauldron?" Harry placed the wand down on the table and folded his arms in front of him. He wasn't about to perform any magic with the way he was feeling right now. Severus had his arms folded as well. He could tell Harry was in one of those dark moods and wasn't sure how far he should push his son to use the wand. They both stood there looking at each other until Severus finally spoke. "You have a choice. You may clean all those cauldrons sitting on that shelf." The potion master pointed to a tall black shelf lined with dirty cauldrons, "or you may heat up your cauldron and brew the potion. Which will it be?" Harry glowered back at his father, noticing the entire class staring at him. He looked at the shelf of cauldrons, then back at his father. "Neither." "Do not test me, Mr. Potter," Severus said in an ominous dark voice. Harry measured his father and noticed the pulsing vein on the side of his forehead. Maybe now wasn't the best time to press the man. He thought of a new tactic and quietly said, "I don't feel so well, Dad." It caught Severus off guard. First off, Harry never called him Dad while in class, and secondly, the boy did seem a bit flushed. He instinctively placed a hand against Harry's forehead and thought there might be a slight fever. Harry hoped his dad bought his story about being sick because he wasn't in the mood to clean cauldrons, and he definitely wasn't going to be forced into performing magic. He heard Hermione huff next to him and knew she knew he was lying. He avoided his father's stare and looked down at his cauldron. "You may go visit Madame Pomfrey," Severus said as he lowered his hand. "No, I mean, I don't feel bad enough to go to the infirmary. Couldn't I just rest in your office for a bit?" "Very well," the potion master said and helped Harry store his cauldron. He walked him to his office and watched as the boy settled into his chair behind his desk. He pulled out a vial of fever reducer and handed it to the teen, then spelled a cup of tea in front of the boy. Harry swallowed the potion and thanked his dad for the tea before asking, "Do you have any cool books to read?" The boy seemed a little too happy to be ill. Severus wondered if he had just been tricked. But no, that wasn't like Harry to tell lies to get out of doing work. He pulled open a door and rummaged through the cabinet until he found a book on Quidditch. "Will this do?" Severus asked as he handed the book to his son. Harry smiled wide. "Yeah, this is brilliant." He opened the book and began to read, feeling quite pleased with his ruse. When class was at an end, Hermione came into the office and stood at the door. "Harry James Potter, you are becoming a spoiled brat. How could you lie to your dad like that?" "Shish, get in here before he hears you," Harry cautioned. "Don't worry, Dobby just gave him a message and he left." Harry shut the book and stood up with the use of his cane. "Hermione, you don't understand. I can't do any magic until this curse is gone. Harry, I'm sure the professor wouldn't make you perform magic if he thought it would harm you, or others. You better learn to trust your father at some point. He doesn't deserve to be lied to like that." Hermione's words hit a nerve and made Harry rethink his dishonesty. He slung his book bag over his shoulder and walked out of the office feeling guilty over the lie he had told. But when he walked by the shelf of dirty cauldrons, he shook off the feeling of guilt. On his way into the Great Hall for supper, Dobby popped up and handed him a note. His father was requesting his presence down in the dungeon for supper. Harry told his friends he'd see them later and made the long trek back down to the dungeon. He walked into the dungeon apartment expecting to get a long lecture, but stopped in his tracks when he saw Draco sitting on the sofa. This was the first time Harry had seen Draco since that fateful day with Voldemort. Draco looked tired. His clothes were hanging off him as if he hadn't eaten in days. He felt somewhat guilty over causing the demise of Draco's father and wondered how the Slytherin would react to him. He glanced at his father sitting behind the desk and gave him a nod. He was glad that Severus was there to mediate this first meeting. "Hi Draco," Harry said and took a seat on the sofa across from the Slytherin. "Hey Potter, I guess I should congratulate you or something." "No, don't do that," Harry said, feeling really uncomfortable. He supposed he should just get it over with. "Sorry about your dad. I didn't know the Dementors would turn on them like that." "It's not your fault," The headmaster showed me the pensieve with Knott's memories. I think Dumbledore thought I would come after you and kill you or something, Draco said with a harsh forced laugh at the end. Harry shot a look to his father. I wish he hadn't have shown you that. His face flushed with humiliation over Draco seeing him in the throes of the Cruciatus and almost getting killed by his own girlfriend. Don't worry, he made me promise not tell anyone what I saw, Draco added. Just so you know, I don't blame you for my dad's death. He got what he deserved. Well, I couldn't stop it from happening. There were too many Dementors to stop, I was too weak, Harry quickly added, rubbing the back of his neck at the memory. He still felt somewhat responsible for letting the Dementors kill so many people. I'm sorry. Severus looked up from his papers and studied the Gryffindor. He had no idea the boy was carrying guilt over the Dementors killing the Death Eaters. He should have known Harry would feel responsible even though it wasn't his fault. He would certainly need to address that issue soon. Like I said, it's not your fault. They should have never trusted those creatures to begin with, Draco said. Draco. Harry waited until Draco looked up at him. Thanks for helping me save Ginny. It was almost too late, so, thanks. Yeah, no problem, Draco answered back awkwardly. Silence hung in the air for a minute or two before Severus finally spoke up. I believe supper is here. Draco will be joining us while his mother is meeting with the headmaster. Harry walked past his father on his way to the table but was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. Without saying anything, Severus placed a hand against Harry's forehead. When he was satisfied all signs of fever were gone, he made his way to the dinner table. It took Harry a moment to recover from his guilt over needlessly worrying his father. Both boys took a seat but neither one hardly touched a thing on their plates. Eat, Severus commanded. He watched as both boys ate a few bites before he spoke. Harry, how does your leg feel? Better, I guess. I think I'll be ready to fly soon, he said with a hint of longing. Albus has come up with a spell that he thinks will help to drain that dark magic. He would like to try it out this evening. Harry had a hard time swallowing the lump of beef in his mouth. Drain the magic, into where? Where would it go? Do not look so alarmed. It will be safe enough, the potion master said. Well, okay then, I'll be glad to be rid of this cane, Harry said. Draco kept his eyes on his food but finally looked up at the professor. Did my mum tell you that we're moving? Yes, she did. Don't you think it's a little soon? I mean, we just had my dad's funeral and she already wants to move on with her life, Draco spat out as anger tinged his voice. There are rooms in that house that are rather dangerous, Severus stated flatly. So, you agree with her? It is not my business what your mother intends to do with the house. However, you should offer support in any way possible during these troubling times, Severus admonished. Yes, sir. Severus then turned his attention back to his son. Harry, how were classes today? Harry looked up at his father and wondered if McGonagall had spoken to him. They were good. Were they? The potion master asked with an eyebrow raised. Yeah, he knew. No use lying. I don't think I'm ready to test out my magic yet. That is foolish. Hand me your wand, Severus demanded severely. No. Accio Harry's wand. Severus held his hand up in time to catch the wand coming at him as Harry tried to grab at it too. Severus inspected the wand before handing it back to Harry. Warm up that pumpkin juice. Harry looked at the tall glass of orange liquid and shook his head. No, sir. Harry, I cannot have you roaming the hallways without the ability to cast a simple charm. Now warm up that pumpkin juice and stop being so foolish. Harry furrowed his brow and glared back at his father. Why did Severus have to do this in front of Malfoy? Can't we talk about this later? Harry asked and shot a furtive glance at Draco. Draco smirked. What's the matter, Potter? Is that charm too hard for you? I know you beep at potions, but I thought you were halfway decent in charms. I could perform that charm when I was 5. Shut it, Malfoy, Harry said as he gripped his wand tighter. He shot one last look at his father and noticed the satisfied smirk on his face. That sneaky Slytherin man had known all along Malfoy would humiliate him into trying. He pointed his wand at the glass but the word stuck in his mouth. After a minute he lowered his hand. I can't. But you will, his father firmly stated. Harry noticed Draco's look of confusion and was glad his father hadn't told Malfoy about his fears. He raised his hand again and his wand shook, but he finally managed to say, "Fervio." The pumpkin juice bubbled a little, then began to steam, just as it was supposed to. He had done it. Nothing bad had happened. No explosion, no dark creatures popping out of his wand. No more worries. He looked towards his father and Severus motioned for him to drink the juice. He noticed how intently both Draco and Severus were staring at him. Harry held back a smirk over the trick he was about to pull. He carefully picked up the pumpkin juice and took a small sip, then put the glass down, before rolling his eyes upward and falling off the side of his chair while faking a choking sound. Severus scrambled out of his chair and was at Harry's side in a flash with a vial of potion in his hand. Before he even had the stopper out, Harry opened his eyes and started laughing. Harry looked up and saw how shocked both Severus and Draco were as they stared down at him. He rolled with laughter. They looked ready to kill him, but he thought they both deserved the trick he pulled on them. Draco smirked, finding the joke both immature and a bit funny, but only due to the professor's reaction. Severus on the other hand wanted to kill the boy. Severus stood up as he looked down at the laughing teen. He grabbed the full glass of warm pumpkin juice and dumped it on Harry's head without saying a word. Now Draco was in full hysterics. He couldn't stop laughing at the shocked expression Potter wore. Harry grabbed Draco's leg and tackled him to the ground, getting pumpkin juice all over the Slytherin's tailored attire. Both boys were laughing uncontrollably as the potion master stood back watching with a small smile on his face. These boys had been through so much and deserved a great deal more than life had handed them. At just that moment the flow turned green and Narcissa Malfoy stepped into the dungeon quarters. Narcissa Malfoy stood on the hearth in the dungeon with her shoulders back and her face bearing a haughty expression. She was dressed in a long white fur coat with white pointed boots that matched her long white hair. Her hands, covered in soft white kidskin gloves, twisted her silver bark wand fretfully about. She had just had a very disturbing meeting with the headmaster that put her on edge. The so-called Great Albus Dumbledore had just duly informed her that her Draco would be in constant danger if he were to continue attending Hogwarts. The demented old fool couldn't even manage to control a bunch of hormonal teenagers from trying to kill her son. The only suggestion the headmaster had was to have Draco privately tutored. To that end she decided to turn on her natural charm and get Severus to do her bidding. She knew Severus would never be able to resist her allure and felt almost certain he would tutor her son. She had another motivation for having Severus tutor her son as well. The potion master just happened to be one of the richest bachelors in the wizarding world. With the ministry tying up her funds, she would need to find security during these troubling times, especially with Christmas coming up in less than 10 days. So when she stepped out of the flow into the dungeon, she was shocked by the scene before her. Her son was in the throes of a common fist fight with none other than that illicit boy, Harry Potter. And standing back with a smile just watching the scene was Severus. He wasn't even trying to stop that nasty boy from harming her precious son. The moment she laid eyes on that hooligan boy, she knew he was to blame for this horrendous fight. It wasn't enough that he had been the reason several pureblood wizards had died, now he was attacking her son. She quickly walked across the room with boots clicking on the stone floor and rightfully shrieked, "Get off him, you horrible little street urchin. Let him go." As soon as the boys realized Narcissa was in the room, they scrambled to stand. By this point both boys were covered in orange pumpkin juice and looked quite disheveled. "Mum, it's okay. We were just having fun," Draco quickly declared, humiliated over her insulting remark towards Harry. "Narcissa," Severus bit out the name in a dark tone, not at all pleased to hear his son being called a street urchin. He took a step closer to Harry. Narcissa quickly recovered her decorum and realized her mistake. It wouldn't do to call Severus' adopted son nasty names. She had no idea he had become so protective of the boy. "Oh my, I didn't realize it was you, Harry. Please forgive my faux pas." Harry nodded, but was not at all sure how this woman would react to the person responsible for her husband's death. He looked towards his father and noticed the angry scowl on his face. He slowly backed into the table and reached for his wand, just in case. At this point Narcissa felt like she had better get on Severus' good side before the man kicked her out. She straightened her shoulders and looked the potion master in the eyes. "Severus, it is so good to see you during our time of mourning." She held her hand towards the professor knowing that his upbringing would require him to key her hand. He didn't disappoint her. "My son and I offer our deepest condolences," Severus stated formally as he leaned over Narcissa's hand and keyed it. Severus stood up and noticed how nervous Harry looked. He moved to stand next to him while casually bowing his head and whispered, "You are safe." He saw Harry relax a little and loosen the grip on his wand. He was quite certain Narcissa would never attack anyone. She wouldn't dare risk being sent to Azkaban unlike her sister would. "Thank you, Severus. Life has been so unfair to me. My delicate health cannot take all this drama surrounding us. Do you mind if I take a seat?" Narcissa asked in a soft voice. "By all means," Severus said in a lackluster tone and indicated the big leather chair. "Would you care for tea?" Narcissa sat down primly. "Yes, please." She noticed her son dripping pumpkin juice on the Persian carpet. She gave him an exasperated look before waving her wand at him and making him look civilized once again. "Thanks," Draco murmured, quite embarrassed by the show his mum was putting on. Severus did the same spell towards Harry and added a hair combing charm as well. He didn't want his son to look any less proper than Narcissa's son. Draco saw Harry's hair combed neatly to the side and snickered loudly. Harry ran his hand over his tidy hair and shot a look towards his father. Severus ignored him and sat down in the chair next to Narcissa. The manipulative woman wanted something from him, he was quite sure. He wished she would hurry up and ask so he could get on with his evening. Harry sat on one sofa and Draco sat across from him on the other. Both boys looked as if they wished they could be anywhere else but here. "Life has been rather harsh as of late," Narcissa complained. "The ministry has just about taken over our family home. They seem to think I was part of this whole mess. Most of my friends have been touched by this as well, so we all must suffer this together." She pointedly looked at Harry. "So much loss, so many heartaches. Now with poor Draco being banned from attending Hogwarts, you can only imagine the gossip that surrounds us." Severus sat silently listening to the tiresome woman complain. He was actually the one that told Albus that Draco was no longer safe at Hogwarts. "Draco's banned?" Harry asked in disbelief. "Yes, Draco is banned," Narcissa sharply snapped. "What did you think would happen to him when he went out of his way to help you?" I wasn't really thinking about what would happen to him," Harry answered back honestly. Severus gave Narcissa a glower. "Draco is not banned, and he is merely being kept away until we determine the mindset of the attending Slytherins. In other words, see how many of my friends want to kill me," Draco said cynically. Once Narcissa noticed the harsh glare from Severus directed at her, she quickly added, "But thank Merlin my Draco did help you, Harry. You are quite the talk of the town these days, Mr. Potter." She quickly changed the subject back to herself and went on and on about the tremendous nuisance the ministry was causing her. Harry tried to distance himself from the words Mrs. Malfoy spoke, but he began to realize he was the sole cause for all that she was suffering. Instead of ignoring her, he began to drink her words in, feeling quite chastised for causing so much pain. Severus sat rigidly listening to the wretchedness this woman spewed forth. She never actually complained about the loss of husband but more about the distress it was causing her to subsist in. He felt more and more bothered by her selfish attitude as he realized she never took Draco's sadness over the loss of his father into consideration. Thankfully the flow turned green and Albus requested a word with him. He looked towards his son feeling a bit concerned to leave him with this woman. But the anxiety in the headmaster's voice made him decide to speak with the man. As soon as Severus excused himself and went through the flow, Draco stood up and said he had to use the loo. Harry hoped the Slytherin would hurry because he hated the idea of being left alone with Narcissa Malfoy. Narcissa watched her son head down the hallway, then stood up and walked towards Harry. She primly sat down next to the cautious teen and looked him in the eye. "How does it feel to be a mass murderer?" Narcissa asked coolly. Harry's eyes flew open wider and his heart skipped a beat. "Excuse me. I think you heard the question, Mr. Potter." We both know you were responsible for nearly 50 pureblood men and women to lose their very souls, Narcissa said in a silky voice as she leaned in closer to Harry. Harry could feel her breath on his cheek as she waited for an answer. He slid back into the corner of the sofa, but she moved forward, closing the gap once again. He looked down at his hands, feeling quite ashamed for some reason. He finally managed to mumble out, "Sorry, I didn't know, I didn't expect the Dementors to, do that. Does that make you less responsible then?" The manipulative woman practically purred in his ear. She was enjoying the discomfort the boy was going through. She lifted her well-manicured hand and slowly pushed the hair back on the teen's forehead. Her thumb slid across the scar before she lowered her hand. Harry was at a loss. He wasn't sure what she wanted and he didn't know how to answer her question. She was asking him the same question he had been asking himself ever since the night in the graveyard. She was the only one to actually accuse him of something he felt wholly responsible for. I do feel responsible." "Good, because you should," Narcissa whispered out. "Do you know what you could do for me, Harry?" Harry shook his head, wishing desperately that his father would return. "I want you to get your father to tutor Draco. That isn't asking too much from someone who ruined my whole life, now is it?" At this point the boy seemed almost miserable with shame. She knew she had him right where she wanted. "I could ask," Harry offered up. His guilt tore at his very soul. At this moment he would do anything she asked. She was the only one honest enough to bring up the crime he had committed. Narcissa placed her hand on top of his and rubbed the top of his hand with her thumb. She leaned in so close she could smell the teen's freshly cleaned hair. "That is a good start, in view of your transgression." Harry was in the throes of confusion. He knew she was manipulating him, but he felt so liable for all that had taken place. He tried to move his hand away from hers, but she fiercely grabbed it and dug her nails into the palm of his hand. He winced as she dug in harder. Narcissa leaned into the panicking teen and quietly whispered in his ear, "Don't tell anyone of our conversation. Do you understand?" Harry roughly pulled his hand from hers. "No, I won't tell. But only because I choose not to, not because you asked." He grabbed his cane and stood up. She stood as well. Just then Draco came back into the room and froze when he saw how close his mother was to Harry. He knew something terrible had just been said. He could tell from the look of fury on both their faces. "What's going on, Mum?" Draco asked, knowing full well that his mother was especially spiteful. "Nothing is going on, my love. Harry and I were just having a lovely conversation, weren't we, sweetie?" Narcissa spoke in a kind voice, infused with caring. Poor Harry, he deserves to have a mother in his life to help him through these troubling times. Don't you agree, Draco? Draco had no idea what had passed between the two, but it certainly wasn't a motherly talk. He noticed the Gryffindor avoiding his stare. Are you all right, Potter? Harry gave a curt nod. I'm fine, Malfoy. He sat down once again and Narcissa went back to sit in the chair. Draco watched his mother suspiciously, knowing full well how verbally cruel she could be. The flow turned green and Severus stepped back through. He looked towards his son and Harry looked away. Poor boy probably had to listen to Narcissa complaining the whole time he was gone. Please forgive my absence, Severus stated before continuing. May I offer you another cup of tea, Narcissa? Narcissa knew this was her cue to leave. She didn't wish to overstay her welcome, but she had to put her request forth first. Severus, may I ask you for a small favor? By all means. Would it be a terrible inconvenience for you to offer Draco guidance from time to time? Now that he has no father figure, Narcissa let the sentence trail off. Certainly, Narcissa. Draco is my godson. I would be honored to be his mentor. Good. I'm glad you said that, because there is one more favor I must ask. Without waiting for a reply, she continued. Draco will need help with his studies as well. Do you think you might be willing to help tutor him? Narcissa, I am quite busy these days. I could recommend a good tutor, but I cannot give Draco the attention he would require, Severus declared. He noticed Narcissa pout but was unmoved. Perhaps a few lessons during holiday then? Narcissa asked insistently. Perhaps, however I shall need to get back to you with a time, Severus stated, ready for this visit to come to an end now that he knew what she wanted from him. When? The aggressive woman asked. I was hoping we could come visit you at the manor for Sunday supper. How could he decline that lovely offer, he thought contemptuously. He really had no interest in the arrogant woman, but she was Draco's mother. He could tell the Slytherin boy was already replete with humiliation over his mother's antics. Poor boy had nothing to do with this farce she insisted upon. Very well then, we shall see you on Sunday for supper. Draco, why don't you arrive a few hours early with any questions you may have regarding your studies, Severus said, and purposely moved towards the flow so the Malfoys would leave. Yes sir, Draco blandly stated, quite ready to get out of there before his mother disgraced him even more. Narcissa made a big show of hugging first Severus and then Harry. She practically cooed at the Gryffindor as she hugged him tightly. Oh Harry, we are all so happy you are safe. Harry stood with his arms at his sides, not offering to embrace her back. She left her scent of expensive perfume on him and he suddenly desired a shower. Once both Malfoys were gone, Harry started towards his bedroom. Where are you going? Severus asked. I have something important to speak with you about. Harry turned back around. I have potions homework to finish. My potions professor won't accept any lame excuses for not handing it in on time. He's a real stickler for those kind of things. Severus smirked. He must be very wise. Harry gave him a sneaky grin. That's debatable. Severus swatted at him with his long arm. Funny, he said in a dry tone. Come back and take a seat. You will have time to finish up your homework later. Harry sat down on the sofa once more and Severus sat next to him. Severus looked towards his teenage son and noticed the boy avoiding his eyes. What is it? Harry shrugged. Surprised the professor even noticed he was distressed. Did something else happen? Did your fever come back? Severus pressed a hand against Harry's forehead. No, it's not that. I feel fine now, Harry answered with a small nudge of guilt over lying about having a fever in class today. Severus could tell something was definitely troubling the boy. Was it Narcissa? You shouldn't listen to anything she has to say. Harry shook his head. I just hate the way I feel about everything that happened, you know, at the graveyard, the reluctant teen confessed. Severus knew how troubled the young man was over the deaths. He immediately felt guilty over letting Harry hear all the complaints Narcissa had due to the death of her husband. He should have known that Harry would feel responsible. You are not responsible for what happened that evening, no matter how much you try to make it so. You had no control over the Dementors, Harry. The boy seemed to flinch at the very mention of the beasts. I didn't even try to stop them. Dad, could I ask you a question, and promise you'll answer truthfully? I should hope by now that you know I would never lie to you, Severus said in a serious tone of voice as he leaned in closer to his son. Right. Harry sat up straighter and looked grimly at his father. Do you think I'm different now? At the confused look his father had, Harry went on to explain. Do I seem more capable of doing something dark? I mean, when people look at me with those big expectant eyes I almost feel like they see someone dangerous, and with Voldemort's dark magic inside me I almost feel like they're right. Severus felt his heart speed up at hearing that. Do you feel like you want to do something evil, Harry? No, it's just that, I've already killed and nobody seems to mind. I mean, they treat me as if it was the greatest thing in the world, but it shouldn't be. No matter how evil the bastard was, I still ended his life. So, you feel as if you should be punished for doing that? I'm a murderer now, I think maybe. Harry abruptly stopped talking as the flow turned green and Albus stepped through. He hung his head, feeling almost relief over not saying what he was just about to say. Severus felt as if Harry was on the brink of unraveling his deep-seated guilt. If the boy was truly feeling this bad over killing Voldemort, then it was no wonder he hated being reminded every time someone congratulated him or looked at him with awe. This was a big step in their relationship as father and son. The teen was actually opening up. Severus looked towards the headmaster with irritation over being interrupted. Good evening, Severus. Harry, the headmaster said cautiously, feeling as if his timing could have been better. Did I interrupt anything? No, sir, Harry quickly answered. The headmaster looked from one to the other and knew he had definitely interrupted something important. I must let you know that we will need to postpone the extraction of the curse this evening. It seems that I was remiss in thinking I would be ready by this evening. Harry's shoulders slumped even more than before. What is the problem, Albus? Severus asked curtly upon seeing the disappointment on his son's face. Just a small oversight on my part, the headmaster said, trying to say as little as possible on the subject. I venture to guess I will be ready before the weekend is over. Bloody hell, another 2 or 3 days with this thing inside me. Harry kicked the leg of coffee table. Both men looked toward the scowling teen. Severus spoke up first. Harry, the headmaster is doing his best. I should think a little gratitude would be in order. Sorry, sir, Harry begrudgingly said. He stood up before saying, thanks for trying. If you don't mind, I think I'll finish my homework. Severus watched his son limp down the hallway with his head hanging down. He couldn't help but feel for the boy. He knew how much this curse was bothering him. He only hoped Harry would be able to control his emotions until they could expel it from him. Albus waited until he heard the boy's bedroom door close before asking, did you tell Harry about Charlotte? No, we were discussing other things. When the potion master didn't expand on what those other things were, Albus continued, you must prepare him for the worst, Severus. If Charlotte's parents are not found within the next few days, she will be coming to stay with you for the holidays. I know, Albus. For Merlin's sake, I know. Severus snapped back. He had just received the disheartening news that the arrogant girl would be a house guest for an unspecified duration of time. Apparently he was now her closest relative. He found himself hard-pressed to reveal that bit of news to his son. He wasn't sure how Harry would take it. That night Harry was plagued with nightmares of Dementors attacking him. He woke up several times covered in a cold sweat and feeling as if Dementors were actually in the room with him. After waking up the 3rd time, he dragged a blanket out to the hallway and sat against the wall by his father's room. He was able to sleep the rest of the night through without any more nightmares. Severus woke up earlier than usually and showered and dressed before leaving his room to check on Harry. He found it encouraging that he hadn't heard Harry wake with nightmares last night. Just as he stepped from his room, he almost tripped over the pile of blankets on the floor. When he saw the blankets move, he knew he had been wrong about those nightmares. Harry startled awake to find his father's concerned face peering down at him. He looked up and said, don't say anything, okay? I'm fine. Severus saw the blush creeping up on his son's face and knew how mortified the boy was feeling over being caught. He chose to ignore the whole incident and went into the dining room for breakfast. His thoughts were wholly on the subject of having Charlotte come to stay with them for the holidays. Harry got to his feet and was eternally grateful to his father for not making a big deal of him sleeping by his door. After showering and dressing in his school uniform, he joined his father for breakfast. He noticed the uptight look on the potion master's face and asked, Severus, what's wrong? Severus stopped stirring his tea. Nothing is wrong. Just eat up and get to class before you are late. I'll not be giving you any late passes if you are tardy. Harry looked at his watch and noted that he wasn't even close to being late. He suddenly remembered the conversation his father wanted to have with him last night but never had. What did you want to tell me last night? Severus waved his hand. Nothing of importance. Stop dawdling and eat. Hopefully he wouldn't ever have to reveal that unsettling news regarding Charlotte to his son. He didn't press his father any further because he could tell the man was ready to snap at him. He ate a piece of toast and said goodbye. Out in the hallway he ran into a group of 7th-year Slytherins. They were obviously talking about him because when he walked by he heard his name and then sudden silence. He kept walking with the intent of ignoring them. Within seconds he knew they were following closely behind. He gripped his wand and readied himself for a fight. Before he had a chance to react, his book bag was kicked from behind and the contents went sprawling down the steps. He turned around with his wand out in front of him. What the bloody hell do you think you're doing? His anger boiled and his leg throbbed even more, sending sharp pains up his spine. Shut it, Potter. Tell us what really happened at the graveyard, the tallest Slytherin asked. None of your business, Harry said in a low threatening voice. My uncle's dead, Potter. Therefore it is my business, the tall Slytherin said. Harry frowned, totally caught off guard overhearing that. He knew he'd inadvertently killed some of his schoolmates' parents, but other than Malfoy he'd yet to come face to face with any of them. All the Slytherins with parents that died that night had yet to return to Hogwarts. Severus said some of them wouldn't be returning at all. His anger was gone, replaced with a healthy dose of guilt. "I'm sorry," Harry said and lowered his wand slightly. "You're sorry?" asked the tall boy incredulously. "You're bloody sorry? Is that all you've got to say for yourself? You killed the greatest man I ever knew and all you've got to say is, 'I'm sorry.' I should beat the bloody hell out of you." "Go ahead," Harry said in an ominous tone. "Yeah, sure. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Then you could go running off to tell dear old daddy." I hadn't planned on telling Severus anything. He actually didn't want Severus getting angry at the grieving 7th year. He felt bad enough for taking someone special away from the Slytherin. He knew exactly what it felt like. The 7th year student raised his wand, pointing it threateningly at Harry's chest. Harry waited to see what curse would be thrown at him. He knew he could counter-curse anything this bloke could conjure. The Slytherin's hand shook before deciding against doing this. He shook his head and walked away with his group of friends following behind. Harry could hear derisive comments made about him but could hardly blame the guy. He awkwardly bent down and began picking up his books and quills off the steps while trying to hold onto his cane. This whole experience put him in a rather foul mood. He walked into Transfiguration 10 minutes late. His friends gave him a questioning look that he didn't have time to answer just then. Professor McGonagall had her stern gaze pointed at him. Harry growled out an apology just as McGonagall announced, "Your father spoke to the professors about not giving you special treatment. Therefore, you will be expected to report to Mr. Filch for detention today during lunch." "During lunch?" Harry asked, knowing that the teachers never gave detention during that time of day. "Yes, Mr. Potter. Seeing how this is the last day of school before winter holiday, I would you to serve your detention before you depart with your father after supper." Great way to start a holiday alone with his father, he thought bitterly. He knew his dad was going to get angry when he heard about this. During class he explained to his friends the reason he was so late. They sympathized with him, but both Ron and Hermione encouraged him to tell his father about the Slytherin. They were very concerned that the 7th year would retaliate in some way. Harry refused and made them promise not to bring the subject up in front of Severus. They finally agreed but decided to stick close to him for the rest of the day. Right after Transfigurations he had potions down in the dungeon. He walked as quickly as he could with the cane slowing him down. He entered the classroom mere seconds before his father came in. The professor was in a dreadful mood and took points from 2 houses before the lecture even began. Harry had a hard time concentrating. His mind kept wandering back to the 7th year. He was responsible for the sorrow this guy was now going through. If he hadn't have lost Sirius last year, he probably wouldn't have sympathized with the Slytherin so much. He knew exactly what that guy was feeling though. He was so lost in thought that he didn't hear Severus call on him several times. Severus finally got his son's attention by snapping his fingers in front of Harry's face. "Are you even prepared today?" Severus asked sternly. The tests the students were taking today were rather important and he would be quite upset if his own son failed. "Yes, sir," Harry answered back, completely oblivious to what he had just missed. "Then where is your paper, Mr. Potter?" Harry looked around and noticed everyone else had their reports out and were handing them in. He quickly grabbed his book bag and rifled through it for his report. He didn't see it in the bag, but he knew he had put it in there this morning. He pulled out all the books he had stuffed in there, making a mess on his table. His father stood before him with his arms crossed and an angry scowl on his face. "We do not have all day, Mr. Potter," Severus acerbically stated. He tapped his wand on his arm, annoyed with the production his son was displaying. Harry was in a panic as he continued tearing apart his bag as he looked for the blasted report. "I know I put it in here, Dad," he unconsciously said, then caught his mistake. "I mean, Professor. I've seen enough." 10 points from Gryffindor in detention during lunch, Severus stated and began walking towards the front of the room. Sir." Severus whipped around and stared down at his son. "What?" Even though he had just fought the most evil wizard of their time, it took all the courage Harry had to get the next sentence out. "I already have detention during lunch." "With whom?" "McGonagall." "Why? What did you do?" Severus could feel a headache coming on behind his eyes and pinched the bridge of his long nose. Harry could see the vein throbbing in his father's temple and knew he was in big trouble. "I guess I was late to class." "Impossible. You left with plenty of time." Harry looked around the class and noticed every eye was on him. "Could we talk about this later?" "No. You will get no special privileges, Mr. Potter. Now explain yourself." The last thing Harry wanted to do was to lie to his father, but the man gave him no choice. He wasn't about to tell what really happened. I forgot something in my room in Gryffindor Tower and it took a little longer than I thought to get it." Severus leveled a glare at him that felt as if the man could see straight into his very soul. Harry quickly looked down to avoid locking eyes. Severus could tell his son was lying to him and it bothered him more than words could say. He thought they had gotten past that. "I would like a 3-foot parchment on dishonesty before the weekend is up." Harry sat on his chair completely shocked over the strict punishment. He was going to argue but changed his mind. He'd already made quite a spectacle of himself in class. The rest of the potions class went dismally as he messed up his potion for the test. He couldn't concentrate and his leg was throbbing worse than ever. As soon as class ended he shoved his books in his bag and limped out the door, completely ignoring his father. Whoever heard of assigning detention over winter holiday anyway? Harry made his way to Filch's office to report in for McGonagall's detention. He actually couldn't believe she had given him detention. She had been treating him like royalty since his return from the graveyard. It perturbed him that Severus had spoken to all the professors and asked them not to give him special treatment. He had just reached the door when it flew open and Filch stood before him with a malicious grin. The peculiar old man licked his lips in anticipation. "Follow me, Potter. I've got something special planned for the Hogwarts hero." Filch cackled until his laugh turned into a harsh cough. Harry followed along behind the decrepit squib, keeping his mouth shut. He was going to do his time with Filch then forget this whole day ever happened. Filch kept looking back at him with an evil grin until they arrived in the Great Hall. The entryway was decorated with Christmas trees covered in real snow that never melted. There were giant wreaths hanging on each of the doorways with tiny fairies flitting around the cranberries. They walked into the Great Hall, which was packed to capacity with students eating lunch. Filch turned towards Harry and handed him a mop. "Start in the back and work your way towards the front. The house elves are getting ready for the Christmas feast tonight so they won't have time to clean the place proper like." "Brilliant," Harry said under his breath as he took the mop. Filch produced a bucket of water and pointed Harry towards the back. "Do it the Muggle way." Harry struggled while he tried to hold his cane, the mop, and the bucket. He heard several people laugh but most were shocked over what he was doing. The Slytherins seemed to think the whole thing was hilarious but the Gryffindor were all in an uproar over the demeaning task he was assigned to. A few people actually had the audacity to take pictures. He ignored everyone and started in the far corner. He was forced to abandon his cane and use the mop for balance. After a while the satisfaction of seeing the stone floor begin to shine became rather gratifying. It looked as if the floor hadn't been cleaned in years. He had always assumed the stones were a murky gray but now that he was scrubbing on them with the mop it turns out they were actually a rainbow of stone colors from black to veins of bright red mixed in amongst varying shades of gray. Severus watched as his son mopped up the Great Hall floor better than a house elf. The boy was putting forth great effort and he felt a pang of concern over Harry's still fragile condition. He glanced at Minerva and saw her with a distressed look on her face as she watched Harry as well. The woman looked like she was fighting an internal debate as she stood up then sat back down, then stood once more. Harry had a good portion of the back corner finished when he finally made his way to the Hufflepuff table. The hardest part was struggling to lift the benches so he could mop underneath. Much to his relief the heavy wooden bench hovered in the air so he could mop under it. He looked around the room, wondering who was helping him out. Right away he spotted Hermione, Ron, and Neville with their wands hidden under the sleeves of their robes but pointing his way. Brilliant. Before long several students had their wands out and were sneaking in occasional Scourgify charms towards the stone floor. At this rate Harry was finished with a big portion of the back half of the Great Hall in record time. He began working his way towards the Ravenclaw table when he felt a hand on his shoulder and turned around to face Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Potter, it seems you have fulfilled your detention. Please take a seat and eat your lunch. Minerva said in a no-nonsense tone of voice, feeling slightly troubled over the punishment Filch had dispensed. Harry nodded, then apologized for being late to class. He leaned the mop against the bench and thanked the professor before hobbling over to his cane. When he turned towards the students at the tables, he gave them all a smile and thumbs-up sign. Filch shot him a dirty look as he walked by him, but McGonagall was right behind and told the old caretaker that Harry was through with detention. Harry sat down next to Hermione, who already had a plate of steaming food waiting for him. He thanked his friends for helping him, then tucked into his waiting plate, suddenly feeling very hungry. When he was halfway through, he looked up and spotted Ginny sitting further down the table by herself. "Why's she all alone?" Harry quietly asked Hermione. "Her so-called friends have been horrible to her. Ron and I asked if she wanted to sit with us, but she refused. She didn't want you to feel uncomfortable around her," Hermione explained. "That's rubbish," Harry hissed out. "Her friends treating her that way is all because I broke up with her, isn't it?" Hermione looked at Ron, then nodded. "And because she tried to kill you." Harry couldn't let this go on any further. He didn't really blame Ginny for anything that happened that night in the graveyard. Maybe it was time to have a little talk with her. It bothered him that even the people from their own house had turned against her. He had to fix this situation today, before winter holiday break began. He realized his feelings for the youngest Weasley were still strong. He recognized how much he had missed her. "Hey Gin." Harry sat down next to her and then looked at the group of girls staring at him. Ginny looked up from her uneaten food with a surprised look on her face. "Hi Harry, how's your leg?" Harry heard the sadness in her voice and knew it was mostly his fault. "It's okay." "How are you doing?" Ginny shrugged. "All right." "Really?" Harry asked. "You don't look like you're all right." Ginny sighed heavily. "Harry, what do you want anyway? I'm having a really hard time with everything that happened, and it might be best if you just give me some space." Harry felt horrible for causing her so much pain. He noticed all the girls staring at them and giving Ginny dirty looks of contempt. That was enough to push him into something he hadn't planned on doing. He quickly leaned closer to Ginny and kissed her soundly on the lips. She looked back at him in shock. They both heard the girls around them begin to whisper. "Harry, what in Merlin's name do you think you're doing?" Ginny hissed in shock but not entirely sorry it happened. "I don't know. I didn't plan it or anything. I've missed you, Gin," Harry said and ran a finger down her arm. "Yeah, well, I've missed you too, but that doesn't mean I'm ready to forget how you so casually tossed me to the side the minute you became a mega hero." Ginny exclaimed, breathing hard with emotion. How dare he treat her as if he had the right to decide when they got back together. "Ginny, no, I didn't break up with you cause of that. I was just so confused about everything. Confused that I was trying to kill you. Confused that I almost married Voldemort, or confused that I thought you were really special for saving me. I know all about the way you hate it when everyone calls you a hero, but, well, you saved me. I can't believe you broke up with me because of that." Ginny tried to hold back her tears of frustration and never intended on saying all these things in public. She couldn't help all the words that had come tumbling out her mouth. "Gin, I was so stupid. If I could take it back I would," Harry started to explain until Ginny stood up and rushed out of the Great Hall. Harry already knew he would never catch up to her with his bad leg. Bloody hell. Ron and Hermione were glaring at him, but both his friends waited for him to walk out the Great Hall together. "What happened?" Hermione asked. "I don't know. We saw you key her, so something must have bloody well happened," Ron said with a hint of anger. "I didn't plan the key asterisk, it just sort of happened," Harry tried to explain. "I think she hates me." "Well, can you blame her, Harry?" Hermione asked, then went on when she saw the horrified look on her best friend's face. "I mean, you did treat her poorly when she asked you to go to the fireworks with her." "I know, but I had just been through something pretty dramatic and, oh, bloody hell, just forget it." Harry wished more than ever that his leg was better so he could go flying and forget about this whole thing. His leg hurt so badly right now that he almost wanted to skip class. If this wasn't Dada with Remus teaching, he would have skipped class, but he really wanted to know how Sirius was doing. Sirius had been on his mind all day. "Don't worry, Harry, she'll come around. I'm not blaming you for wanting a little space either." I mean you did just kill Voldemort and, well, all that other stuff too. You're still coming over for our annual Christmas Quidditch match at the Burrow, aren't you? Ron asked. Yeah, if this thing is out of my leg I am. Harry, Ron's right. Ginny will see what stress you had been under at the time and she'll forgive you, Hermione said. Would you like me to talk with her? I guess so. I just want things back to the way they were. Thanks guys. Harry felt lucky to have such loyal friends. They took their seats and waited for Remus to arrive. He came in 10 minutes late with a big smile on his face. He immediately gave Harry a huge smile, a sign which Harry took to mean that Sirius must be doing pretty good. Well, maybe this day wasn't so bad after all. Remus announced to all the class that the leaving feast would be a formal affair and everyone was to wear their dress robes. Immediately the girls in the class broke out in whispers over what they would wear. It took Remus quite a while to calm everyone down enough to actually teach. After an hour he gave up and dismissed the class early, much to the girls' approval. Harry hung around the classroom until everyone else left. Remus was hurriedly packing up his briefcase as this was the last class before the long 2-week winter holiday. So how's Sirius doing? Harry asked. Oh Harry, he's back. Our good old Sirius is back. I went to see him during lunch and he was like his old self again. I don't know what you said to him but whatever you said changed his whole outlook on life. He's trying really hard to get better so we can all spend Christmas together at Grimmauld Place. He wants to see you after supper tonight, Remus said with excitement. Oh, I don't know, Harry stammered out, not at all convinced that Sirius was really better so soon. I have to ask Severus. I already spoke to him about it and he said it was up to you. He said I could take you with me after the feast then drop you off at the manor when we're through. Harry didn't have the heart to tell Remus about getting slapped by Sirius. After all, the man was so excited and maybe Sirius really was making incredible progress. Who was he to burst the man's bubble of hope? Okay, sounds great, Harry said feeling more than a little apprehensive about seeing Sirius again. His uneasiness set in forcing him to expend some pent-up energy by walking down to the lake. No one was around and he found the quiet to be very soothing. The air was frigid with the threat of snow but he found that to be comforting as well. So many thoughts were going through his mind. Was Sirius really getting better so quickly? Why was Severus in a bad mood today? Would this thing in his leg ever be healed? He noticed the sun beginning to set so he begrudgingly made his way back to the castle. Harry went down to the dungeon to get ready. He was still not speaking to his father for assigning that detention and walked right past him. After showering, then putting on his dress robes and combing his hair he walked into the living room. Severus was waiting for him with a grim expression on his face. What have I done now? Harry snapped with irritation. Severus looked confused for a moment then snarled out, Nothing. Did I say you did anything wrong? No, but you looked as if you were ready to bite my head off with that mean look on your face, Harry answered back sharply. I think I've been punished enough with a 3-foot parchment over holiday. You earned that punishment with your blatant lie during class. Stop whining and let's get up to the Great Hall before we are late for supper. Why are you so grouchy anyway? You've been snapping at me all day, Harry asked, refusing to move until he found out. That is not of your concern. It is when you're taking your anger out on me, Harry snapped back. Severus thought about that for a moment. Maybe he had been rather sharp with the boy today. But as far as that 3-foot parchment on honesty was concerned, he had no regrets in assigning it. Why were you late to Transfiguration? And, do not attempt to lie again. I don't want to talk about it, Harry flatly answered. Fine, then the 3-foot parchment stands. Now, let's get up to the Great Hall, seeing that we are already late. Harry felt his leg throb with the anger he felt towards his father. The air became cooler. He followed behind Severus, refusing to talk with him during the walk upstairs. Severus wasn't in the mood to try to figure the boy out. He was having a hard enough time trying to wrap his mind around the very real possibility that Charlotte would become his newest ward. He knew he should tell Harry sooner rather than later and vowed to tell him tonight, after the feast. They stopped at the threshold of the Great Hall with Severus pushing the door open. The entire hall was decorated with tall pine trees lit up by thousands of tiny fairies. The tables were covered in deep green velvet table runners and had beautiful white tapered candles floating down the center. Snow fell from the ceiling but disappeared before landing on anyone or anything. All this grandeur was lost on Harry as all he could focus on was the head table. The entire table was taken up by ministry officials. Sitting next to the headmaster was Minister Fudge. Professor Dumbledore looked slightly put out as he played host to the eager politician. Harry saw another table filled with reporters. As soon as everyone noticed Harry and Severus beginning to walk through the doors, the place broke out into wild cheering. Harry froze on the spot. Apparently this was not only the winter leaving feast, but by the looks of the giant cake with his name on it, it appeared that this was also a congratulatory party for him as well. Harry shot an angry glare towards Severus. "Did you know about this?" He stopped mid-stride to turn around and leave but felt his father's hand on his back pushing him forward. "No, I did not," Severus answered back unsympathetically. "Albus obviously did not see fit to let me in on this little celebration. Damned fool of a man knew I would not be pleased." By this point the minister had stood up and was motioning for Harry and Severus to join him at the podium. It took every ounce of self-restraint Harry had not to turn around and walk out the door. As a matter of fact, if it hadn't been for his father standing right beside him, he knew he would have left. The minister grabbed his hand and pumped it with enthusiasm as reporters began to take pictures. Harry couldn't force a smile on his face and just stood next to the pompous man with a look of irritation. Once the minister began his long-winded speech thanking Harry, even more cameras were trained on the boy who lived. Harry stood next to the minister, as he was forced into hearing all the words of gratitude being spewed forth. His leg throbbed and he felt a cold chill in the air. The minister must have felt it too because he wrapped his cloak tightly around his shoulders. At the end of the minister's speech everyone waited for Harry to say a few words. He stood dumbly in front of the microphone, unable to come up with anything intelligent enough to say. He looked around the room, spotting the Weasleys and most of the Order members sitting at a table in the back. When the room pulsed with awkwardness he finally spoke up. I didn't know I was going to have to say anything, so I don't have anything planned, but I would like to say thanks to my friends and the Weasleys." He saw the twins stand up and take a bow, then he saw Ron and Hermione and Neville smiling up at him. His gaze finally settled on Ginny, but she immediately looked away. "Also to Hagrid for always standing by me." He felt his father's hand still on his back and was immediately grateful for the support his dad offered. Professor Dumbledore has always believed in me and made me feel like I could actually achieve this overwhelming task, so, thanks Professor Remus. I mean Professor Lupin and my godfather have always been a great source of support for me as well. Tonks and the rest of the old crowd have given so much to get to this day. He ran a finger along the inside of his collar. But the person who helped me out the most is the person who literally saved my life too many times to count. I know I would never have had the courage or fortitude to face Voldemort without him. Of course everyone here knows I was adopted by Professor Snape earlier this year." Harry glanced at his dad before continuing. "I've known for a long time now that I would have to face Voldemort." The name still had the same effect on people and several students cringed, but I never thought I would live through it. Once my father began to believe in me and show me how much he felt me worthy, I knew I had to fight with every last breath to win and to live through it. Harry felt a lump forming in his throat. He refused to cry in front of the whole school. Without my dad I know I wouldn't be here today. So, I just want him to know how much he means to me." Harry immediately turned around and gave his father a fierce hug to thunderous applause. Severus was becoming unhinged as emotion tugged at his heart. He loved this boy unconditionally. There wasn't a dry eye in the house. Harry finally released his father and saw tears in the stoic man's eyes. He swallowed the lump in his throat and turned back towards the microphone to continue, once everyone settled down. "My parents gave their lives to save mine. Several people died so that one day we would be free from Voldemort's evil. No one should thank me for saving them because it wasn't just me. I want this celebration to not be for me but for Cedric and my mum and dad and all the other people who died to make this day real. I know they are here in spirit. That's all I have to say, thanks." The applause were deafening. Every single person, except some of the Slytherins, were up on their feet clapping loudly. Harry gave his dad one last hug as the reporters went crazy with pictures. He made his way down to the Gryffindor table. His friends all gave him hearty pats on the back and congratulated him for the great speech. Hermione held him so tight he could barely breathe. He sat down, suddenly coming up with a handful of other people he should have thanked. That was soon forgotten as the food appeared out of nowhere. The smell of roast beef, turkey and prime rib wafted throughout the great hall. After supper, cake was passed around in honor of Harry's triumph. Minister Fudge brought Harry the first piece of cake himself. Harry thanked the minister, then stood up with the cake. He spotted Ginny sitting alone and went to sit down next to her. "Would you like to share?" Harry asked, hoping Hermione had spoken with her and that she still wasn't angry at him. "Only if you promise not to attack me with surprise keys." Ginny's heart raced. "It will be hard to contain myself, but I promise to keep my lips to myself." Ginny took the fork and scooped a big piece of the white confection. This is good." Harry picked up a fork and joined her. Before long the piece of cake was gone and the two Gryffindors sat staring at each other. "Gin, I miss you," Harry said quietly so just Ginny could hear. "I'm sorry I treated you that way. I was so confused and just overwhelmed with everything going on." "I know, Harry," Hermione explained. "I guess I just thought I could be there to help you get through this, but instead you pushed me away." Ginny looked down at her hands. "I'm still feeling overwhelmed, but I know I would be doing a lot better with you in my life," Harry bravely alleged as he pushed a stray hair from Ginny's face back behind her ear. "I miss you too, Harry." Harry knew he was being watched by several people, but he suddenly didn't care. He leaned in and planted a key on Ginny's forehead. Ginny leaned into him and raised her face up to his. He keyed her on the lips. "Will you come over for a visit during the holidays?" Harry asked as he rubbed Ginny's hand with his thumb. "I don't know if my parents will let me out of their sight." She shot a look down to the table that her family was sitting at, and sure enough, they were watching her. "As a matter of fact, I think they just saw you keying me." Harry looked down at the table the Weasleys sat at, and both twins waved while Mr. and Mrs. Weasley quickly looked away, pretending not to be staring at them. Harry boldly waved back but thought better of keying Ginny again. "Why don't you come to the burrow?" Ginny asked. Harry looked up towards the table the teachers were sitting at and saw his father nod back at him. He wondered if Severus had seen the key as well. "Yeah, I'll definitely come for a visit, but I want you to come over to my house as well," Harry said. The burrow was great, but there were always so many people about. Privacy was a hard commodity to come by with all of Ginny's brothers at home for the holidays. "I'll ask, but you know how protective my mum used to be." "Well, she's gotten 10 times worse since, well, you know." Ginny stammered, wishing she hadn't referred to that awful time. "Yeah, I know, but try anyway." They were interrupted when several students from all 4 houses came up to congratulate Harry. He made sure to make a show of holding Ginny's hand, hoping people would begin to treat her better. Remus came over and told him it was time to go before visiting hours ended at the hospital. He keyed Ginny once more, albeit a quick peck this time since everyone seemed to be watching. Then he said goodbye to all his friends with a promise to Ron and Hermione that he would see them during the holiday. Severus walked with them up to Dumbledore's office so they could use the flow. He gave Lupin explicit instructions on keeping Harry safe while out in public. "Lupin, you cannot leave Harry's side for one moment. When you walk through the waiting room, be sure to keep a hand on him at all times in case you need to apparate to a safe location. Furthermore, you are not to leave him alone with Black for any reason. Do you understand, Lupin?" The potion master felt very uneasy about letting Harry go out in public without him. Even though most of the Death Eaters were dead, there were still several dangerous people about that would like to get their hands on Harry. "Yes, Severus, I do understand. For Merlin's sake, relax. I care for Harry as much as you do and promise to guard him with my life." Remus couldn't believe how nervous Snape was acting. "Severus, I'll be fine. I do remember how to defend myself," Harry said in annoyance, feeling like his father was treating him like a little child. "Indeed you do. See to it that you do not act imprudently," Severus warned. "And stay close to Lupin." "Yeah, and I'll be sure to look both ways before crossing the street." Bye Mum, Harry said, then sidestepped Severus' long reach as it came to swat at him. He laughed as he went through the flow. Remus followed right behind him with a small smile over Harry's retort, for he too thought Snape was acting quite motherly. Severus actually thought about following his son through the flow but changed his mind, feeling that it would send a message of distrust to Harry. After all, he couldn't follow the boy every time he left school grounds. He would need to get used to the idea of letting others watch out for his son. At any rate, he had to return to the feast and make sure his Slytherins arrived to the night train on time. Just as he turned the corner to head back into the Great Hall, a fifth-year Slytherin student stopped him. "Excuse me, sir," the dark-haired teen said hesitantly. "Yes, Mr. Sharp." Severus looked down at the brown-eyed boy. The teen held a rolled-up parchment that he was nervously squeezing in his hand. This belongs to Harry." The boy passed the parchment to the severe-looking teacher. "I just thought you should know that Jackson and a few of his friends were hassling him this morning and kicked his book bag to the ground. He picked up everything but he missed this." Severus furrowed his brow overhearing this disturbing news. He unrolled the parchment and found it was the missing report Harry had been looking for this morning. "Were you present at the time this encounter took place?" Severus asked ominously. "Why, yes, sir, but I didn't do anything, I swear, I just watched." Severus took his wand out and pointed it at the quacking teen's head. He silently cast a legilimens and watched the scene unfold. He lowered his wand and poked it harshly into the teen's chest as he hissed out, "If you ever see anyone else disturbing my son, you must come to me immediately. Is that understood, Sharp?" The boy practically hyperventilated with fear. "Why, yes, sir, I will, I promise." "Get out of my sight," Severus growled out and pushed past the frightened Slytherin. Severus berated himself for missing this. His mistake could have cost his son his life. How could he have let a student with a Death Eater uncle remain at the school? Unbeknownst to Harry, he had expelled every Death Eater's child from Hogwarts. It was the one condition he gave Albus before letting Harry return to class. He had seriously thought of taking Harry out of Hogwarts and tutoring him at home, but was talked out of that scenario by Minerva. The irritating woman had claimed that Harry would be crushed if he had to leave all his friends. Now he wasn't so sure that he hadn't made a mistake. He advanced into the Great Hall with a look of fury on his face and made his way over to the Slytherin table. He spotted Jackson sitting at the table drinking pumpkin juice and boasting about something to his friends. Severus strode right up to the Slytherin and grabbed him by the back of his collar. The teen practically choked on his pumpkin juice. "Get down to the dungeon and gather all your belongings. Make sure you pack everything, as you will not be returning." Snape hissed into the teen's ear, then tossed him away from the table. Jackson sputtered out, "Why, sir? What did I do? That was the wrong thing to say." Severus had a hard time containing himself as he advanced on the retreating Slytherin. "You threatened my son. I thought I made it perfectly clear that anyone even thinking of harming my son would have me to answer to." By this time most of the Slytherins were watching along, with a handful of students seated close by at the Ravenclaw table. Jackson was at a loss for words, but utterly terrified of the ex-Death Eater. He had heard frightening stories of the man from his uncle. He quickly stepped backwards, then turned around and fled the Great Hall. Severus scanned the rest of the Slytherin table until his eyes settled on one of the other student who was in the group that morning as well. He knew the boy to be weak with little courage and felt he would not be a threat. Nevertheless, he glared at him until the boy quaked with fear. Hopefully this display of outrage had scared anyone else intent on hurting his son into having second thoughts. It would be a cold day in hell before he let anyone harm Harry. Harry and Remus arrived at the hospital within moments. The stir Harry caused in the waiting room forced Remus into practically running for the staircase with his hand firmly gripping Harry's arm. Several girls tried to stop them. Harry's bad legs slowed him down, and one lucky girl took a handful of his hair as a souvenir. They didn't stop moving until they were standing in front of the locked ward Sirius was being held in. Harry rubbed his head and looked towards Remus, noticing the sweat dripping from his brow. Remus caught him looking and chuckled, "I guess Severus has more experience with your fans than I do. I never would have guessed they could be so besotted. I suppose I owe Severus an apology for thinking him rather overprotective." "No, he is," Harry replied flatly, then stuffed his hands in his pockets. Is your head all right? Harry rubbed at the sore spot once more. Yeah. They waited another moment before the doctor finally appeared and unlocked the door. Healer Fairchild looked to be in a much better mood to Harry than the last time he saw her. Welcome. It is good to see you again, Harry, Mr. Lupin. How's he doing? Remus asked with a slight trace of worry. Wonderfully. Harry, you are a miracle worker. Ever since your visit, Mr. Black has shown definite signs of improvement. He has been eagerly awaiting your visit. The healer unlocked Sirius' door and stood back. Remus walked in first with Harry following close behind. Harry couldn't believe the difference in Sirius' face. The man was clean-shaven and wearing a giant smile. They both walked towards each other with their arms open and collided with a big hug. Harry, you look so handsome in those dress robes. Maybe I should have dressed into something other than these hospital pajamas. Sirius joshed as he let go of his godson. Actually, a soft pair of pajamas would feel a far cry better than wearing this, Harry teased back and pulled off his tie. He could see that his godfather appeared to be so much better, so much healthier. Harry sat down on the bed while Sirius and Remus sat in the chairs and stared at him. He felt a little peculiar, as if they were waiting for him to do something noteworthy. Ms. Fairchild says you're improving, Harry blurted out. Yeah, I'm getting out of this place as soon as possible. We can all spend the holiday together at Grimmauld Place. Remus said he'd fetch us a big tree and a bottle of fire whiskey. Harry was not about to bring up the fact that he would not be spending Christmas without his father by his side. Instead, he smiled and listened to Remus lecture on drinking liquor before you became of age. They sat and talked about all kinds of things, from Quidditch to the most recent jokes the twins had come up with. Harry noticed how Sirius would slip up and refer to him as James from time to time, but neither adult seemed to notice or say anything about it. They stayed another half hour before Fairchild stuck her head in the door and announced that visiting hours were almost up. Harry saw how Sirius tensed up and begun talking a mile a minute with his thoughts muddled together in his haste. Remus looked concerned as he observed the agitation in his best friend beginning to escalate. Yes, Christmas is coming, I'll be out by then. A present? Yeah, lots of gifts, but what about Creature? Oh yes, he's dead now. Can't help get the place ready, can he? No, James, you can stay at my place now, you too, Remus. Just like the old days. No, that's right, you're leaving me here. Calm down, Sirius, we'll be back tomorrow, won't we, Harry? Remus said as he gently laid a hand on Sirius' arm. No, Harry won't, will you, Harry? He's too busy with that bat at his fancy manor to come visit me, Sirius accused abrasively. Harry was taken aback over the sudden change in his godfather and was grateful he wasn't alone with him. He quickly said, I'll be here. Calm down, Sirius, I'll be here. Sirius had the expression of a petulant child as he said in an accusing voice, Sure, James, sure. I'm Harry. Sirius looked angry for a moment before his face settled into a look of regret. Yeah, of course. James is dead, right? Dead, gone. He's dead. Shouldn't have died, no. Should have just ran. Should have just left them. The last sentence a mere whisper as Remus offered encouraging words to try to calm his friend. But Harry had heard the last sentence clear as day. He knew what Sirius was saying. James should have just ran, and left Harry behind. He suddenly felt as if a knife was twisting his heart. It was clear to him that Sirius wished his best friend hadn't sacrificed himself. His leg throbbed and the air became frigid. Harry stood up and moved away from the bed. He watched as Sirius wrapped a blanket around his shoulders. Remus helped the troubled man into bed, pulling more covers over him as he continued to utter words of comfort to the distraught man. Hush now, Sirius, hush, Remus said as he shot a look towards the door, hoping Fairchild wouldn't find his friend in this state. Just close your eyes and go to sleep. We'll be back tomorrow. Sirius grabbed the picture of the Marauders off of the nightstand and clutched it to his heart. Harry barely whispered a goodbye as he awkwardly hobbled out the door with Remus following. They walked silently down to the flow, both in heavy contemplation. Severus had opened his side of the flow, so they went directly to the manor. They stepped out of the giant fireplace into the main living room of Snape Manor. Severus was sitting in a straight-back leather chair reading a book and awaiting their arrival. Ah, Good, you are home and in one piece, Severus declared as he closed his book and inspected his son. Harry looked at his dad, then quickly averted his eyes down to the ground. Yeah. I'm kinda tired. I'll see you in the morning. Wait, Harry, Remus quickly said, what time shall I pick you up tomorrow? Harry could hear the urgency in Remus' voice and knew he was worried about Sirius. The word Sirius had spoken rolled around in his head until he felt completely undone. Severus could see that something had transpired at the hospital. How is Black? Does the healer feel it is advantageous for Harry to visit so often? Yes. As a matter of fact, she said that Harry was a miracle worker, Remus retorted sharply, upset that Snape was questioning Harry's visits. After all, the visits meant so much to Sirius. May I pick Harry up at 10 o'clock? That is entirely up to Harry, Severus shot back with irritation. Both men looked towards Harry. Yeah, 10 sounds good. I'll see you then, Harry said, then quickly left the room, feeling close to breaking over those cruel words spoken earlier by his godfather. He could hear Severus grilling Remus over the visit and Remus getting defensive over his best friend. He walked into his bedroom and shut the door. Oh Merlin, did Sirius really mean what he said? Yeah, he probably did. He knew how much Sirius missed his dad and didn't doubt that he wished James was here instead of him. His heart tightened as he slumped down to the floor with his back leaning against the bed. He dropped his head into his hands and just let the words Sirius spoke wash over him until he wanted to cry. He wasn't sure how long he'd been there, but he heard a quick knock on his door before the door opened to reveal his father. Severus could see that something had definitely happened at the hospital. He walked into his son's room and knelt before the boy sitting on the floor. He noticed the chilly air in the room and flicked his wand towards the fireplace, then turned back to face his son. What has transpired? Did Black do something to you? Severus grabbed Harry's chin and looked at his face for any signs of injury. Harry yanked his face out of his father's grasp and looked down at the ground once more. Stop it, all right, nothing happened. Your conduct says otherwise. I'm okay, Harry replied, his voice tinged with sadness. Would you like to sleep on the sofa in my bedroom? Severus asked as pushed Harry's hair off his forehead and ran his thumb over the fading scar. No thanks. I should probably get used to sleeping on my own anyway, his face heating with the embarrassment of being caught this morning at his father's door. There is no shame in requiring support. Harry, Severus waited until Harry looked up at him. The trauma you have suffered through this whole ordeal will require time and help to get through. I don't know how you can help me. I just need time to get over this. Severus wasn't sure if the boy was referring to his ordeal in the graveyard or what had happened at the hospital this evening. Did something happen with Black this evening? Harry took in a deep breath, letting it out slowly. He debated as to whether he should confide in his father over what Sirius had said, then thought better of it. He didn't want any more animosity between his father and Sirius than there already was. No, he would need to get over this on his own. Those words Sirius had spoken were too painful to repeat anyway. No sir, Harry said. He felt so cold and didn't relish the thought of being left alone with his leg throbbing with evil. He wasn't sure how he would get through the night. I expect you are holding back something, but I will pry no further. Just know that you are not alone. Severus waited a few moments to see if the boy wished to tell him what had occurred. When his son continued looking at his shoes, he decided to leave. I will leave you to your rumination. Harry continued looking down, but his hand shot out and he grabbed his dad's arm. No, stay. I don't want to talk about it, but just stay. Severus was deeply touched. He moved and sat down next to his son, with his back leaning against the bed as well. Within a few moments he felt the room warm up and Harry's weight against his arm. They both sat there lost in their own thoughts but comforted by the other's company. Severus sat on the floor of Harry's bedroom keeping the boy company. Both were lost in their own contemplation. He felt the weight of his son's body leaning against his arm and was grateful they were at a point in their relationship that allowed for comfort without words. His own thoughts were wrapped around the biggest obstacle he had ever encountered. As a matter of fact, he couldn't imagine how he would ever get through this next event unscathed. Just the mere thought of having a 15-year-old arrogant girl live in his home made his head hurt. He knew the ministry had been looking for Vespa and had yet to find even the slightest trace of the wretched woman. Now it was his responsibility to take the ghastly girl into his home. He wondered how Harry would react to having another member in his family. With all probability the boy would keep his true feelings hidden, of this Severus was quite certain. He glanced at his son and noticed the boy had finally fallen asleep with his head leaning against the bed. Severus hated to wake him, but his own arm had fallen asleep with the weight of the teen against it. He pulled his wand out and levitated Harry to the bed. Harry continued to sleep soundly, so he flicked his wand and replaced the wrinkled dress robes with cotton pajamas. Severus went back to his own room but had trouble falling asleep with so many thoughts running through his head. Harry had seemed quite distressed after his visit with Black. Damn that mangy mutt for coming back and disrupting the boy's life when it was already filled with so much difficulty. If it had been up to him he would have forbade Harry from going to the hospital until Black proved he was of sound mind, or at least as sound as he had been before falling through the veil. But he knew the devoted teen would not react well to being forbidden to see the mongrel. He couldn't afford to distance himself from his son at this point. After all the horrors Harry had been through, he needed a supportive father in his life. Hopefully the guarded teen would open up to him about whatever had occurred at the hospital that night. Severus wasn't sure how long he had been asleep, but he suddenly startled awake. He lay still and just listened. Something was wrong, he could feel it. A moment later he heard a strangled cry coming out of Harry's room. He jolted out of bed and grabbed his wand from his nightstand. Severus turned the knob of Harry's bedroom door and noticed how extraordinarily cold it was. He quickly threw the door open and stepped inside, but abruptly stopped when it felt as if he had stepped into a glacial blizzard. The room was so cold that the glass of water by Harry's bedside was now frozen solid. He heard Harry moan out again and quickly went to his side. The teen looked as if he were in the throes of a fearsome nightmare from the way he tossed and turned. "Harry, wake up." Severus shook his son's shoulders, to no avail. His heart skipped a beat when the boy's breath hitched and then he began to struggle to breathe. His lips were blue from the cold and his mouth continued to open and close as if he were struggling for air. What in Merlin's name was happening? "Harry, wake up. Open your eyes." He harshly shook the unconscious teen. Harry's eyes flew open and he immediately looked around the room. He could feel them, they were here. Severus the First can't see them. "Where are they?" Harry screamed in a gravelly voice. "See who?" Severus stopped the panic-stricken teen from bolting from the bed. "What is it?" "The Dementors. Can't you feel them? Oh Merlin, make them stop." Harry yelled as he grabbed for his wand. He raised his wand in the air and yelled out, "Expecto Patronum." Nothing happened, not even a tiny wisp of silver. He pushed his father's arm away and scrambled out of bed, "Expecto Patronum." Severus watched in confusion. He couldn't see any intruder, but what was causing this chill in the air? He raised his own wand when Harry's Patronus failed the second time. "Expecto Patronum." Severus, Patronus came leaping out of his wand with a blur of wings. The hawk began racing around the room, chasing phantom dementors that neither Harry nor Severus could see. With a shock Severus felt the iciness begin to depart, replaced with the warmth from the roaring fire. "They're leaving, can you feel them leave?" Harry grabbed his father's arm, shaken by the experience. "The chill is gone." Severus immediately cast a detection spell. Finding nothing, he checked the wards on the home. Still finding that they had not been compromised, he cast another ward on Harry's room. "What happened?" Harry asked as he looked down at his wand with horror. "I can't cast a Patronus." "Why can't I cast a Patronus? How did Dementors get in here?" He grabbed his glasses with one hand and clutched his wand with the other. His leg throbbed so intensely he thought he might vomit from the pain as he fell against the bed. "I too felt the chill, but I did not detect a Dementor. My leg, it really hurts, Dad." Harry sat on the edge of the bed and pulled up his pajama pants to expose his throbbing leg. He heard his father gasp over seeing the swollen limb. To say that Severus was alarmed was an understatement. He had never seen anything like the inflamed extremity in all his years as a Death Eater. Whatever spell had been cast at his son had been very powerful. It had turned the limb black now with pulsing dark magic. "Can't you do something?" Harry asked, now in a full panic at the sight of the black leg. Severus waved his wand around the leg, detecting the murky effects of something evil underneath the skin. He had spoken to Albus earlier and learned that he was very close to coming up with a solution to this curse. The headmaster had strongly advised for Severus to keep Harry as calm as possible. "Take a seat. I will get you a calming draught," Severus said as he helped Harry to the sofa by the fire. Harry shook his head. "No. I'll go with you to get the draught." Severus at once understood that the boy did not want to be left alone in this room. He wordlessly steered his son into his own room and deposited the boy on the sofa by the fire. Harry seemed to relax as he sunk into the deep cushions and closed his eyes. Severus came back a moment later with the calming draught and a pain reliever for the leg. "Drink." Harry drank quickly, wanting nothing more than to feel relief from the intense pain emanating from his leg. "Why does it have to hurt so much?" "You need rest," Severus said while he spelled forth a pillow and blanket. "Close your eyes and let the pain reliever begin to work." "No, I don't think I can sleep again," Harry croaked. "I don't want to sleep." He sat up further, rubbing the sleep from his weary eyes. Severus sat down next to the exhausted boy. "Do you remember anything leading up to the chill in the air?" "I was sleeping. I think I was having a nightmare, but I don't remember what it was about." "You felt the Dementors, right?" "I felt the chill in the air, but I detected no Dementors." Severus studied his son's face. He could tell Harry was still in a panic. Harry looked down at the wand in his hand. "Why can't I cast a Patronus?" Severus wrapped an arm around the worried youth's shoulder. "In all likelihood it has to do with the curse. I am sure once the curse has been banished you will be able to cast any spell you wish. Try not to dwell on it. Albus has informed me that he will be ready to rid you of this tomorrow." "It's hard not to dwell on it," Harry said darkly. "It's all I think about. How's Dumbledore going to get rid of it?" "I am not certain. I think it best if we change the topic." Severus tried to come up with another topic of discussion to take the boy's mind off the curse. "Perhaps you can explain something to me." He stood up and walked over to his desk. Harry watched as his father pulled forth the missing report he was supposed to hand in that day. He took it from the potion master's outstretched hand. "Where did you get this?" Severus frowned at the boy. "I was hoping you would explain how this ended up on the staircase leading out of the dungeons." Harry immediately realized that Severus already knew about the confrontation. "It was nothing. Don't go getting mad at that guy either." "Harry, how I choose to handle the students in my house is not of your concern. I should think you would inform me of any confrontations after all that you have been through." "Did you learn nothing? That guy, he was angry because I killed his uncle," Harry confessed with guilt. "You killed no one except Voldemort. The Dementors killed his uncle." "Technicalities. No, you did not kill him. Why did you withhold this information from me?" Severus asked and sat down next to his son once again. He could tell the calming draft was working when Harry leaned back against his arm and yawned. "I don't know. I didn't want you getting mad at that guy. He was hurting over his loss and I know how he felt. I felt that same miserable way after losing Sirius. Besides, he didn't even hex me when he had the chance. Maybe not this time, but there is no telling what anger will do to his actions if there should be another encounter. However, you needn't worry. I understand he will be attending Durmstrang for the remainder of the year." Harry immediately sat up and looked at his father's face. "You kicked him out, didn't you?" "I will not allow anyone to threaten you. He will get a good education at his new school." Severus felt a slight chill in the air and did not want a repeat of earlier. "Perhaps we should speak of something different." "No, you brought it up. That guy has friends and a life at Hogwarts. I don't want to be responsible for having him kicked out just when he needs his friends the most." "You are responsible for nothing. I am his head of house and I will decide what is best for him. Now, end of discussion. I had no idea you would get so upset over Mr. Jackson's removable. You have no idea over what that guy is going through. I know exactly what he feels. He just said the truth, Severus. At least he's not afraid of saying the truth, unlike everyone else." "You had no bloody right," Harry said with anger, the air crackling with coolness. "Calm down, boy. I will not tolerate your impudence, no matter how you are suffering." He watched as Harry chewed on his lower lip but begrudgingly settled back against the sofa, this time leaning away from him. "You can't expel everyone that's angry at me," Harry retorted sharply but with less anger. Severus decided an answer to that retort would not be wise at this time. He was not about to inform his son that he had already expelled everyone that might hold a grudge against him. He folded his arms across his chest and studied the boy's accusing eyes. "I think another calming draft might be in order." "No, I don't want to fall asleep. I still think it best at this time," Severus stated and began to rise. "I'll calm down, I promise," Harry said and forced his anger down. His mind drifted to the supper in the Great Hall. He looked back up at his father and asked, "Can you believe Dumbledore tricked me with that party tonight? He knew I wouldn't have gone if he told me about it before. Actually, I can believe the old fool tricked us. He felt it was good for you to be recognized for all that you did. It turned out well enough in the end. I was touched by the speech you made," Severus said as he looked at his son. "I meant it," Harry said seriously, then leaned against his father's arm once more. "Harry, it was you that stood up against Voldemort." "I did nothing," Severus said as he looked into his son's eyes. "Your bravery knows no bounds." Harry chuckled. "Ha, that sounds hilarious at a time like this. Just look at me, I'm too frightened to fall asleep and I have to sleep in my father's bedroom." Severus wrapped a long arm over his son's shoulder and waited for the boy to fall asleep once more. The next morning Harry awoke to his leg throbbing with pain. He rolled off the sofa and onto his one good leg. He looked around for his father but the potion master was not about. He looked at the clock and realized he was late for breakfast. He hopped into the bathroom and quickly showered, then dressed into jeans and a black button-down shirt. He quickly pulled a comb through his hair before grabbing his cane and heading down the stairs to breakfast. Halfway down the winding staircase he was forced to stop as the pain flared in his leg to an all-time high. He leaned against the banister, panting as the throbbing intensified. His eyes were squeezed shut and his breath was hitching in and out when Severus walked out of his study and looked up the staircase. He stopped and watched as his son composed himself, then continued down the stairs. "Good morning, how are you feeling?" Severus asked from the dark hallway, catching Harry completely unaware. "Morning, fine. Yeah, I feel great," Harry said with forced enthusiasm. "How are you?" Severus studied the boy's pale complexion and shaky stance. He knew Harry was trying to hide his pain once again and it bothered him to no end. What was the point of hiding the pain? "I am fine," Severus answered back darkly. Thanks for staying with me last night," Harry added when he noticed his father's frown. "Are you mad at me?" "No, I am not mad." Severus walked into the large dining room and pulled a chair back for Harry to sit in. He detected the slight tremor in the boy when he bent his leg to sit. How long was the teen going to go on with this farce? It was quite obvious that the young man was in pain. Harry grabbed the plate of eggs and put some on his plate along with toast. He forced the food down, hoping it would settle his stomach. He hated to lie about the way he was feeling to his father, but he didn't want to be stopped from seeing Sirius today. After those harsh words Sirius spoke yesterday, he didn't want to take any chances that his father might force him to stay home and rest. He looked up at Severus and noticed the frown was still present. "Are you mad because I was late for breakfast?" "I overslept, but I promise it won't happen again. For the last time, I am not angry at you. Now eat up before Lupin arrives," Severus snapped out, immediately regretting sounding so harsh. "Yes, sir," Harry said quietly. His eyes drifted over to the pile of newspapers sitting on the sideboard. He could clearly see his face smiling back at him. He lifted his wand and pointed at the stack of papers, Accio newspapers. The stack came floating over. He rifled through the top paper, noticing the picture of himself and Severus. The picture was taken when he had just turned around to hug his father. He could see the unshed tears in his father's eyes. He sat staring at that picture for quite some time, realizing how prized that moment was. He decided to keep the copy and frame the picture. He looked up when he realized Severus had been staring at him. "Did you see this, Dad?" "Yes, I read the article. It paints a very accurate picture of you and your experiences with the Dark Lord." "That's refreshing." It's a far cry better than the way they portrayed me last year. I think everyone thought I was nutters for most of the year. I think some people still think I'm a little touched in the head. And you think you are not? Severus asked dryly. Ha ha. Very funny, Harry answered back and threw his rolled-up napkin at his father, hitting him in the face. Severus threw the napkin back at his son. You would have to be touched in the head to do what you just did. You're acting ridiculously bold for a boy who cannot run, Severus said with a mischievous gleam in his eye. I might not be able to run, but I still have my wand. Harry raised his wand and pointed it at his father. Severus raised his own wand and pointed it at Harry. They both called forth spells at the same time. Water came shooting out of Harry's wand and green goo came gushing out of Severus' wand. Severus pushed his chair back and moved away from the stream of water. Harry had a difficult time getting away from the stream of goo. By the time he was ready to surrender, he was covered in the sticky stuff from head to toe. Both were laughing so hard they missed the arrival of Remus, who stood watching the scene unfold before him. He had never imagined Severus Snape was capable of playing this way, let alone laughing so genuinely. Am I interrupting an important lesson? Remus joked from the dining room doorway. Yeah, I just learned that Severus won't hesitate to take advantage of an injured boy. Harry teased, still laughing at his father's wet hair dripping on the Persian carpet. Only an insufferable, cheeky, injured boy, who starts something he cannot finish, Severus stated with a smirk. Harry pointed his wand at himself and said, Scourgify. The green goo remained. He raised his wand once more and said with more force, Scourgify. Nothing. He immediately thought of the Patronus he couldn't cast last night and looked alarmingly at his father. He noticed the smirk still in place and realized Severus was playing a joke on him. He must have cast some sort of anti-Scourgify spell on the green goo. You're just a barrel of laughs this morning. Do you think you could give me a hand here? Harry asked with hopefulness as the green goo ran down his face and puddled in his lap. I might consider it, if you admit that you are in need of a pain potion, Severus declared. How? I mean, why do you think I'm in pain? Harry asked but already knew his father must have seen him on the staircase. Okay, I'll admit, it would be nice to have something for my leg. Was that so hard? Severus admonished. He pulled forth a pain reliever from his pocket after he cleaned both himself and his son with a flick of his wand. Harry downed the pain reliever quickly, glad for the relief it offered. Good stuff. Severus walked Harry and Lupin to the fireplace, all the while giving them warnings about safety. They both rolled their eyes at each other behind the potion master's back. Harry gave his dad a quick hug before entering the flow. Severus delayed Lupin's entrance into the flow with a dark warning. Make sure he comes back with a smile. I do not want to see him like I did last night or the visits will cease. Remus nodded, feeling a slight curl of guilt in his stomach. He would be sure to curb any outbursts Sirius had today. Harry stepped out of the flow and into the hospital waiting room filled with people. He immediately ducked his head and faced the wall before anyone could recognize who he was. He noticed a woman reading the newspaper with his picture on the cover. He also noticed a picture on the back of the paper that he hadn't seen this morning. It was the picture taken when he was in the hospital after being rescued from Vernon. His face looked so swollen and blue that it was hard to tell it was actually him. A sudden thought entered his mind. Did Sirius know the extent of what had taken place at the Dursleys? He wasn't sure how his godfather would take that particular bit of news. Just then Remus joined him and they walked up to the locked ward to visit Sirius. Healer Fairchild was coming down the hall as they entered the ward. Hello, Harry, Remus, greeted the healer. Mr. Black is in a fine mood today. Do you suppose I could have a word with you, Remus, before you visit Sirius? Do you think it is safe for Harry to be alone with Sirius? Remus asked, remembering the very real threat from Severus. Yes, he has been a perfect patient since Harry's last visit. Remus nodded towards Harry and followed the healer into her office. Harry turned towards the door and noticed it was no longer locked. That was a good sign. Apparently they trusted Sirius enough to let him walk the ward. He pushed the door open and saw his godfather sitting in the chair in the corner. He was dressed in blue jeans and a long-sleeved shirt. Hi Sirius, greeted Harry and walked towards his godfather. He stopped when he became aware of the newspaper on Sirius' lap. That picture of him and Severus was staring back at him. Sirius looked towards the door before he spoke. I can't tell you how disappointed I was to see this. Did it ever occur to you that Snape was your father's enemy? Did it ever occur to you that this relationship you have developed with that overgrown bat was like a slap in the face to us marauders? Harry shook his head. No. But I didn't plan for any of this to happen either. Severus is really important to me, Sirius. He's not the same person you once knew. How could you defend that bastard? I don't understand how you can even consider him more than a greasy, malicious git, after all that he put you through for so many years. Sirius rose to his feet and advanced menacingly towards Harry. Harry was already standing close to the door, so he didn't have anywhere else to go. Sirius, I'm not going to stand here and let you put Severus down. You'll just have to get used to the fact that he's in my life now. Harry, I don't have to get used to anything. As far as I'm concerned, he had no right to adopt you. I've already contacted the ministry and requested that the adoption be nullified on the grounds that you were my ward. Sirius was breathing hard and his face took on a hard, uncompromising glare. And you can bet that once I have custody of you, that greasy bastard will not be allowed to see you. But, I just want things to stay the same, Harry exclaimed, trying hard not to come right out and say that he didn't want to be adopted by Sirius any longer. I don't know what potion you were given, but once I get you home you'll start to see how stupid you were to trust Snape. Sirius was standing so close to his godson that his spittle hit Harry on the face. Harry backed up into the door. Sirius, you can't do this, Harry said in alarm. He's my father now. Sirius turned a deeper shade of red and cocked back his arm. His punch landed on the door next to Harry's head. Don't you ever let me catch you calling him that again. Sirius kicked Harry's cane to the other side of the room, then abruptly turned his back on the shaking teen. You might be months away from adulthood, but I plan on using that time to set you straight. Please, Sirius, please. You have to understand what I went through, Harry pleaded with a hammering heart. What, Harry? Exactly what pushed you to the point that you would accept Snape as a father? Sirius couldn't even look at the boy. He had his head leaning against the wall and gripped a handful of his own hair in his fist. Harry didn't know how much to tell him. You know about the Dursleys, right? No. What does any of this have to do with Muggles? Harry gulped deeply. Well, Vernon, you know my uncle. Well, he started hurting me this past summer. Sirius spun around so fast it caught Harry off guard and he stumbled into the rubbish can. You mean to say, are you telling me that fat-arsed Muggle hit you? Sirius stood toe-to-toe with the teen now. He watched his godson look down, then look towards the wall, avoiding any and all eye contact. Yeah, he did. Severus took me away from them, fixed me up too, Harry practically whispered. Sirius snorted. Harry, I grew up getting hit by my spiteful mother every other day. I didn't need anyone coming in and saving me either. If that had been your father, he would have just hit that fat bastard back. Quote. I couldn't. He had Hedwig and was hurting her too. Shame and humiliation washed over him. Just then Remus walked in holding a stack of papers. He froze when he saw that Sirius was angry with Harry. What's going on? Remus asked, looking over towards Harry to make sure he was all right. Harry quickly looked away, but Sirius spoke up. The kid claims he was driven to Snape by his uncle's punishments. That is quite true. His uncle came very close to causing permanent injury, Remus said slowly, hoping Sirius would not blow up overhearing this new bit of information. What, so he hit you a few times and you go running off to Snape? Sirius accused, walking towards his godson. Harry was looking down at his shoes when he felt Sirius roughly force his chin up. Now's your time to talk, Sirius spat out, then released Harry's chin. I don't know what you want to hear, Harry said in defeated tone of voice. Remus had the newspaper in his hand and turned it to the back page. The page Harry knew had that picture of him in the hospital. Sirius, read this. Remus thrust the paper towards his friend. He watched as Sirius' face crumbled when he saw the damage done to his godson. Sirius began to read the article and tears fell down, wetting the ink. That Muggle did this to you, Sirius screamed in a high-pitched voice. You let that muggle do this. I couldn't. I tried but, he tied my hands. IW wanted to fight. I swear I wanted to fight, Harry stammered out, swimming in shame for not reacting like a true marauder. Sirius crumbled to the ground with the picture tightly gripped in his hands. Tied your hands? He asked in a high-pitched voice. Tied you up. I'll kill him. His voice cracked with emotion. It's all my fault. No, you can't go near him. They'll put you back in jail, Harry said in a panic over causing more grief to his godfather. Sirius, the muggles have been dealt with. They have been punished by the ministry, Remus said in a calm voice as he helped his friend from the floor. Calm down before Fairchild walks in and revokes your release. Sirius looked up. You mean I'm being released? It would seem so, Remus said with a satisfied grin. Sirius hugged his friend tightly. He turned towards his godson and wrapped him in a tight embrace. We're okay, aren't we? Harry nodded but remained guarded. His response wasn't good enough for Sirius. Harry, I'm just trying to do right by your father. Living with me will be so much more fun than living with an unyielding, conniving bat. Harry continued looking down, not wanting to reveal the alarm that was running through him over the thought of being taken away from Severus. You'll see, Harry, everything will turn out for the best, the animagus said in a cheery voice. Harry's alarm over Sirius' abrupt happiness only intensified when his godfather began to laugh in a high-pitched maniacal way. Sirius grabbed him roughly by the arms, digging his fingers in so harshly it made Harry wince. Harry, I'll take care of everything. Harry didn't say anything to Remus on their way home from the hospital. He couldn't fathom what Remus was thinking after witnessing Sirius in such a state of confusion. Remus continued to speak enthusiastically about Sirius' release set later for that day. When they arrived back at Snape Manor, Remus grabbed Harry's arm and forced the teen to look at him. The chill in the air completely disregarded at this point. Harry, we must be patient with Sirius. He's been through so much. We owe it to him, you owe it to him. Remus could tell that he had struck a nerve. All the way home from the hospital Harry had been irritated over Remus' refusal to see that Sirius was not mentally stable enough to leave the hospital yet. He couldn't understand why Remus was trying to ignore the fact that Sirius needed more help. Remus, do you really think it's to his benefit to leave the hospital before he's ready? Harry, I had hoped you would understand, Remus said with disappointment. Sirius needs to be released for his own sanity. Harry, think about it. First Sirius was unfairly locked up for 12 years in Azkaban, then he was confined to his parents' home and then Merlin knows where he was when he fell through that veil. The last thing the man needs is to be locked up in a mental hospital. Merlin Harry, I would have thought you of all people would understand why he needs to get out of there to heal properly. Harry let that sink in before begrudgingly agreeing with Remus. Of course Sirius should be allowed out. So what if his father's best friend referred to him as James or lost control of his anger every now and then? He was tough enough to take a few harsh words while the man recovered. Yeah, you're right, I do owe it to him. He just seems so unstable at times, Harry admitted. Remus placed a hand on the anxious teen's shoulder. Harry, he needs us. We're all he has left. I know he says unkind words and acts out, but once he has time to heal, everything will change. You understand, don't you? Yes, I understand, and for the first time Harry really did see why Remus was so eager to get Sirius out of the hospital. I'll help any way I can. But, I won't let him interfere with Severus and me. I'm not going to live with Sirius. Harry, I know how much you have grown to rely on Severus, but Sirius is here for you now. Anger flared through Harry as swiftly as a match set to oil. He closed his eyes and tried to occlude his mind to calm his emotions. Remus, I'll do whatever it takes to help Sirius to heal, but I will not leave my father. Well, I doubt the ministry would decide in Sirius' favor anyway. It seems that Severus has grown quite popular with Fudge these days. It doesn't matter what Fudge wants, I won't let it happen. I hope you to understand that. Remus patted his shoulder firmly. I just want you both to be happy. I owe it your father, James that is, to make sure you are happy. Harry almost scoffed at that. Where the hell was Remus for the past 15 years? Yeah, well you can rest easy on my account because I've never been happier in my life. That day was spent catching up on all the homework he had neglected for the past week. Severus had hinted heavily that it should be completed soon. He purposely stayed in his room to avoid seeing Severus until it was time for supper. He wasn't ready to talk about Sirius yet to anyone, especially his father. Severus wasn't exactly compassionate as far as Sirius was concerned. When he entered the dining room, his father was preoccupied with a stack of papers. "How was your visit with Black?" Severus asked as he pushed the papers he was working on to the side. "Fine," Harry answered and bent his head to focus on the plate before him. Severus studied him for a moment before picking the papers back up. If Harry needed more time to sort this out, then he wanted to give him his space. He knew Harry was struggling with balancing Black with him, so he didn't want to increase any added pressure for the boy. They didn't say anything else to each other before Harry finished eating and stood up. "Good night." "Good night, Harry. I'll be in my office should you wish to talk," Severus stated. Harry nodded, then limped back to his room. He was glad his father was giving him a little space where Sirius was concerned. He just needed to think things out on his own. Before he fell asleep, Severus knocked quietly on his door. Harry pretended to be asleep to avoid any conversation. He felt his father's eyes on him but kept his own eyes closed. After a brief moment, Severus left. A small tinge of guilt enveloped him. Much to Harry's annoyance, Remus unexpectedly flowed in to take him to Grimmauld Place, right after lunch on Sunday. He wasn't ready to face Sirius again with all this dark magic running through him. His father had been very clear about remaining calm until Dumbledore was ready to perform the counter-curse. Luckily, Severus was down in the laboratory, sparing him the need to explain his refusal to go visit his godfather. Remus left in a huff but didn't push him to go. After Remus left, Harry sat down on the leather chair next to the fire. He stared into the red flames, lost in thought, hoping that Sirius would forget about trying to take him away from Severus. He knew he would be able to influence the ministry of his own desires in this situation, but he hated the thought of officially going against Sirius. Every time his godfather berated him for not acting like a marauder, he felt as if he was failing James in some way. He needed Sirius more than the man knew, but he also loved Severus and knew he was supposed to live with him. He would never let Sirius take him away, never. The red flames jumped a little, startling Harry out of his revelry. In a flash the flames turned from red to green and a form appeared before his eyes. With a cough and a snarl, someone stepped out of the flames and into the living room of Snape Manor. Charlotte dusted off her long gray fur coat with her well-manicured hand. She looked at the teen before her and quickly opened her arms up for an embrace. Harry was momentarily shocked but quickly recovered. "Charlotte, welcome." He gave her an awkward hug before helping the house elf pull her large trunk from the fire. They stood looking at each other before Harry finally spoke. "I'm sorry about the portkey and all that stuff that happened at the dance." Memories of those false keys flashed in his head and his face heated up with embarrassment. Charlotte stood a little straighter and primped at her hair before speaking. "Yes, as you should be. However, I was unaware of the lengths my aunt would take to get rid of you. So, let's just leave the past in the past. If this arrangement is to work out for both of us, then we need to do our best to get along." Harry was surprised at Charlotte's forgiveness offered so easily. "Right. I'm glad you feel that way." A deep voice spoke out from the hallway. "I am glad you are both acting so mature. It will make life much more bearable during the holidays." "Welcome, Charlotte." Severus took the girl's outstretched hand and bent over it briefly before inviting her to sit. "May I offer you a beverage?" "No thank you, Severus. I hope I won't be an inconvenience whilst I am here. I'm feeling quite embarrassed about the whole incident with Aunt Vespa." Severus stood up straighter and assessed the young woman before him. He would need to perform legilimens on her before leaving her alone with Harry again. He didn't think she was a threat, but he was not about to take any undue risks. He looked over at Harry. "Harry, why don't you escort Charlotte's house elf up to her room?" "Yes, sir." Severus waited until Harry was upstairs before looking back at Charlotte. "I know Vespa had plans for my son that you were not privy to. However, I should point out that Harry's safety is my #1 concern at this time. I must insist that I be allowed to perform legilimens on you at any time I deem necessary whilst you are at the manor." Charlotte took in a sharp breath before composing herself once more. Of course, Severus, I understand. On the other hand, am I to be treated as if I am a common criminal whilst I am here? No, you will not be. Suffice it to say, I will still need to verify your claims. I don't want to harm Harry. How could you even suggest such a thing? Charlotte exclaimed with vehemence. Severus observed the girl's sudden reaction and took this opportunity to cast the spell, Legilimens. He sifted through the last thoughts she had and rifled through her memories. Charlotte yelling at the house elf to pack plus crying when she found out Vespa had disappeared plus shock over being told she was an orphan plus tears of frustration when she was told she would be living with Harry and Severus plus. As far as Severus saw, the girl was telling the truth. He pulled out of her thoughts and found the girl with her hands covering her face and weeping. He stood back feeling quite unsettled over what he should do at this point. He knew how he would have comforted his son, but comforting this girl was quite a different matter altogether. Perhaps I should summon your house elf, Severus offered and took a step back. Charlotte looked up at him with a tearful expression. No, I just need to rest a bit. Yes, I will escort you to your rooms after I have explained the house rules. House rules, Charlotte repeated with a hint of incredulity. Yes, we have strict house rules that I expect you to abide by. The first is that you are not to enter Harry's room without being invited. I have placed wards on his door to prevent such an occurrence from happening. Do you understand this? Fine, I didn't intend to sneak into his room, as if I'm some love-struck admirer anyway. Charlotte retorted sharply, her mask of humility quickly fading. Secondly, you will watch your tone of voice while speaking to me. I will not stand for you to speak disrespectfully towards me while under my roof. In addition, I will not tolerate disobedience of any sort. When I provide a rule, I expect you to abide by it or suffer the consequences. Is that understood? Yes, Charlotte spat out sharply. Severus breathed in deeply, not at all pleased with the girl's sudden attitude change. You are to be on time for all meals or go without. You must ask permission before using the flow and never leave the premises without permission. Fine, is that all? Charlotte hissed as she flipped her long black hair back with petulance. Severus narrowed his eyes at the tone of voice Charlotte was using. You do understand that my refusal to become your guardian would place you in quite a precarious position, correct? In truth, Severus knew he would never place the girl in an orphanage. It was just not done in pure-blood families, other than an occasional squib, but even that was frowned upon. Charlotte wiped the look of petulance from her face. Why, yes. Severus was pleased with her sudden look of chagrin. Mind all the rules and we will not have a problem. Charlotte couldn't imagine being placed in an orphanage. The humiliation was too great to endure. Those thoughts alone brought tears to her eyes once again. She covered her face with her hands and waited to be comforted by the stern professor. When no comfort was offered, she realized she must change her tactics if she was to gain the upper hand. I'm so scared, Severus. I hate to be a burden. Charlotte cried, dropping her face into her hands again. She let out a wail, not even trying to hold back her tears. Severus was completely out of his element. Calm down, child. You have nothing to fear. Perhaps he had gone too far. Charlotte cried all the more harder. Severus stood back, wishing Molly were here to attend to the girl. He wanted her to stop but was at a loss as to how to make her cease this incessant noise. The female population of Slytherin never acted so dramatically while in his presence. You hate me, don't you? Charlotte accused through teary eyes. The stoic potion master blinked several times before replying, I do not have those feelings towards you. Just then the flow turned green and out stepped Draco and Narcissa. Severus felt most relieved to see Narcissa at this time. Narcissa immediately went to Charlotte and gathered her in an embrace while cooing out words of comfort. Draco looked at Severus with anger. What's going on, Severus? Draco asked with a hint of anger he could not hide. His feelings towards Charlotte had always been strong. She was so beautiful and a pure blood as well. I will let Charlotte explain her current state of mind to you both. Please excuse me while I check on my son. The potion master made a hasty retreat without looking back at the emotionally spent girl. For Merlin's sake, what did he get himself into? Severus went straight into Harry's room and found the boy working hard on his detention homework. Put that away, I must speak to you, Severus commanded briskly. I have to finish this before. Harry was cut off by his father. Severus waved his wand and the parchment disappeared. Forget about that. I must speak with you. Harry smiled at the thought of not having to finish, since he had just started. What's up, Dad? It seems that I am ill-equipped to handle the odious job of parenting a teenage girl, Severus said with uncharacteristic panic in his voice. Harry's smile widened. Calm down, Dad. Geez, it can't be much harder than being my parent. Wipe that smile from your face. This is not humorous in the least. Harry couldn't hold back a snicker. You're in a complete panic. What the hell did Charlotte say to you? Severus narrowed his eyes at the presumptuous teen. Nothing. It was not what she said but her response to what I said. With a huff, Severus explained. She began to cry. I hardly said 2 words to her before she began crying in earnest. Oh, I don't think I'll be able to help you out. I'm not very good with that sort of stuff either. Brilliant, Severus said sarcastically, adopting the term his son was so fond of using. Harry laughed overhearing his dad say that, until his dad glared back at him. Calm down. Where's Charlotte right now? Thankfully Narcissa showed up and attended to the girl's needs. I cannot be expected to offer such solace, Severus stated firmly. Why not? You're good at helping me when I'm upset, Harry offered. It has taken quite a lot of time to get to that point in our relationship. Moreover, your circumstances are usually quite extreme. Severus folded his long arms then traced his lips with his finger while deep in thought. Perhaps I should ask Narcissa to stay with us during the holidays. No, Harry blurted out, thinking of the last conversation he had with that snobbish woman. When Severus looked at him for an explanation he simply said, don't jump into anything yet. Maybe Charlotte will snap out of that sort of behavior. I highly doubt that. However, I will not extend that invitation quite yet. Let us see how this situation unfolds. Yeah, good idea. Both Severus and Harry avoided spending any time with the girl until they were finally forced to see her at the dinner table. Harry was surprised at the fancy clothes both Charlotte and Narcissa wore to dinner. He pressed a hand down the front of his shirt, wondering if he should have dressed up as well. When Severus asked Charlotte how she liked her room, the spoiled girl had the audacity to complain. She had a whole list of grievances from the bedding to the drapes. Harry shook his head and rolled his eyes when Charlotte began to complain about the color of the bathroom. He saw Draco pretending to be totally enthralled with the conversation. I just cannot be expected to live in such a horrible environment, Charlotte whined. Harry saw his father pinch the bridge of his nose and knew that Severus was suffering from a headache. He knew how much the man loathed hearing people whine. Severus, teenage girls should be allowed the liberty of decorating their own personal space. It facilitates a greater sense of style, Narcissa said in an admonishing tone of voice. Severus looked to be at his breaking point. Fine, I shall sign a letter of credit. You may decorate the room to your liking. Both Charlotte and Narcissa squealed with joy then began talking about the new colors and material they would purchase tomorrow. The conversation suddenly turned towards Harry when Severus brought up the plethora of gifts that had been owled, thanking the boy who lived for his extermination of Voldemort. The ministry had to assign a team of Aurors to go through your mail. It seems that a few items were cursed but they were easily spotted. What have you gotten so far, Harry? Draco asked. I don't know. I haven't even had a chance to see any of the gifts yet. Harry, I think it's lovely that so many wizards are taking the time to send you gifts. You do understand that you must send thank you notes to everyone who sent you something. Narcissa said in a very condescending voice. Actually, Harry didn't know he was supposed to send thank you notes but he pretended like he did. Oh yeah, I'll have to get those out soon. Proper wizards always return letters of gratitude within 3 days, Narcissa advised. Harry shot a look to his father. He caught the small smile his dad gave Narcissa and inwardly groaned. It had never occurred to him that his father might actually fancy the snobby woman. Maybe that was why Severus wanted to ask her to stay at the manor during the holidays. After supper they all went into the spacious living room to decorate the tree. The tree almost touched the cathedral ceiling. They all took their wands out and directed the baubles and lights to different spots on the tree. Draco and Harry began to compete to see who could hang the most glass balls the fastest. Harry's ornaments were spread evenly throughout the tree while Draco's were all bunched together in the middle. When the last ornament was hung, Severus carefully unwrapped a sparkling silver star and placed it in front of Harry. Harry had always seen Dudley get the honor of hanging the star, so this meant a lot more to him than anyone would have guessed. He carefully levitated the star to the top of the tree and stood back to admire its beauty. He couldn't hide his emotions and gave his dad a smile but didn't think he could bring himself to say anything out loud. He never thought he would be in his own home decorating a tree with his own father. Once the Malfoys left and Charlotte went up to her room, Severus called Harry into his office. Harry took a seat across from his father at the long mahogany desk. "Harry, I have received notice that Albus is ready to extract the magic from your leg. He will be arriving shortly. How has your leg felt today? I noticed you seem to be keeping your emotions under control." "Yeah, after the other night I didn't want to take the chance of anything like that happening again." "How long will it take to get the dark magic out?" "Albus believes it will only be several minutes at most." Just then Albus walked into the room holding a small black box. "Good evening, Harry, Severus. I trust Harry has heard about the extraction." "I was just going to explain what I knew of the counter spell," Severus informed the headmaster as he offered a seat and tea. "Harry, this counter curse is not only dangerous but also very painful. I have looked into other options but they leave much to be desired. Do you feel you are ready for this?" Dumbledore asked grimly. Harry nodded. "I don't care how much it hurts, I just want this blasted thing out of my leg. Do you know what's causing the cold?" Dumbledore studied the teen intently before saying, "I think it best that we discuss that at a later time." That answer alarmed Harry more than if Dumbledore had just come out and told him what the curse was. He masked his fear and looked at his father. "Severus, do you know what it is?" Severus averted his eyes. "I have a suspicion but also feel it best if we discuss the matter at another time." "Okay." That scared Harry enough to get him into action. "Well, then let's get this out of me." "Very wise, my boy," Albus said quietly. "Harry, I want you to lie down on the sofa." He pointed to the long brown leather sofa before the roaring fire. Harry pushed his nervousness away and obeyed without further questions. "Is there anything I can assist with?" Severus asked as he followed his son to the sofa. "Yes, you must keep Harry's leg as still as possible. Once I begin the chant I will not be able to stop until we are through. No matter how much Harry asks, you must not move his leg," Albus warned ominously. Harry tensed up at the thought of being forced to remain in one place. He willed himself not to think of Vernon and the leather straps. He closed his eyes and tried to occlude all thoughts away. He knew he was failing miserably but relaxed when he felt his father place a hand on his shoulder. Albus pulled a chair next to the sofa and conjured up a small stone table to place the black box on. "Severus, once the magic is drawn out of Harry I will direct it to this box. You must seal the box when the last vestiges of the curse enter it. This is very important." "I understand," Severus said as he waved his wand at the study door, casting a silencing spell in case the boy screamed. He looked down and caught Harry's look of anxiety. "It is just a precautionary measure. No need to worry," the potion master offered evenly. Harry nodded but didn't feel any calmer at the thought of needing a silencing spell. He heard an odd humming and looked up and saw that Dumbledore had already begun to chant. His father sat on the edge of the sofa and held his leg in place with hands of steel. It was several minutes before Harry felt the first sign of cold seeping into the room. The window panes frosted first, followed by a crackle in the air. The cold covered him like an icy blanket. He began to shiver uncontrollably and his teeth chattered against each other. Dumbledore's chanting rose in pitch before Harry felt a severe stab of pain starting at his foot and radiate up his leg. He moaned out and twisted as the pain intensified. The air turned bitter cold before Harry heard shrieks or maybe someone yelling. The pain was relentless, growing stronger by the second until he just couldn't take it anymore. "Please, Dad, let go. Make him stop." He kicked at his father when the man refused to let him go. Severus dodged the foot and held tighter to the cursed leg. "Let me go," Harry screamed in agony, twisting and grabbing for the back of the sofa. He felt his father's grip tighten and heard Severus speaking, but his brain wasn't able to register the words. He was so lost in the torture that he finally could hold back no longer and began to scream. Severus had never seen Harry so enthralled in pain before. He knew this was the worst the boy had ever suffered. His heart ached, but he forced himself to ignore his son's pleas and remain unyielding in his grip. Harry thrashed on the sofa, trying in vain to push his father's hands away. His mind was on the verge of snapping when Dumbledore's chanting stopped. Albus almost passed out from the intense fight the curse was putting up. He had never encountered anything so powerful or dark in all his days. He felt the curse give way and began the arduous job of directing it into the box. The room felt as if 100 Dementors had descended on it, causing the headmaster to relive his worst memories. Harry found it hard to breathe as he felt all the dark memories of his life pulled to the forefront. He could hear his mum screaming out for him. He was crushed under the heavy darkness that surrounded him. Severus could see his son slipping away. His own mind was reeling with dark thoughts of years past. The cold was almost unbearable. He watched as a dark vapor began to rise out of Harry's leg. The stream of evil was directed towards the box and seemed to fight not to go in. As soon as the last vestiges of darkness went into the box, he quickly released his hold on his son and began to seal the box shut. He noticed Harry scramble away from him in the far corner of the sofa. He couldn't do anything about that now. There would be time for comfort when this was finished. Harry covered his face with hands, trying to grasp onto something tangible. Severus sealed the box with great effort before attending to the headmaster. Albus had slumped to the floor and was struggling to regain his own thoughts. Severus helped him into a chair. "Albus, are you all right?" Yes, go to your son," Albus answered wearily. Severus turned towards his son, gently placing a hand on the teen's slumped shoulder. Harry scrambled off the sofa, panting heavily as he fought the bleakness that tried to overtake him. He pushed his father harshly away as the man kept trying to talk to him. Finally, unable to stand being in this room any longer, he stumbled out of the room and up to his bedroom. He could hear his father calling to him but ignored the man completely. Once he made it into his bedroom, he spelled the door shut and locked it. He ignored his father's pleas to open the door and went to the window. He wasn't sure how to end this dark feeling. It ate at his very soul. The desolation was so strong, he wanted to die. He eyed the window, knowing it was high enough off the ground. His mind was pulled from those thoughts when his door burst open with a loud blast. Severus rushed to him. "Harry, look at me. Harry, you are safe now." Harry shook his head, not wanting to be talked out of the only way he knew to end this hate and misery coursing through him. Severus called down to Dumbledore through the flow. It took a moment, but the headmaster made his way into Harry's room. Severus held onto Harry's arm, forcing the boy to stay by his side. Harry tried to twist his arm free. "Let me go. I hate you, Snape. Just mind your own bloody business and leave me the hell alone." Albus looked at the boy with alarm. He knew exactly what was happening to him. He asked the house elf to bring a cup of hot chocolate. Kinsey popped back in the room within seconds with the steaming cup. Severus had to force Harry into drinking it. Harry finally relented and took a sip of the chocolate. He immediately felt the cold begin to leave his body. His mind was able to think without feeling desolation and darkness. He grabbed the cup away from his father and gulped the rest down greedily. The warmth returned to his hands and legs. He stumbled to the bed, leaning heavily on the edge. It took a moment before he comprehended the words he had spoken to his father. He looked up and saw both Dumbledore and Severus studying him. "I'm better, thanks," Harry quickly assured them. "Was it Dementors inside me?" Severus nodded. "I did not feel it wise to inform you of that while you still had the curse. Voldemort was in control of the Dementors before his demise. I believe he sent that faction of control into you. He knew you would not be able to muster enough anger and hate to control the dreaded beasts," Albus stated as he sunk into a chair. "Which would also account for the way the Dementors turned against the Death Eaters at the end. Without Voldemort stopping them, they filled their desires." Severus ordered more chocolate for them all, feeling the last vestiges of darkness leave him. "So, while I had that curse, I was in control of the Dementors?" Harry asked in disbelief. I am afraid so, my boy, Albus said as he sipped at the hot liquid. He relaxed into the chair, letting the warmth seep into his weary bones. Harry shook his head. How did Voldemort live with that darkness inside him? I could hardly stand to let myself feel any emotions at all with that curse inside, yet Voldemort lived like that every day. Voldemort had no love or feelings of peace left inside him. By the time he died he was filled with nothing but hate and wickedness. The Dementors had nothing to take from him, no happy feelings to garner, Severus explained. Harry leaned up against his bed, realizing for the first time that his leg no longer hurt. He walked around the room, smiling over the lack of pain. It felt good to be so free from evil. For the first time he could truly appreciate the feeling of freedom from Voldemort. He's gone. I'm free, Harry whispered to himself. Severus stood by the hearth, smiling at the sight he had been waiting to see. His son was finally able to reap the rewards of his accomplishment. How does your leg feel? Brilliant, Harry answered and looked up at his father. Those awful words he had spoken after the curse was released came to mind. Dad, I didn't mean it. I understand, Severus stated and put his hand up to stop Harry from apologizing further. Let's put all this behind us and look towards the future. Harry nodded. I'm free. I can't believe I'm actually free. All those years of Voldemort influencing his life were behind him now. He no longer had to fear for his safety or that of the people he loved. He was free. Monday morning shined bright with the sun reflecting off the newly fallen snow. Harry opened his eyes and immediately thought of the previous night. The thought of being free from the curse made him smile. Then he looked towards the fire and saw his father fast asleep with his legs propped up on the table and his head leaning back on the chair at an awkward angle. He remembered his harsh words directed at the only person who ever cared enough to actually stay with him all night. Shame washed through him. Would Severus be angry at him when he awoke, or would he just pretend it had never happened? After staring up at the ceiling for quite a while he heard Severus yawn. Harry turned his head and saw his dad rubbing his neck. Morning. Good morning, Harry. How is your leg? Severus asked as he stood up, straightened his cloak, then walked towards his son's bed. His piercing black eyes inspecting his son for any signs of the curse. Feels great so far, Harry said, looking everywhere but at his father's face. He pushed the covers back and stood up. Thanks for staying last night, but you really didn't have to. His face heated up with shame. Severus waved away the thanks, quite aware of the fact that his son was feeling uncomfortable. I told you not to be ashamed of what happened last night, Severus said, watching as the teen ducked his head and turned away. Dementors are vicious creatures, Harry. Yeah, well, I don't know why I said all those things and acted like that. I'm sorry, Harry said, feeling a mix of emotions over his behavior. He knew part of it was due to the curse but didn't know why he had said some of the hurtful words. I am not quite understanding why you feel so ill at ease, Severus asked, forcing Harry to turn around, then lifting his chin up. Why did his father do that, force his face up that way? It unsettled him further and he pulled his chin away, stepping back before answering. It's nothing. Can't we just forget about it? Very well, for now. I will bring it up again this evening. I am through giving you your space, Severus declared in a dark tone, as he walked towards the door. You have no reason to feel guilty and I will not allow you to continue to do so. Not for Voldemort, nor the Death Eaters, or even the words spoken to me last night. You don't understand. I knew you wouldn't, Harry whispered out, half hoping his father hadn't heard. Severus stopped mid-stride on his way out of the room. He turned back towards his son with robes billowing. Stop this. It is not edifying. It will tear you apart in the end. I should know. Harry's head shot up. He looked into his father's eyes. Yes, there was a darkness there that would never leave those obsidian eyes, never be truly free from guilt. Harry knew that darkness. He saw it in his own eyes now. I don't know how. I don't know how to stop feeling so responsible. I thought after the curse was gone I wouldn't feel so bad, but Harry placed a hand on his chest, over his heart. I can't stop feeling it. You must force yourself to stop. I won't stand for it, Severus demanded harshly. He took a deep breath, immediately regretting his loss of temper. He couldn't bully his son into feeling free of guilt. He could see he had upset Harry when the teen looked away and turned his back on him. "We will speak about this tonight," Severus said in an even tone, knowing full well he should stay and push the topic. Harry waited until he could hear his father's bedroom door close across the hallway before he turned around. He knew it was wrong to feel this way but didn't have an answer as to how to fix it. He vowed not to let it ruin his first curse-free day. Harry ate breakfast by himself since Charlotte insisted on eating breakfast in bed and Severus said he was too busy to eat. He was glad for the time alone. The curse was gone, Voldemort was gone, he was free from threats. Well, almost free from threats if you didn't count the few Death Eaters that were still being hunted by both the Aurors and the Order and if you didn't count Vespa. He was determined to push all feelings of guilt aside and focus on the good stuff happening in his life. His leg felt good as new, giving him a renewed energy he hadn't felt in a few weeks. He felt like running or flying to expend some of this pent-up energy. Even though he had hated going to the training camp, there were a few good things that had come from training. One of those being the exercise he had become accustomed to. He missed running out in the open ravine for long distances and using the magical weight machines. With that thought in mind, Harry went upstairs to change into athletic pants and shirt, then put on his trainers. He went downstairs, looking for his father. He found him in his office writing a letter at his desk. Severus looked up and motioned for Harry to come in and take a seat. He finished scratching out his letter before applying a wax seal, then sending it off with an estate owl. It gave him a few moments to make sure he wouldn't lose his temper again. He had just received word from the ministry that Sirius Black was trying to reopen the adoption case and have Harry taken away. It bothered him to no end that his son had not informed him that Black was even trying to do this. He was not worried about it actually happening since his influence with the ministry was so strong now, but just displeased that his son had not trusted him enough to confide in him. Nevertheless, he didn't want to be the one to bring it up. Harry should be the one to talk about it. Perhaps a small nudge in that direction was all the boy needed. Severus stared intensely at Harry before asking, "Is there anything you wish to talk about?" Harry furrowed his brow. "What do you mean? I thought we were going to talk about that stuff tonight." "I am not referring to the conversation we had this morning," Severus said in an exasperated tone. "Did I do something wrong?" Severus sighed, feeling frustrated with his son's lack of trust. "Not that I know of." Harry was more confused than ever. Severus was looking at him with disappointment, but he had no idea why. "Is there something you wanted to talk about?" he asked, trying to get a feel for what his father wanted to hear. Severus shook his head, looking more disappointed than ever. "Your leg is better?" Severus finally asked, giving up on hearing anything regarding Black. He stood and walked around his desk. "I feel great," Harry said, making his voice sound as normal as possible, purposely ignoring their earlier conversation. "Actually, I feel so good I wanted to go outside and fly for a bit." "Let's not rush into anything," Severus warned as he crouched down in front of Harry. "Let me take a look at that leg." Harry rolled up his pant leg. His leg looked as if nothing had happened. Severus waved his wand around the limb before declaring, "Not a trace. Yes, perhaps you are ready to exercise once again. Are you aware of the exercise room located down in the dungeons?" "No, sir. I didn't know there was one here." "Come, I'll show you." Severus stood up and led Harry down the dungeon staircase. They passed the laboratory door and went past a few more doors before stopping in front of two black wooden doors with giant handles on each. Severus pulled one of the doors open to reveal a long narrow room with nothing in it. "I don't get it," Harry said as he walked across the empty room and ran his fingers along the stone wall. "Would you care to run in the woods or perhaps on a grassy field?" Severus asked. Harry looked at the tall black stone walls, then back at his father. "I used to run in the ravine. It had a long gravelly strip that was perfect for running," he said, looking uncertainly at the wall again. The potion master waved his wand, then tapped the wall. In a blink of an eye they were standing in a long narrow ravine. The walls disappeared and in their place were tall craggy mountains, similar to the mountains at the training camp. The trail looked as if it went on infinitely from the place they were standing. "Cool. How did you do that?" Harry asked as he began to stretch, feeling the cool breeze push his hair back. This room is similar to the room of requirement. You just need to think of the area you wish to be in. When you are finished, simply tap the wall with your wand. I will be down here in the laboratory for most of the day with Draco if you need me for any reason. If your leg begins to bother you, please come and find me at once, Severus instructed. Harry agreed, then watched his father grab hold of a rock in the mountain and step through a door. This place was so cool. He turned and started running down the long gravelly path before him. He ran past a stream of water and through the sort of dried trees that grew in the ravine back at the training camp. He could even hear birds chirping and smell fresh air. The run was exactly what he needed. He could feel the last vestiges of anxiety fall away. He was no longer worried about Sirius or being taken away from Severus. He knew he could ask anything of the Ministry and they would give it to him after what he did to Voldemort. He had no doubts they would not remove him from Severus without permission from both of them. There might be a few perks to come from this fame thing after all. Sirius would get used to the idea of him living with Severus eventually and hopefully even see what a good father Severus had become. Harry decided not worry about it anymore and just enjoy the holiday season. He had been racking his brain for a good gift to buy his father but had come up empty-handed so far. He thought maybe he would go into Diagon Alley today and see if there might be anything that caught his eye. Within an hour he felt tired but thoroughly relaxed. He cooled down by walking another half-mile before pulling his wand out of his back pocket and tapping the wall. The room immediately went back to the long narrow stone. Harry opened the door and walked down the hallway. He could hear his father's voice in full teacher lecture mode as he approached the laboratory door. He hated the way their conversations had gone so far today and hoped to get on better terms with his father again. He didn't like feeling as if he had let Severus down in some way. Draco was bent over a cauldron, slowly adding newt eyes one at a time. He was asking Severus if he was supposed to add more but the potion master wouldn't tell him. Severus was standing across the room working on his own potion. Read the composition once again, Mr. Malfoy. He spotted Harry standing in the doorway. How was the run? It was great. It felt good to work out after limping around for the past week, Harry said as he was walking into the room. He leaned against the work table and peered into Malfoy's cauldron. What are you guys working on? Something too complicated for someone with your pathetic potion abilities to help with, Draco teased with a smirk. Ha! I worked on that at training camp 3 weeks ago, Harry shot back, once he looked a little closer. Sure, Potter. What do you think this is then? Draco asked as he stirred a little more, causing steam to rise. It looks like a variation of the strengthening solution, only this potion also makes you appear larger, Harry informed the Slytherin with a small bit of pride. He remembered this potion well since Tupin had made him brew it several times until it was perfect. And you better stir that counterclockwise before you loose the whole batch. Draco stopped staring at him and quickly stirred before his potion was ruined. He had a shocked look on his face that almost made Harry laugh. I am not certain how or Tupin accomplished it, but your sudden aptitude in potions is notable, Severus said with a hint of resentment that he was not able to bring that hidden quality out of his son. She accomplished it by zapping me with hexes every time I made a mistake, Harry said gloomily. Oh, was all the potion master said as a furious look crossed his face before he masked his emotions. Don't go getting any ideas, Severus, said Draco, before adding more newt eyes. He looked up and saw Potter give a quick shake of the head, then quickly scooped a couple newt eyes back out of the cauldron. Harry, did you require my assistance? Severus asked impatiently. He had much material to cover with Draco if the boy was to stay current in his studies. He was none too pleased to see Harry furtively helping the Slytherin. No, I was just on my way upstairs. Fine, then I will see you at lunch, Severus stated as he turned his back to check on a potion. Harry felt a bit stung over being dismissed. While you're up there, maybe you should think about taking a shower. Draco teased. Maybe you should think about keeping your mouth shut, Harry answered back as he reached for a jar of what looked to be eyeballs of some sort. Maybe you should think about. Draco was suddenly cut off from finishing his statement by Severus as the potion master whipped back around and looked warningly at the jar of eyeballs in Harry's hand. Maybe you should both think about having detention during your holiday. Both boys huffed overhearing that, but they stopped teasing each other and Harry put the jar of eyeballs back down on the counter. Harry started walking out the door but stopped and looked back at Severus. "Dad, do you think I could go to Diagon Alley today for a bit?" Severus kept his eyes on his potion as he answered, "No. I do not feel it is safe until the last of the Death Eaters have been captured. In addition, I believe your appearance would cause quite a stir during the crowded holiday season. So, I kill Voldemort but am still a virtual prisoner because... Draco drolly interjected, "Because you're too popular and might get mobbed by your adoring fans." Harry shot the Slytherin a dirty look. "I could wear a disguise or my invisibility cloak." "Or you could stay home," Severus added with a warning tone. "Whatever you need may be purchased by Kinsey or by Owl. It is not worth the risk to have you traipsing about town." "Fine," Harry said begrudgingly. He knew his father was right but hated the thought of being a prisoner because people might get overexcited when they saw him. But then the thought of all those people crowding him everywhere he went made him believe Severus might have a point. The stores would be packed during the holidays and he definitely would not go unnoticed. "If you still feel the desire to go into town tomorrow, I will be available to take you. Today I am tutoring Draco," Severus offered when he saw the disappointment on Harry's face. "Thanks, that would be great. Do you mind if I tag along?" Draco asked. Harry wondered if the Slytherin had any friends left. Probably not, considering who his friends' parents were. "I do not see why not," Severus said as he lowered the flame on his cauldron then looked over to Draco's cauldron. "Have you finished stirring counterclockwise?" Draco picked up the ladle and began to stir once again, with a little smile on his face. "We haven't covered that strengthening potion in class yet," Harry asked as he leaned against the door frame. "I am tutoring Mr. Malfoy on the upcoming potions we will be doing in class for the next few months." "You think you will have to stay out of school for that long, Malfoy?" Harry asked, feeling a tinge of guilt for bringing Draco into this whole situation. "Ask your dad. It's up to him," Draco replied darkly as he shot a look at the professor. Severus turned his back but answered, "We will see." He didn't say anything further. Harry shook his head. Things will mellow out soon. Hoping that they would so the Slytherin could return to school. He enjoyed the easy banter he had with the Malfoy, it made him feel normal. He showered and changed into jeans and a button-down shirt, with a jumper pulled over that. Then he started making his bed since Kinsey hadn't quite gotten around to it yet. He put away his clothes then swept the hearth clean before folding a quilt and draping it across the foot of his bed, like Aunt Petunia used to be partial to. Usually the moment he left his room the tiny house elf would pop in and start to clean before he even had a chance to close the door. He had been surprised to find his room exactly as he left it this morning. It was such a nice day out he decided to go for a fly. Harry grabbed his warmest cloak and gloves then at the last minute decided a hat might be a good idea since it was so cold outside. He went downstairs and found his broom in the cupboard by the back door. As he walked by the dining room he noticed the breakfast dishes still on the table. Maybe Kinsey was sick. Did elves even get sick? The moment Harry stepped out the back door, he completely forgot about the house elf. The expansive lawn and clear sky were beckoning out to him. He jumped on his broom and kicked off with gusto. The cold air whipping across his face felt great. He looped up high then swooped down. His toes skimmed the ground before he shot up once more. He flew so high his head started spinning and the alarms let off a warning buzz. He flew until his hands were so frozen he could barely hold onto the broom. It was the greatest broom ride he had in a long time. Once he stepped into the kitchen he stopped short when he saw Charlotte standing in the big room looking lost. "Harry, have you seen that brainless house elf, Why?" Charlotte asked with anger. "Her name is Kinsey and no I haven't seen her. I think she's sick or something because I saw the breakfast dishes still left out. My aunt was right, she always said Severus ran his household incompetently. He doesn't even have control of his own house elf," Charlotte said in a condescending tone. Harry couldn't believe the audacity this girl had. After all Severus had done for the ingrate, why don't you just call on your own house elf? Harry asked as he grabbed a bottle of butterbeer out of the icebox. "My house elf disappeared too. She's probably sleeping in some rubbish bin." Wait till I get my hands on that bloody little beast. She's going to get a beating that she'll never forget," Charlotte yelled as her temper rose. Harry gave her a dark look. "We don't beat the house elves in our house. Don't you dare tell me how to treat my own elf. I'll beat it whenever I want. Severus should beat you too, maybe then you'll learn some manners." Harry turned his back on the awful girl and headed down to the dungeons. "Don't you turn your back on me while I'm talking, Harry. Where are you going?" Charlotte yelled in her grating voice. "We should probably let Severus know that both house elves are missing," Harry said in a calm tone. He walked down the dungeon stairs with Charlotte following behind. He could hear her complaining the entire way down to the dungeons and had to stop himself from turning around and telling her to shut up. Severus was almost through with his potion when he saw both of his charges walk into the laboratory. Draco immediately ran his fingers through his hair and straightened his shirt when he saw Charlotte. Charlotte went right up to Severus and griped, "Severus, both house elves have disappeared. And right when I really need their help too." Severus looked to his son and saw him nod. The potion master held his wand up and called for his house elf. When Kinsey failed to show up, he waved his wand around to check the wards on the house. He wasn't surprised to find they had not been compromised. House elves could apparate through wards without a trace. He went to the flow and called Albus at Hogwarts. The headmaster's head appeared in the green flames. "Severus, good to see you. How is Mr. Potter's leg? Has there been a relapse?" Albus asked with concern. "No, Harry is fine. He actually exercised on the leg without any ill effects." "Good, good," Albus replied. "The reason I am flow calling is pertaining to my house elf and Charlotte's house elf. It seems they have both disappeared," Severus explained. "Oh yes, all of the house elves at the school have disappeared as well. It appears they are forming a union of sorts. Dobby informed me yesterday that since Voldemort's demise the elves have decided to band together to demand more humane rights for themselves. They called a meeting for this morning. I am not sure how long it will last," Albus said jovially as if he were happy the elves were finally standing up for their rights. "Thank you, Albus. I suppose we will make do on our own until they return," Severus said. "Yes, it will be a nice lesson for the wizard children who have never had to fend for themselves," Albus added before saying goodbye and good luck. When Severus turned back around, he saw both Draco and Charlotte with looks of horror on their faces. Harry didn't seem bothered by the whole occurrence. But how are we supposed to eat?" Charlotte whined, looking to be heading into a full panic. "Lunch should be easy enough to handle on our own. As a matter of fact, we could dine down here." Severus waved his wand and the workbench transformed into a table with 4 chairs around it. The 3 teens sat down at the empty table with Draco pulling the chair out for Charlotte. Harry knew he could offer to make lunch for everyone, but he wasn't feeling particularly generous at the moment. "Brilliant. Now what are we supposed to eat?" Draco asked with annoyance as he took his own seat. Severus gave him a sinister look as he settled down into the last chair. "It is within my ability to spell forth tea and biscuits, but I am afraid that is the extent of the menu I know." "But you've spelled forth all sorts of meals while we were at school," Harry said to looks of incredulity from both Draco and Charlotte. "He could spell forth meals after the house elves have already cooked them," Draco explained as if he were talking to a 5-year-old. He looked towards Charlotte and saw she had a small smile. Severus nodded in affirmation. He raised his wand and a pot of steaming tea along with a plate of chocolate biscuits appeared. A swish later and a bowl of fresh apples appeared. "Oh," Harry had no idea that was how it worked. "Dad, do you have any more of that nutritional supplement you made me?" Severus nodded. Accio Harry's nutritional supplement. 4 bottles of green liquid hovered over to the table. Harry grabbed the bottle closest to him and pulled off the stopper. He drank some before saying, "You guys should try this. I think Severus could start a business selling this stuff." Charlotte looked dubiously at the bottles, but Draco picked up a bottle, smelled the contents, then held the bottle up towards the light. "I detect niacinamide, potassium citrate, thiamine, thestral hair." He took a small sip, then a much longer sip before finishing, pumpkin juice with added riboflavin, chocolate and coloring. He looked towards the professor for confirmation. Severus had a smirk. "Well done, almost everything." There are a few more ingredients that I will let you work out on your own." Draco's smile turned into a frown and he continued sipping on the supplement until it was gone. Damn, he had thought he would impress Severus with his own abilities in potions. Charlotte had rudely poured herself a cup of tea first, then slammed the pot of tea down on the table without offering it to anyone else. She daintily took a biscuit off the plate and nibbled on the edge before declaring, "This is marginal at best. Am I to be forced into eating this rubbish until those damn house elves return?" "No, you could do without if you so desire," Severus stated warningly. Charlotte let out a huff before shoving the last of the biscuit into her mouth. She took an apple out of the bowl and began to cut it into even slices. Harry ate an apple, 6 biscuits and another 2 nutritional supplements before he noticed everyone staring at him. "What?" Draco shook his head. "Merlin Potter, I better keep my hands off the table or you might mistake them for another biscuit. You eat like a savage." "He has no manners," Charlotte declared haughtily. "He acts as if he was raised by animals." "Well, he was raised by muggles," Draco informed condescendingly, and both he and Charlotte sniggered. Harry gave both teens a hostile look. "I was hungry, I ran and flew today," he explained with irritation over having his manners critiqued. "You flew?" his father asked in a foreboding voice. "Yeah." Harry saw the dangerous look on his father's face and quickly changed his answer. "Yes, sir." "Who gave you permission to fly?" "I didn't know I needed permission. I didn't leave the premises, I stayed within the wards." Severus placed his cup down with a sharp clink on the table. "I thought I made myself clear this morning that you were not to rush into anything." "But, I thought," Harry began before Severus cut him off with a sharp retort. "You shouldn't think. It is obvious you don't have the ability." Both Draco and Charlotte snickered until the potion master gave them a sharp look. Harry quickly stood up. "Severus, I am 16. I shouldn't need permission. You are far too overprotective." He stormed out the laboratory in humiliation. Part of him felt angry at his father for embarrassing him in front of the others, and part of him felt bad for disappointing his dad once again. He felt like he couldn't do anything right today. He went up to his bedroom and slammed the door closed. After pacing for a few minutes, he finally flopped down on his bed. Bloody hell, this day was not turning out like he thought it would. He felt stupid for overreacting too. It was ironic. He had always wanted a parent to care about him, yet when he finally had one, he didn't like being told what to do. No wonder Ginny and Ron were always complaining about their parents. He never thought he'd have the luxury of yelling at a parent, knowing that they would still be there once you cooled off. An hour later he heard a knock on his door before his father walked in. Severus walked towards the bed and sat on the edge. "I apologize," the stoic potion master stated grimly. "You are too old to have such restrictions on you. I am having difficulty determining that fine line of going too far with your safety." "That's okay," Harry said quietly. "That's all I ever wanted when I was young, you know. A parent that cared enough to want to keep me safe. Just do me a favor." "What would that be?" "I would appreciate it if you waited until we were alone before getting on my case," Harry stated. Severus hid his smile over the very teen statement his son requested. "I will keep that in mind for future reference. How was your flight?" "Good, it was nice to feel so free. I hadn't realized how much I missed it." "I am glad for you. Perhaps we could stop by the Quidditch shop tomorrow and see the newest broom. It seems the proprietor of that establishment would like to gift you with a new broom that has not even been released to the public yet." Harry sat up. "Are you serious? I didn't even know they were making another new broom. Do you think I should accept it?" Severus, heart clenched for the decency this boy still had in him after all that he had been through. Any other teen wouldn't think twice about accepting such a gift, but Harry still questioned his value. "Do you grasp the magnitude of what you did for the wizarding world, Harry? Do you know how much pain and suffering you have alleviated for everyone?" Severus could see the uncertainty in his son's eyes. "No, I don't expect you to understand what you did." He placed a hand on his son's shoulder and gave him a light squeeze. "Yes, son, I do think you should accept the gift. You deserve it and much more, even if you do not feel that you do." Harry wished he could explain how culpable he still felt. "How long do you think I'll feel this way? When will this?" He grasped at a place over his heart, this feeling go away. Severus didn't have an answer. More than anything he wished that he did. I don't know, son. I was never as virtuous as you are, so my experiences with death were quite different than yours are. Perhaps you must begin by forgiving yourself. Severus moved closer and the teen pressed his forehead against his shoulder. I don't know how, came a quiet whisper from the Gryffindor's muffled voice. Then I will help you, Severus whispered as he rubbed the back of his son's head. Harry was in his bedroom working on a letter to Sirius, asking him to leave things as they were. He tried to word the letter so that his godfather would understand how important he still was to him. He hadn't seen him for a day and a half and missed him. He ended the note with a plea to give Severus a chance. He didn't want to tell Severus anything about this until he felt Sirius was better. The last thing he needed to deal with was those two fighting. Just as he finished his letter, he heard a knock on his bedroom door. He used his wand to open it from across the room and saw both Draco and Charlotte standing at the threshold. Neither walked in any further, and Harry suddenly remembered that his father had placed that extra security ward on his door. Harry, let us in, Charlotte complained. It had only been a few days since Charlotte had arrived, but she already seemed quite at home. Harry remembered the conversation he had with Severus regarding the girl's extended stay. In a rush, Severus had mentioned that Charlotte might be coming to stay as Harry was heading down the hall. The man seemed utterly undone, so Harry went along as if it were no big deal. That morning Harry barely said anything to his father because he was so lost in all the problems with Sirius. Charlotte had spent most of her time alone in her room. Once when he was walking past her room, he caught her talking to herself in the mirror. He laughed to himself at how someone could be so vain that they would actually talk to themselves in a mirror. She was probably telling herself how pretty she looked that day. Come on in, guys, he said, releasing the ward. He turned back around and finished addressing his letter. Charlotte slowly entered as she looked around. Are the house elves back? She asked with excitement. Draco stood in the doorway and looked around. Harry shook his head. I haven't seen either of them yet. Why do you think they're back? He tied his letter to Hedwig's leg and pushed his window open. Charlotte spread her hands out. Well, they must be back. Just look how clean your room is. Harry rolled his eyes at the spoiled girl. Yeah, I cleaned it this morning. You've probably never made a bed in your life, right? Of course I haven't, Charlotte said in a tone that clearly conveyed the horror over doing such demeaning work. Yeah, figures. What did you guys want anyway? Harry asked as he spun his chair around to look at the two most spoiled people he had ever met. We want you to talk Severus into taking us to Shandon for supper, Draco commanded snappishly. I already asked him, but he said we could make do with the food in the kitchens. I for one do not want his horrendous biscuits for supper. They were horrible. I refuse to eat those nasty things again, chimed in Charlotte. Shandon is the nicest restaurant in town, and I just know everyone will be there tonight since all the house elves are gone. What makes you think he's going to listen to me? Harry asked. Draco rolled his eyes. Come on, Potter, he does whatever you ask. No, he doesn't. I don't feel like going out to dinner in a crowded restaurant anyway. Draco saw the incensed look on Charlotte's face, so he pushed Harry further. What the bloody hell are we supposed to eat then? Well, I guess I could cook supper, Harry offered, feeling like it was the least he could do for his dad. Please, please tell me you do not know how to cook. Charlotte asked in disbelief. I used to cook all the time, Harry admitted with a shrug. Oh Merlin, please do not let my friends know that you do such debasing manual labor when they come next week. I swear, Harry James Potter, if you embarrass me I will kill you. I can't even imagine what they would say if they knew my almost relation knew how to clean and cook, said the pompous girl in a fit. Harry had to stop himself from complaining about her stuck-up friends coming to stay. Merlin, it was bad enough to have to deal with her, but to add a few more just like her was downright torturous. Don't worry, I don't plan on hanging out with you and your friends. Maybe I'll go stay with Ron while they're here, Harry said as he walked towards the door, hoping they would take a hint and leave. I don't care what you do, just be sure to act like a wizard and not the bloody house elf, Charlotte lectured. She gave one final look of disgust around Harry's room before sweeping out the door. Draco followed like a lovesick puppy. Harry shook his head, wondering how he got to this point in his life. He never thought he'd see the day that he'd be living with Snape and cooking a dinner for Malfoy and Charlotte. Harry stood back to admire his handiwork. The table didn't look nearly as nice as it normally did when Kinsey set it, but the Everbloom flowers helped to give it a special feel. He had to look up in a book on how to set the silverware properly since he had never used so many different utensils before. He poured water into the glasses, then added a slice of into each glass. Aunt Petunia had relied on him to help out on all her fancy parties. Of course he had never been allowed to eat the food he cooked or sit at the tables he had set, but still, he had the general idea of what to do. The magical timer went off and Harry rushed to the kitchen to lower the flame on his pot roast. Dinner was ready, now all he had to do was check on the dessert. He really hoped his father liked this. Every time Aunt Petunia had a dinner party and served his pot roast, she was flooded with compliments. He brought the beef to the table before walking into the living room to announce dinner. Severus sat by the fire playing a game of chess with Draco. Narcissa sauntered over and placed a hand on Severus' shoulder as she sat on the arm of the chair. Harry's stomach did a little flip when he saw the arrogant lady acting so familiar with his dad. He had no idea she was coming tonight. He quickly turned around and set one more place at the table before heading back into the living room once again. "Dinner's on," Harry announced, feeling more nervous than Neville in a room full of glass beakers. Everyone stopped talking and looked at him. Severus finally spoke up first. "Come, let us see what Mr. Potter has prepared." He wasn't expecting more than a bowl of noodles and maybe a loaf of bread, so when the potion master stepped into the dining room he stopped in shock. The table was quite presentable, perhaps even well turned out. Narcissa followed behind. She also stopped in the doorway. "Are the house elves back?" Draco was pulling out a chair for Charlotte. "No, who needs house elves when we've got Potter? He's a man of many talents," the Slytherin snidely commented. "Oh my," Narcissa said in embarrassment for Severus. "Imagine having a son who acted like a house elf." The salad was crisp and the dressing perfectly blended. Charlotte actually helped herself to seconds. Once the salad was gone, Harry took his wand out and the lid came off a steaming pot of butternut squash soup. He heard Narcissa gasp. When no one complimented the creamy soup, Harry wondered if they didn't like it. That seemed rather odd since everyone was eating it. Once that was finished, Severus cleared the soup bowls with a swish of his wand before Harry took his own wand out. The lids came off the main course platters and he heard gasps from everyone when the roast beef was displayed. Severus coughed into his fist as Narcissa held her napkin to her mouth. Draco's mouth fell open, but Charlotte had plenty to say. "Oh my gosh, please tell me you ordered this from a restaurant." That, she pointed to the asparagus wrapped in crocetta, "that looks like something I would find at Chandon. And that looks like roast beef." Her voice revealed none of the delight Harry had thought he would hear. Far from it even, she sounded more put out than anything else. Draco sliced the roast beef using a spell from his wand. He hovered pieces to each person's plate before tasting his own. "Potter, if you ever fall short on money you could get a job as a chef." Normally Harry would take that as a compliment, but the way Malfoy said it made it sound like a cutting remark. He knew it was a jab once Charlotte started to snigger. What the bloody hell was wrong with these people? He looked towards his father and saw that he wore a look of discomfort. Regardless, everyone filled their plates and ate as if this was the only meal they had in a week. "Harry, I must say that this beef is cooked to perfection," Severus stated flatly. Charlotte, Draco and Narcissa covered their mouths to hide their amusement. Severus shot a dark look around the table. "The entire meal is delicious." "Yeah, better than any of our house elves ever made," Draco said under his breath. Charlotte covered her mouth as another snicker erupted. Am I missing something? I thought you guys would like this. I mean, it looks like you like it from the way you ate everything," but Harry trailed off, not getting the joke. Severus reached over from the head of the table and gave his son a pat on the shoulder. "Wizards from old families find cooking to be the exclusive job of a house elf." Severus tried to explain, then took another deep sip of wine. "Let me explain," Narcissa said, then turned to Harry and spoke as if he was 6. "Most pure BL, most wizards from proper families do not consider cooking to be something they would proudly exhibit. Especially such a spectacular display of food like you have prepared. Rest assured we will not let anyone know about this evening, but perhaps you should hide this little talent from anyone else. Oh, now he got it. His face flushed with humiliation as he realized they were all making fun of him. He swallowed his wounded pride and decided that they were wrong. The whole lot of them, including his father, was dead wrong. Mrs. Weasley cooked and everyone in the order always complimented her. If cooking was respectable enough for Mrs. Weasley, then it was good enough for him too. To hell with these snobby people, he almost laughed out loud when he realized how ridiculous they were. How do you expect wizards without piles of money to eat? Someone has to do the cooking, Harry shot back at the snooty woman. Narcissa narrowed her eyes and looked as if she wanted to yell at him. That is correct, dear, but I did say wizards from proper families, came Narcissa's syrupy sweet voice. That's a load of rubbish. The Weasleys are a proper family. They may not have a house elf, but that doesn't make them any less proper, Harry said with anger. Draco opened his mouth to say something but quickly shut it when he saw the look on Severus' face. This discussion has run its course, Severus stated firmly. The meal is delicious, Harry. Yeah, my compliments to the chef, Charlotte added mockingly. Draco couldn't help himself. At least I know what to get Harry for Christmas now. Mum, do we have any extra tea cozies? Charlotte and Draco were in hysterics over that last taunt. Harry decided to take every backhanded compliment in stride and have fun with the evening. These people had the audacity to make fun of him all the while stuffing their faces full of the food he had made. Well then, I guess you guys don't want to taste my world-famous chocolate cake. Too bad you can't get over the fact that the boy who lived actually knows how to fend for himself in the kitchen, Harry teased as he cleared away the dishes with a swish of his wand. The piece of beef on the end of Narcissa's fork disappeared. Severus raised an eyebrow over the title Harry gave himself. He had never called himself that infamous name before. I never said there was anything wrong with your amazing cooking abilities, Potter. Draco backpedaled with a pleading tone. Nor did I, Severus added with amusement over his son's good humor. As a matter of fact, I was the one who said your pot roast was cooked to perfection. Yeah, but it didn't really sound like it was meant to be a compliment. It sounded more like a reproach, Harry taunted with a smirk. Perhaps, but I distinctly remember saying that the entire meal was delicious, Severus stated firmly. Okay, I guess you deserve to try my incredible chocolate cake, relented Harry. He pointed his wand at the spot before his father and a large piece of the triple-layer confection appeared. Severus took a bite, then made an exaggerated sound of pleasure. Excellent. Best I've ever tasted. Charlotte looked at the cake longingly, as did Draco. Harry, I'm the one who said you should be a chef, announced Draco. I was just kidding about the tea cozy. I said the food looks like it came from Shandon, Charlotte added. Harry took pity on them and spelled forth their own pieces of cake along with one for himself. He purposely ignored Narcissa since he just didn't like her. Before he had a chance to take his first bite, his father said, I think you forgot someone. Harry begrudgingly spelled forth another piece of cake. He ignored Narcissa's compliment and focused on his chocolate creation. If there was one thing he knew he did well, it was cooking. How could he not be a master chef with all the practice he had in his past with the Dursleys? Draco took a break from shoveling the treat into his mouth. Potter, I have to admit, this is the best damn cake I've ever had. To hell with those house elves, who needs them? You're going to need them, Harry informed the Slytherin. This is the last meal I cook for you ungrateful bunch of. At his father's sharp look he let the sentence hang in the air. Maybe we could come up with a compromise, Draco offered. Yeah, like what? I do all the cooking and you do all the eating. Tisk, tisk, Harry. Try not to sound so cynical, Charlotte chimed in. If you'll do the cooking, I would be willing to help you with your deplorable manners and maybe even help you to dress a little more fashionably. I hate to tell you this, but you're starting to dress like Severus. Harry almost choked on his piece of cake overhearing that. He looked up and saw Draco nodding. It's true, Potter. You have been dressing in those expensive black slacks and black collared shirts far too often lately. Harry ran a hand down the front of his black button-down shirt. Maybe he was starting to wear a lot of black, but it was a far cry better than Dudley's second-hand clothes. Severus cleared his throat. I am sitting right here. It would be wise for the two of you to curtail your insults whilst I am in your presence. Besides, I don't mind dressing like my dad, Harry said just to see Draco's reaction. In reality, he vowed to pick up a few more pairs of jeans in Diagon Alley tomorrow. Suit yourself, Potter, but you're the one living in Gryffindor Tower dressing like a black bat, Draco said under his breath. I heard that, Severus said from across the table. Perhaps a report on respect would help you to curb your tongue. Draco shook his head. Sorry, sir. Nevertheless, a report will be due by tomorrow afternoon, Severus stated, then looked towards Charlotte. Perhaps you should write a report on gratitude. Charlotte looked towards Narcissa for help. Narcissa smiled most charmingly at the potion master and placed a delicate hand on his sleeve. Severus dear, the children were just having fun. No harm done. I'm sure Harry enjoys their clever wit. They are on holiday after all. Severus narrowed his eyes but relented. I suppose washing the dishes this evening will suffice. After all, it is only fair since Harry did all the cooking. At the looks of utter horror he received from Charlotte and Draco, not to mention the gasp he heard from Narcissa, he raised his hand up and said, not one word. Draco and Charlotte stared back at Severus with open mouths in complete disbelief. Harry looked down but could hardly hide his laugh. He had to witness this, it was going to be so funny. He looked up in time to catch the sinister glare Narcissa gave him before her face turned towards Severus with a serene smile. Half-hour later found Harry at the kitchen sink with Draco and Charlotte sitting at the kitchen table complaining about his father and drinking tea. Harry had made the mistake of going into the kitchen to watch them, only to find himself having to teach the pair of spoiled brats how to wash the dishes. At some point during the lesson he ended up being the only one still at the sink while the two of them sat to whine about the whole event. I don't know how you can live with the man, Harry. He seems bent on taking revenge, Charlotte complained with a whine. It's just plain cruel to make me suffer so. I can see the pain you are in, Harry said sarcastically as he finished washing the last of the pots and pans. He would never admit to the fact that he liked doing dishes. There was something comforting about putting his hands in warm sudsy water. Doing the dishes gave him time to contemplate what he was going to say to his father tonight. He was almost sure Severus had not forgotten about the threat of making him talk about his feelings of guilt. He just had no idea how to explain the way he felt. He was brought out of his revelry by Charlotte's shrill voice. I hope he doesn't make us do dishes again tomorrow. Severus should be used to hearing insults on how he dresses. Those house elves better get back tomorrow or I'm going to kill them. Harry was certain Charlotte's house elf wouldn't return if given the choice. He couldn't fathom how he was going to get through an entire 2 weeks with the spoiled brat. Later that night, after the Malfoys went home, Harry was in his bed under the warm covers, when Hedwig came flying in with a note. The snowy owl jumped on his chest and pecked his fingers looking for a treat. Harry untied the note, then Acioed owl treats to him from across the room. After eating, Hedwig hooted in delight and flew around the room a few times before retiring to her cage. Harry smiled over the bird's antics. The owl seemed happy. He slowly opened the letter, dreading what he might read. There was no doubt in his mind that Sirius would be upset. The letter turned out to be more of a command than a letter. Come for breakfast, Sirius. Harry hoped that Remus would be there too, just in case Sirius was in one of his darker moods. The man had truly been tormented during his time on the other side of the veil. Where the hell had he gone to? The idea of the veil still confused him. Severus knocked on his son's door, hoping the teen had not fallen asleep. In his opinion, he had been given another chance to try and rectify the mistakes he had made as a father. There were far too many to count at this point. Come in, a tired voice called out from behind the closed door. Were you sleeping already? Severus asked as he shut the door behind him, then walked towards the bed. Harry sat up, leaning against the pillows. Nope, I was just waiting for you. I was hoping you'd forget. Severus raised an eyebrow. I never forget. Needless to say, you do not seem very open to talking. Harry shrugged. I don't like talking about that stuff. It just ends up making me feel worse in the end. The statement forced Severus to pause and reconsider the benefit of this talk. He had thought to alleviate some of Harry's guilt by offering reassurance. Now he second-guessed his strategy. Perhaps it was not a good idea to force the boy into reliving those haunting memories. But no, that was the rationale that had brought him to this point. He ended up doing what came most naturally to him. Severus sat on the edge of the bed, staring into his son's eyes. Harry quickly occluded and looked down before angrily stating, "Don't do that. It's not fair. I'll tell you what I want you to hear without legilimens." "Yes, you are always so forthcoming with your fears," sarcasm prominent in the potion master's voice. Harry shrugged. "I'm okay. You don't have to worry so much. Sometimes you act as if I'm so screwed up that I belong in St. Mungo's. Am I really that bad?" "No, you are far from screwed up," Severus said the last words with disdain. "However, I feel that I am not qualified to help you feel less culpable in the deaths that occurred. I have made an appointment for you to see Healer Fairchild tomorrow." "Oh bloody hell." Severus held his anger in check over his son's sudden outburst but firmly pushed Harry back against his pillows. "Calm yourself." Quote. Harry took a deep breath and let himself lean back. "I'm not crazy, Severus. I never said you were, but let's be direct. You are 16 and have been through horrors a grown man would need help recovering from. So you do think I'm crazy?" Severus was surprised at the fear he saw in his son's eyes. "Would you feel more comfortable if Ms. Fairchild came here to talk?" "I don't want to talk to a mind healer. I don't want to talk to anyone." "You don't understand. It's not something that anyone can just heal with words," Harry said strongly. "You are right, I do not understand. That is precisely the reason I want. No, I'm not going to talk to anyone. It's just something I have to work through on my own." Severus shook his head. "Not this time, Harry. I will not bend on this." Harry rolled onto his side facing away from his father. His head started hurting just thinking about opening up those doors he had bolted closed in his mind. He had to get out of this. He had to make his dad see how bad this would turn out in the end. Maybe the reason Severus was acting so anxious was more about what he had said last night, all those horrible words. "I knew you were still angry about what I said last night. I didn't mean any of it though, really I didn't. You believe me, right?" Harry said as he stared at the wall with his back still to his father, hoping the man would change his mind. "I believe I already told you that I forgive you. This is not just about last night, this is about the guilt you insist on claiming." Harry saw the note from Sirius on his covers and clutched at it. "I can't go tomorrow anyway. I have to see Sirius in the morning." He turned around and handed Severus the note. Severus eyed the paltry note before snidely commenting, "Touching." Harry ripped the note from his father's hand. "I don't care what he writes. I'm just glad he's back." "As am I," Severus said, forcing his voice to sound sincere. "It is one less thing for you to feel guilty about. Is that all you care about? Don't you see what I did to him? His mind was tortured, he doesn't remember anything that happened to him. He's all ed up and I did that to him. Just don't talk about him anymore." Severus couldn't help but feel stung. "You forget your place, Harry. Mind your tongue." Harry flopped back against the pillows and refused to get into this with his father any further than he already had. Severus sat facing away from the teen. He didn't know what else to say to help the situation. He already felt as if the boy were keeping secrets due to the adoption case. After a few uncomfortable minutes he stood up and spelled the sconces off. He didn't turn around but said goodnight as he shut the door on his way out. Harry lay in his bed staring up at the ceiling, feeling miserable for treating his father that way. He wished he had said things differently. After all, the man was only trying to help. Charlotte waited until she heard both Severus and Harry close their bedroom doors for the night before she pulled out the ornate gold-framed mirror. She admired her reflection before whispering out, "Vespa." Within moments an image of a plump older lady with a long pointed nose and lavender hair appeared. "My sweet, I am here," Vespa said as she gazed at her young adopted daughter with jealousy. How must it feel to be so beautiful and young with skin that glowed with the bloom of early life, thought Vespa enviously. "Vespa, I have news. Severus is taking us to Diagon Alley tomorrow. Will you meet me there?" Vespa smiled, revealing her yellowing teeth. Yes, I will meet you in Nocturne Alley by the tonic shop. The plan is ready to commence. Do you have any news for me? Vespa ran her tongue along her thin lips in anticipation. Yes, it seems that Harry's godfather is trying to have the adoption overturned, Charlotte whispered out as she looked at the door. The ministry sent Severus papers to that effect. Ah, very good. I might be able to sway the ministry in that direction. How did you find this news out, my pet? Charlotte sneered at the foolish question. Severus is far too trusting. He left his study door unguarded and I read the papers he received from the ministry. He's too stupid to be in control of such a large fortune. Yes, my dear, I am quite aware of my nephew's shortcomings. I have to go, but I miss you terribly, Auntie. Severus is so cruel to me. He made me wash the dishes this evening after supper, Charlotte whined. Vespa gasped. He will pay, my dear. By the time I have finished with him he will wish he were dead. Charlotte put the precious mirror back in her drawer and smiled. She could hardly wait to see her devoted auntie again. She missed all the lovely gifts and compliments her auntie offered. It had taken a huge bribe and several tearful nights of begging to get Charlotte to agree to the plan. She hated the thought of living with Severus, but it would all pay off in the end. Her auntie assured her that it would be well worth her trouble and time. She would make sure to accomplish her goal. The next morning Harry made sure to dress in something other than black. He pulled a blue hoodie over a gray t-shirt and ran a comb through his hair. He went downstairs just as Severus was walking out of his study. You are set to leave? Severus asked curtly. Yes, sir. Harry answered back with the same tone of voice his father used. He didn't know why Severus was still angry at him but hoped it would blow over by the time he saw him again. I will come fetch you before lunch on our way to Diagon Alley, Severus explained. You are not to leave the headquarters for any reason, is that understood? Yes, sir. Harry answered back flatly. Fine. Use good judgment at all times. I expect you will be the more mature out of the two of you, so you must make wise choices, Severus said. He couldn't help the last dig on the mud as he knew it was the truth. Harry just shook his head and rolled his eyes. Fine, I'll see you later. He made his way to the fireplace and threw a handful of flow powder in before he said something he knew he would get in trouble for. What was Severus' problem anyway? The man acted as if he had a chip on his shoulder towards Sirius, but why should he? He hadn't even told him about the unadoption yet. Harry felt his stomach flip as he spun through the flow system. He stopped with a jolt in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. As soon as he walked out of the fireplace he smelled the mouthwatering scent of pancakes and bacon. Sirius was standing at the stove with a spatula in one hand and a cookbook in the other. As soon as he spotted Harry he dropped both items onto the floor and went to embrace his godson. Good to see you, kiddo. I missed you too, Sirius. Notice anything different about me? Harry took a few steps back. It took Sirius a minute but he finally said, your cane. Your leg is healed. What did Dumbledore say that curse was? Dementors. At the look of horror Sirius wore, Harry quickly added, but they're gone. I'm fine. Hey, what's that you're cooking? Sirius shook his head but turned back towards the pan. I don't know how good these things will be, but I'm working on some pancakes. Harry looked at his godfather and smiled. The man seemed so much stronger both physically as well as mentally. Sirius, you look great. I guess coming back here was good for you. Sirius looked around the room. I never thought coming back to this old place would make me so happy, but, well, here I am. They talked for several minutes about the old place and all the curses that had been found. Sirius joked about hiding doxies in Remus' bed. Harry laughed until he saw black smoke billowing up from the pan. He rushed over and pointed his wand at the burnt pancakes. They disappeared in a flash. He picked up the spatula from the floor and wiped it on his pant leg before saying, I'm pretty good at making these. Do you mind if I give it a shot? Be my guest, Sirius said and took off his apron, then hung it around Harry. Sirius sat on the counter watching his godson cook. Remus said the house elves are on strike. Yup, I can attest to that fact firsthand. I made dinner for everyone last night, Harry remarked without thinking. Who is everyone? Sirius asked with a hint of resentment. Harry gulped, wishing he had kept his big mouth shut. Just Severus and Charlotte. Remus told you about Charlotte, right? He was not about to mention the Malfoys. Yes, Sirius spat out suddenly, looking enraged over the fact that his godson had cooked anything for Snape. Actually, Remus hadn't said much about the girl, but Sirius wasn't really concerned about her and didn't ask any questions. He had no idea the pain the girl's aunt had caused Harry or any of the abuse Harry had suffered through while he had been kidnapped. As a matter of fact, he didn't even know about the kidnapping. Harry flipped over the pancakes, then did the same to the browning bacon. He quickly came up with a different topic. I caught the snitch at the last Quidditch game. Gryffindor is in first place. I think we're going to win the cup this year. That seemed enough to snap Sirius out of his dark mood. They talked Quidditch and ate their breakfast until all the pancakes were gone. Remus flowed in while Harry was trying out a washing up spell. He didn't mind washing dishes every once in a while, but he certainly didn't want to wash them every day. Who knew how long the house elves would be on strike for? Remus smiled at the sight of Sirius and Harry with bubbles dripping out of their wands. "Hey Harry, it's good to see you." "Hi Remus," Harry said. He noticed Remus signal to Sirius to follow him out to the hall. The two marauders walked out into the hallway saying they would be right back. Harry finished up the dishes, then walked over to the sideboard. He noticed a pile of newspapers with his picture on the front cover and rifled through them curiously. Every paper was about him and most mentioned Severus as well. "I was catching up," came Sirius' voice from behind Harry. "You've been through some horrible stuff." Harry dropped the paper and turned around. "Yeah, but you can't believe everything you read." "I wish that were true," Sirius said quietly. "I know you think Snape saved you and all, but you don't need him any longer. Your parents made me your godfather, not him." Harry could tell that Sirius was raring up for another lecture on how horrible Severus was. He didn't want to hear anything bad about his father, so he decided to head off the lecture. "Do you want to know how I survived the battle with Voldemort?" "Probably not, but why don't you tell me anyway?" Sirius said sarcastically. Harry stuffed his hands in his pockets and leaned back against the counter. "This powerful surge of magic spilled forth and my parents shot out. I saw them both for a split second." Sirius sat down on the bench with a hard plop, his mouth hanging open with shock. "I was going to let myself die, follow them back to the other side, but then, this warm feeling took hold. My mum made it clear to me that I needed to stay and that Severus would be here for me." Harry could see his godfather begin to fume. "Sirius, you weren't here. He was all I had. I still need you, Sirius, but he's my father now." Sirius was shaking with rage. "Your father hated him. You were deceived. That vision was probably just Voldemort playing tricks on your mind. You're so messed up you don't know your head from your ass anymore." Harry shrugged. This was the second person to accuse him of being crazy. "It wasn't Voldemort playing tricks. I felt her in here." He placed a hand over his heart. "Then I guess you're crazier than I am. You are still a kid whether you want to admit that or not. Remus has just informed me that the wheels are set in motion. Fudge should sign the paperwork today," Sirius said steadfastly. "What papers?" "The papers to get that farce of an adoption ended. Whether you like it or not, you belong here, with me." "I won't let that happen," Harry said ardently. "I'll spend as much time as I can with you, but I won't be taken away from Severus." "Shut up, Harry, before I do something I'll regret," screamed Sirius as he took a threatening step closer. Harry stood up straighter and glared back at his godfather. "I won't let you intimidate me either. If you hit me again, I'll fight back this time. I have to warn you that I've been trained by Aurors." "Is that so?" Sirius said with a challenging tone. "So now you're supposed to be this big bad Auror, are you?" "No, I didn't say that, but I fight better than the average 16-year-old. I knew that Greasy Bat would turn you against me. He's wanted revenge on us his whole sorry life and now he has it. He took the only thing he could from me. He didn't take me. I'm not an object. I made my own choice in this adoption. I won't let you interfere with this. I'll petition the ministry to have the adoption reinstated. I haven't asked anything from Fudge yet, but I will ask him for this." He turned away from his godfather and paced the room to calm down. "I still need you, Sirius." Sirius just wanted things to be back to the way they used to be. His mind was so strained at the moment that the only thought he clung onto was getting his godson back to the way he used to be. He wanted that impulsive boy who admired him and would do anything he asked, not this strong willful teenager who had the audacity to say he would fight back. He knew what he had to do to fix this problem. He knew of a dark spell from one of the many books his family had on dark magic. He was desperate to get his boy back. Without thinking of the consequences, he raised his wand and pointed it at Harry. Adolescentia. Sirius had not used his wand very much since returning from the Vale, so he was shocked over the power that ripped through his arm. The spell hit Harry square in the chest and threw him back against the wall. Harry was taken aback that Sirius would actually attack him. He didn't even know what the hex was that his godfather hit him with. His thoughts started to become muddled and he struggled to remain coherent of his surroundings. He felt like he was melting or shrinking and he suddenly couldn't remember where he was. Sirius watched as his godson literally shrank before his eyes. He started to panic and screamed out for Remus to come quick. He sunk to the floor and scrambled to the corner far away from Harry as his mind began to break. Harry found himself sitting on the ground in a room he had never seen before. His heart raced with fear. He looked at the extremely large clothes he was wearing and immediately thought he would be in trouble when Uncle Vernon found him wearing his clothes. He tried to stand up, but the shoes were so big he had to sit back down and pull them off. His pants wouldn't stay up, so he stepped out of those as well. Just as he stood up once more, a man raced into the room and froze when he spotted him. Harry knew he was in trouble. Remus took in the scene before him. Sirius was huddled in a corner clutching onto his wand, and there was a little boy looking completely bewildered standing in the middle of the kitchen. There was no doubt in his mind that the boy was Harry with those big green eyes and messy black hair. "Harry?" Remus asked in a near whisper. The little boy cocked his head to the side with surprise. "Who are you?" Remus took a step forward and watched as the boy stepped back. He stopped and knelt down. "You don't remember me?" Harry shook his head, then looked over to Sirius cowering in the corner. His heart fluttered madly. Remus stayed where he was but called out to Sirius. Sirius had slipped from reality when he saw what he had done to his godson. He had only meant to turn Harry back to the boy he knew 2 years ago, but somehow the spell had been much stronger than he intended. The thought of causing such harm to his godson sent his mind into distress and he mentally shut down. His world filled with calm as he rocked back and forth on the heels of his feet with his arms wrapped tightly around his knees. He didn't hear his name being called by his best friend, nor did he hear the flow swish to life when someone entered the room. Severus was not happy. He had spent the better part of the morning on a flow call to Fudge. Fudge informed him that he was getting pressured into sending Harry back to Black. He wouldn't say who was pressuring him into it, but Severus had a strong idea that Vespa was up to her old tricks. Black didn't hold any influence with the minister, so he knew it wasn't the mutt. The one person who did hold power over the feeble minister was Vespa. Even on the run, she still had power in the wizarding world with all her connections. Not only was he having to watch her spoiled girl now, but he had to deal with the possibility of Vespa being back in the picture. He had no choice but to find her and kill her as soon as possible. As much as he didn't want to become Charlotte's long-term guardian, he didn't want to take any chances of losing his son either. His nightmares were filled with the thought of losing the boy, and he knew he would do anything to prevent that from happening. He had Narcissa take both Draco and Charlotte to Diagon Alley and promised to meet them there once he picked up his son from headquarters. The thought of standing face to face with Black turned his stomach. He had to keep a tight rein on his emotions or Harry would be the one to suffer. He vowed to remain calm for his son's sake. On his way through the living room, he spotted Harry's cloak and took it with him. That boy had to learn to take better care of himself. Imagine leaving the house without a cloak in weather like this. He threw flow powder into the fireplace and called out the address. Severus immediately knew something was not right when he stepped out of the flow at Grimmauld Place. The first person he saw was Black, hunkered down on the floor, rocking back and forth. Not a good sign, even for the mangy mutt. He instantly looked around for his son and saw Lupin kneeling before a child. The child looked up at him with a curious stare before dropping his gaze to the floor. Severus didn't need to be told who the child was. Those emerald green eyes said it all. The potion master froze as he entered the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. He tried to assess the situation he had just walked in on. Lupin was looking at him with a mixture of fear and relief. The small raven-haired boy continued to stare at the ground. Black sat against the wall clutching his wand while rocking back and forth with a faraway look. He wasn't sure if another prank was being played on him or if Black had done the unthinkable and hexed his own godson. Harry knew better than to ask too many questions or look at someone for too long. He had just received a painful reminder a few days ago when Aunt Marge let her dog bite him on the foot for getting caught staring at her funny hair. Who were all these strange people? Why did the man in mended clothes know his name? He couldn't remember ever meeting him. When the tall man in dark clothes walked out of the fireplace, it had scared him a little and he wondered if he was stuck in another one of his bad dreams. Any minute now Uncle Vernon would throw his cupboard door open and kick his cot until he woke up. He felt his heart sink as he realized that would mean no breakfast the next morning. Remus stood up and looked at Severus. Severus, I don't know what happened. He walked over to Sirius and knelt before the delusional man. Sirius, can you hear me? When no answer came, he reached out and placed a hand on Sirius' arm. Padfoot. What happened? Still nothing. He unclenched the animagus, fingers from the wand, and put it in his back pocket. Severus had enough of this nonsense. The immature man was playing another prank on him. Black, turn Harry back this instant. I will not stand for this nonsense another minute. Sirius began mumbling out incoherently. I didn't mean to. Just wanted my boy back. Didn't mean to. Severus wasn't in the mood for his drivel. He walked up the boy and tilted his chin up to look in his eyes. Harry James Potter, I will not stand for this conduct. Turn back this instant. The boy literally shook with fear and stumbled back. Harry landed on his bottom but kept his eyes on the angry man in black. He didn't know what the man wanted or how the man knew his name. Severus could see the fear in the child's eyes and reconsidered the situation. Could Black really have cast a spell at his own godson? Anything was possible when it came to Black. The potion master pulled his wand from his cloak and pointed it at Harry. Harry threw his arms up over his head and tensed up. He knew what was coming next. Severus immediately lowered his wand and dropped down to one knee. His heart twisted with the memory of this past July when he had found the boy on the floor of his bedroom at Privet Drive. He remembered Harry having that same reaction. He slowly lowered the boy's arms. Do not fear me, Harry. I'm sorry, Harry whispered. Whatever he had done he wished he hadn't. He was so confused and felt like those stupid tears were threatening to betray him again. He knew better than to cry, but he was so scared and couldn't stop them from filling his eyes. He swiped at them with the long sleeve of his shirt and hoped the man in black hadn't seen them. What are you sorry about? Severus asked as he saw the boy trying to hide his face by looking down once again. It saddened him that Harry still did that even as a teenager. I don't know, Harry admitted in his small voice. I don't know how I got here or why I'm wearing these clothes. Uncle Vernon's going to be so angry. A dark look crossed the potion master's face and he saw the boy scoot back away from him. Come here, child. Severus held a hand out to the boy. Harry knew he was brave and usually didn't scare very easily, but, well, this man really scared him. He had never seen anyone dress all in black and have long hair and pointed boots. He gathered his courage and stood up before taking a shaky step closer to the man. The man gently took his hand and pulled him closer. Stand still. Severus slowly raised his wand and with a swish said, Finite incantatum. The boy flinched back, then looked at him with wide, curious eyes. Severus thought of all the spells that could bring this de-aging about. He knew they should all have cancelled out by using finite. He continued holding the boy's hand and looked over to Lupin. What spell do you know that would cause this? The same ones you know, Remus said as he gathered his friend in his arms. Sirius, can you hear me? Sirius, what did you spell Harry with? Sirius felt the warm arms surrounding him and slipped further into his delusions. He made an awful moaning sound deep down in his throat over and over again. Harry stared at the man they called Sirius and hoped he wouldn't get the same sort of punishment the man must have gotten. He moved a little closer to the man in black as his heart skipped along in his chest. Severus could tell the boy was frightened and thought he best get him out of here in case Black became more agitated. Lupin, go find Pomfrey and Albus, have them come to my house. On second thought he added, Take Black with you, he should never have left a healer's care. I'm taking Harry home. Remus was in no position to argue against any request Severus made. He was ridden with guilt for letting the situation spiral out of control. He knew all along that Sirius was not fit to come home, but he talked himself into thinking that he could take care of his best friend just as well as the hospital could. He helped his friend to stand and quietly left Grimmauld Place through the flow. Harry suddenly panicked at the thought of going home and his uncle finding him with a stranger. He knew better than to talk to any of the neighbors or strangers. He looked down at his long shirt and knew he would get in trouble for losing his clothes as well. The last thing he remembered was wearing Dudley's old brown pants with a hole in the knee and a blue t-shirt. He frantically looked around for the clothes. "Harry, what are you looking for?" the dark man asked in a kinder tone than Harry was used to hearing. "It's just that I lost my clothes, sir," the boy said in a near panic. "Uncle Vernon isn't going to like that. We will not be going to your uncle's home. You live with me now. I am your new father," Severus stated, preparing for a temper tantrum from the child. Harry looked at the man in disbelief. He blinked several times. He wasn't sure how he felt about this new turn of events. He had always wanted a father, he'd even prayed every single night for a mum and dad. He never thought his prayers would actually come true though. Was this for real or just part of his dream? He had to find out. Sir." "Yes, Harry." Severus was caught off guard as the child leaned in close to whisper in his ear. He could feel the boy's soft breath against his ear and smell the scent of maple syrup. "Is it forever?" came a soft whisper. Severus felt completely undone. He knew that question had been filled with a longing that came straight from the heart. He had seen into this boy's memories many times this past year and knew how he had longed for a parent. "Yes, Harry, I will not leave you." Harry smiled at the thought of telling Dudley that he had been wrong all these years. Dudley had always told him that he would never get to have a mum and dad, but he was wrong. He looked at the man and simply said, "Okay." Severus dropped his head into his free hand. Something tugged at his heart, making it hurt. He couldn't fathom what the boy had been through to make him so willing to live with a complete stranger. He knew Harry had grown up unloved with little care, but he had not thought Harry had been treated poorly until he had started showing signs of magic. He hoped this small child wasn't a victim to abuse. He held onto the little hand and looked at the boy. The child stared back at him with curiosity. "Are you okay, sir?" Harry thought the man looked like he had tears in his eyes, but no, grown-ups never cried. He wondered what he had done to cause the man to look so sad. Severus pulled himself together, not wanting to alarm the child any further. "I am fine. Would you like to see your new home?" Harry nodded, then let go of the man's hand to pick up the large shoes and pants from the floor. Severus took them and cast a shrinking charm, then spelled the clothes onto the boy. He pointed his wand at Harry and charmed the shirts the boy still wore to fit him properly. Harry stared at the man in shock. How did he do that? Severus realized the child had never seen magic before. "Harry, you come from a very noble family of wizards. Your parents were very strong wizards. Do you know what magic is?" Harry stepped away from the man. He knew what his aunt and uncle thought of magic. They had forbid him from even saying the word magic. He shook his head in denial. "No. That's a lie. No, it is the truth. You should feel proud of who your parents were." "No." Harry walked backwards, keeping an eye on the man in black. He knew better than to talk about his parents, and he also knew that magic was bad. "Leave me alone." "Come now, son. Calm down." Severus stood up and held his hand out towards the child. Harry shook his head, fear coursing through him enough to make his legs shake. He knew this whole thing was too good to be true. Magic was evil. Only freaks thought magic was real. He didn't want to get into even more trouble than he probably already was in. He jumped back when the man tried to take his hand. "Get away." Severus was taken aback by this violent reaction from the child. The boy was most certainly filled with all variety of lies regarding who he was. His anger at Dursley was only kept in check by his sheer willpower not to scare the boy any further. Oh, how he yearned for a few moments alone with Dursley. He looked at the panic-stricken boy and tried to come up with a way to make him calm down. He had no experience with small children, so decided to deal with the boy the only way he knew how. This behavior must cease. Come. Severus used a stern voice. He held a hand out to the boy. Harry froze, then dropped his head in defeat. It really didn't matter what he thought because the man was his father now, and that meant he was in charge of him. He had to obey him. He knew that talking back would just earn him a smack or worse. He didn't run when the man grabbed his hand and pulled him to the fireplace, but he almost wet himself when the man tried to pull him into the flames. He fought with all his might not to go in there. You will not get hurt. This is how wizards travel, Severus tried to reason as the boy flailed against him. Didn't you see Lupin go in? Harry fought harder, kicking and hitting the man with his one free hand. He had burnt his hands plenty of times when he was cooking and knew how much fire hurt to touch. No, please. Severus had no idea how to deal with this. He pulled his wand out and watched the boy cower before he cast a sleeping spell on the child. He scooped the boy up in his arms and flowed back to Snape Manor. Severus went directly to his study and deposited the child on the sofa. He was going to wring that mangy mutt's neck when he had the chance. How could he do this to his own godson? Severus was angry at himself for allowing Harry to go visit Black unescorted and angry at Lupin for not protecting the boy. He should have known better than to allow Harry to be alone with that deranged man. He paced the floor, waiting anxiously for Poppy or Albus to come and fix this. He paused when he passed the sofa and looked down at the little form curled up. The child was so small. Just then the flow turned green and Albus' head appeared. Severus, how is the boy? Albus looked behind the potion master and could see the child asleep on the sofa. He is sleeping. You must fix him without delay, commanded Severus. Dumbledore didn't take offense to that tone of voice Severus used, realizing how stressed the man must be. He didn't savor telling him this next part. Severus, you must calm down or you will frighten the child. I performed a priori incantatem on Sirius' wand and I know what spell was cast. He used a spell that is considered dark magic due to its very nature. Severus looked at his son, then back at Albus, as the boy in danger. Will the spell harm him? I'll be honest with you, Severus, this spell is known to cause physical damage if left too long. Well then fix him. I can't, Albus said grimly. Only the caster has the power to release the spell. Sirius is incapacitated at this time. He will need to heal from this latest misfortune before he will be fit enough to put this right. I am sorry, the boy deserves better. Severus felt more rage than he knew what to do with. Black had used a dark arts spell against Harry. The man deserved to go back to Azkaban for raising his wand against the boy. Albus, what am I supposed to do with a small child? I have no experience with this sort of thing. Not to mention the fact that I have no house elf to prepare meals for the child, Severus admitted. I will contact Molly. I'm quite sure she will be more than willing to help with Harry. I'll continue to investigate the spell and let you know as soon as I find anything new. In the meantime, you will have to be patient with the child. Dumbledore took another look at the sleeping child before disappearing. Severus had a hard time accepting what he had just heard. Not only was Harry stuck as a small child for the foreseeable future, but he was also in danger of the spell physically harming him. He stood up and paced the floor before sitting at his desk. He pulled a parchment out and began writing letters to a few wizards he knew that were more familiar with dark arts. Perhaps his time spent as a Death Eater would come in handy once again. The boy woke up with a start, then stretched out before looking around. Harry had lost his glasses somewhere along the way, but his vision was not so bad. He found himself on a soft leather sofa before a warm fire. A fire. The last thing he remembered was his new father trying to make him go into the fire. He looked around in a panic. You are safe, child, Severus said as calmly as he could from behind his desk. Harry slid off the sofa and looked at the man. I don't want to go in the fire, sir. Every time I burn my hand it hurts for a long time, Harry said and held up his hand. How many times have you burnt your hand? How did these accidents happen? Severus asked, his voice wavering as his control slipped a little. Loads of times. When I first learned how to cook I would burn my hand almost every day. Aunt Petunia said I'm just clumsy and need to pay better attention, Harry confessed. Severus masked his anger as he motioned for the child to come to him. Harry did as he was told and bravely walked over to the man. Severus gently took the child's hands into his own and inspected them for burns. He could see a long red mark along the left hand and several old burn scars on both hands. His hands shook with anger, so he released the boy's hands lest the boy fear him. "The fire I was taking you into was not hot and would not hurt you. It is called a flow, and it is the way we need to travel." Once he saw that the boy seemed to be considering this, he added, "Your aunt and uncle were wrong about magic. You must learn to accept this." Harry wasn't so sure about that. His whole life it had been drilled into his head that magic was not real and that it was bad to talk about anything magic. He wouldn't tell that to the man in black though, so he nodded instead. "How old are you, Harry?" The boy shrugged. "I dunno. I don't get birthdays, only Dudley does. I'm abnormal." Severus rifled through his desk and pulled forth the calming draft. He pulled out the stopper before drinking the whole vial in one go. He saw that Harry was intently watching him as the calming draft took effect. "Harry, how old was Dudley at his last birthday?" "Dudley turned 6. He got a big blue cake with race cars around the sides and loads of presents. Aunt Marge gave him a blue two-wheeler bike with a horn." So the child was 5 or 6 then, but looked much smaller. Severus was unsure what to do with a child of that tender age. "Dudley was going to save a piece of cake for me, but it all got eaten by the time I came out to clean. Aunt Petunia said maybe next year I could have some cake." Severus watched as the boy's expression turned somber, and he knew that that particular incident must have disappointed the child greatly. "Perhaps, if you behave, you may have cake after you eat your supper this evening," Severus offered, thinking of the cake left over from last night. Harry couldn't believe his good luck. "Cake and supper?" "Yes, sir. I'll be very good, sir." This, sir, thing had to stop. "Harry, now that I am your father, you may call me Dad." Harry smiled, then a little giggle erupted from his lips before he covered his mouth. "I know, it does sound odd at first, but you will get used to it," Severus admitted. Harry nodded his head but continued to smile. He caught sight of a picture on the man's desk of the man putting his arm around a bigger boy. The boy looked up at the man with a smile. He couldn't take his eyes off the picture, not only because it was actually moving but also because he felt a longing deep inside. Severus watched as the child clutched at the desk, just tall enough for his chin to rest on the table with small fingers on either side. The boy was wholly enthralled with the picture that had been taken at the gates of Hogwarts on that fateful Hogsmeade day. What would the child think if he knew that was a picture of himself? As if the boy read his mind, Harry continued to stare at the picture but asked, "Who is that with you?" "My son." "Where is he?" Severus contemplated how to answer that question. "I will tell you the answer to that question once you believe in magic and once you realize that magic is not bad." Harry's eyes darted to the professor. "I don't want to get in trouble. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia don't like magic." "Harry, you are safe. Vernon Dursley would never come here and you will never go back there." Severus watched the child closely for any signs of distress over hearing that. The boy looked back at the picture with a wistful look on his face. Severus picked up his quill and went back to writing his letter. The child remained with his chin resting on the desk, looking at him whenever the boy thought he wouldn't notice. After several minutes the child finally spoke again. "Uncle Vernon does that too." "Does what?" "Puts his arm around Dudley." "And does he do that to you?" Harry shook his head with eyes opened wide. "No sir. I'm a freak. I think he doesn't want to catch it." Severus ground his teeth in anger but kept his face impassive as he stared at the child. "You are normal, every bit as normal as your cousin, even more so, I would venture to guess. Your uncle is afraid of magic because he knows nothing about it." The child went back to staring at the photograph without saying anything else. Severus put his quill down and looked at the child. Perhaps he could make this accident work to his advantage. Perhaps if the child were shown love at such a tender age it would affect Harry when he turned back to being 16. The boy had no memories of his future, but would he remember having been shown respect and love in his past when the spell ended? This whole spell was quite the conundrum. The experiences the boy would have while he was de-aged were real, so wouldn't they be part of his thoughts when he was older once again? Severus did not want to toy with Harry's future, but perhaps he could enhance the boy's self-worth. It would be an experiment in behavior modification that could affect Harry's tortured past in a positive way. In any case, it couldn't be harmful to show the child what he rightfully ought to have. Every child deserved respect and affection, not to mention the feeling of being loved. With those thoughts in mind, he pushed his chair back and waited for the child to look at him once again. "Come here, son." Severus watched the boy grip the edge of the table until his fingers turned white before letting go and walking to him. Harry had to force himself to walk towards the man. He struggled to come up with the reason why he was going to get a spanking. Uncle Vernon always sat down in the chair before putting him over his knee. Maybe he had asked too many questions or stared at the picture too long. He looked down at his shoes in disgrace as he stood before his new father. Severus lifted the child's chin. "You are frightened, but you needn't be. You are my son now, and I will protect you from any harm. Come, child." He gently took hold of the boy's hand and pulled him until he was close enough to lift onto his lap. He could feel the boy tense up and recognized the fact that Harry had never been held before. He thought to talk with the boy a bit to help him become accustomed to his new surroundings. Harry was shocked beyond belief when the man lifted him onto his lap. His mind was racing with possibilities, none of them good. It took a moment for his heart to stop racing, but it finally did when he concentrated on the deep voice of his father. He let himself relax upon hearing about flying on a broomstick and eating chocolate frogs. Severus felt the boy lean against him and knew the child was calming down. He smiled at the simplicity of a child's mind. It wasn't quite as hard as he thought it would be to look after a small child. Or possibly it was just this small child that made him feel as if everything would be manageable. He slowly wrapped an arm over the child's shoulder. Small fingers clasped onto his pale hand as Severus held his 6-year-old son on his lap. He looked down at the tiny hand clutching onto his and a memory began to unfold. He remembered when a 16-year-old battered boy held onto his hand in the same way. It occurred to him that this little boy on his lap had yet to endure many horrifying times ahead. This innocent child would be the savior of the wizarding world, yet grow up feeling as if he was nothing but a burden to his family. He wondered what would happen if the child stayed as he was. Would the boy be granted a second chance to experience childhood, a childhood filled with love? The spell cast against Harry was considered a dark arts spell. There was a good reason for it to be considered dark, for it could change the future by reliving the past. What would become of the wizarding world if the child were to grow up in a different environment? Harry leaned against the man's chest, feeling safer than he ever felt before. He liked the way his new daddy spoke with him, telling him that he was a normal wizard child. It made him feel good to know that those accidents that happened around him were not so bad after all. Daddy kept telling him how wrong Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon were to call him a freak and abnormal. Somehow he always knew that magic was true but never wanted to admit it. Severus wanted this time Harry had as a child to be filled with something other than the ridicule and abuse he suffered at the hands of the Dursleys. He thought about the tiny golden snitch in Harry's bedroom, Accio Harry's snitch. Harry looked up at him with big expectant eyes. "What's a snitch?" "You will see." Severus held his hand out as the tiny gold ball flew into his study and over to the desk he was sitting at with Harry. Harry wiggled down off his lap and backed into the wall. "Harry, do not be afraid," Severus admonished. Harry nodded his head but stayed up against wall while staring at the ball. He had never seen anything fly in the air like that. He decided to show his daddy how brave he really was and raised a small finger to touch the ball. Severus smiled at the child's courage. He waited until Harry seemed a bit more relaxed before opening his hand and letting the snitch fly around the room. Now, the object of this game is to catch the snitch as swiftly as possible. Harry kept his eye on the little ball and slowly followed it, occasionally making a grab for it when it flew close by. The snitch seemed to be taunting him as it flew by his head, then zoomed away. Before he even realized it, he was jumping and running all over the study, taking big leaps to reach up and swipe at the ball. Severus couldn't help but chuckle over the intensity this little Harry already had when going after the snitch. The boy seemed to be filled with an inexorable amount of energy. He focused his attention back to his letter, hoping the reader of it had the knowledge he searched for of the dark spell cast against his son. He considered it wise to use his black hawk to deliver this message and raised his wand to summon the intimidating bird. Harry had just stood up on the wooden chair and was reaching his arm out for the snitch when a large black hawk soared by him. He was so shocked to see a bird in the house that he lost his balance and fell off the chair. When he hit the hardwood floor, he landed on the palms of his hands after his chin took the brunt of the fall. As fast as he could, he scrambled to stand and pushed his shirt sleeve against the hot pain on his chin. Severus advanced around the desk in a flash, worry overtaking him when he saw blood dripping down the boy's hand. Harry stepped back and almost stumbled and fell again. When he got hurt at home, his aunt always yelled at him for being so clumsy. He didn't want his new dad to see what an awful clumsy boy he was. "I'm okay," Harry stammered out and pressed harder on his chin to make it stop bleeding. It felt like his chin was on fire. Severus felt a small tug at his heart when the boy pretended to be okay. This child had almost certainly never received sympathy when he most required it. He knelt in front of the child and pulled his small hand away from the cut on his chin. The cut was deep, but the boy remained resolutely brave and didn't cry out. That was definitely not typical behavior for such a young child to possess. The potion master stood before picking the child up and placing him on his desk with legs dangling over the edge. "I'm okay. Really I am." Harry's small voice wavered a bit as his chin throbbed with tenderness. The man tilted his chin up before raising his wand. Harry pulled back and covered his head with his arm. Severus gently pulled the boy's arm down. "I would never strike you with my wand. You will not be harmed while you are with me." Once he saw the boy relax a bit, he called out, "Accio healing bomb." They could hear the dungeon door squeak open right before the healing bomb came floating into the room. Severus opened the jar. "This will not hurt." Harry nodded, then tilted his chin up bravely. "Good boy," Severus said before dabbing a bit of the cream on the cut. Harry's heart leapt in his chest. He'd never been told he was good before. The cream was nothing like the burning stuff Aunt Petunia made him use to clean his cuts. Within seconds the cut healed closed and the swelling began to lessen. "How does your chin feel, Harry?" "Doesn't hurt anymore, Daddy." Harry felt funny calling the man daddy, but he liked the way it sounded too. Dudley said he'd never get a real daddy, but he was wrong. Severus blinked several times at being called daddy. He wasn't quite comfortable with that name, but he could tell the boy had hesitantly said it. He held a hand out to the child to help him off the desk. Once the boy was on the ground, the child didn't let go of his hand. Harry held onto his new father's hand while he looked up at him. "Thanks, Daddy, my chin feels like it never got hurt." Severus patted the child's head before the snitch flew close by and Harry snatched it out of the air. "I got it. Look, I got it. Very well done, Harry." Severus smiled at the look of delight Harry now wore. Just then the flow turned green and Molly Weasley emerged with a wooden crate in her arms. Before Severus had a chance to greet the mother of 7, the flow turned green once more and Ginevra Weasley came forth carrying another crate. Ginny took in a sharp breath at the sight of little Harry. He was so cute, she just wanted to squeeze him. She wished Hermione was here to see this. "Welcome, Molly, Ginevra," Severus said as he placed an arm around Harry's shoulder. "This is Harry. Harry, this is Mrs. Weasley and Ginevra. Call me Ginny," Ginny said as she placed her crate on the ground. Professor Dumbledore had already warned them not to refer to the de-aging spell. He made it quite clear how that could have a negative effect on Harry's future. Harry thought the girl was pretty and he liked her long ginger hair. "Hi," he said with a small voice. "My, what a handsome boy you are," Molly said as she touched his cheek. "I've brought you all sorts of goodies to eat." She looked up at Severus. "All you need to do is warm these up. The food should last you at least a few days." "Thank you, Molly," Severus said with a slight bow. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.